I'm Steve James. I'm the director and a producer and one of the editors.
I'm Peter Gilbert. I'm one of the producers and the director of photography.
Hello, and I'm Frederick Marks, one of the producers and one of the editors, and we are the makers of Hoop Dreams.
You got your FM voice going there.
Yeah.
Well, I think the origin of the film was actually an epiphany, to bring out some big words right away. Back when I was actually in graduate school at Southern Illinois University, I went to the gym one day on a Sunday. I'll never forget it. And for some reason, I was the only white guy in the gym that day. I don't know why. SAU was a largely white school, but I was literally the only white guy in the gym. And I was really struck by the camaraderie, the vibe, the feeling. It was like what I would later learn when we started Hoop Dreams. It was really like being on an inner city court in Chicago or St. Louis or any number of big cities. So that was really sort of the epiphany that hit me then was, gee, it would be great to try and do a film about what this game means to black people, to black players. And I remember I wrote Frederick in China and told him about this idea about, wouldn't it be great to do a film about this? And
I said, yeah, baby, I'm in, basically.
And it was at that point we said, well, now we need to figure out how we're going to shoot this thing. And it was really Marcy McCall at Cartemplin who said, I know the perfect guy to work with you guys on this. He's shot films for Barbara Koppel. He's this incredible basketball junkie. And that's how we met Peter.
I remember when we walked out of his apartment after meeting him for the first time. Here's a guy who, with the reputation and skills that Peter has, he's saying, I'm going to shoot this for free for you. I'm going to donate my gear. We're going to shoot it on Beta SP. We were ready, or not, I'm sorry, not Beta SP, Beta. And we're looking at each other like, this is a no-brainer. I think he's the man.
It was one of those things where immediately it was about something that I was, dying to be a part of.
Well, in fact, it might make sense to cycle back to what some of the original intention was, and that was to make initially a half-hour TV program that we hoped PBS might broadcast. That was the original proposal that we wrote and adapted dozens of times. And in that initial proposal, we had a slot for one young person who was a would-be pro ball player, but not more. And then one, perspective from the top down, which was Isiah Thomas. And then it all grew and changed.
The thing that was astounding was just how incredibly comfortable the process of making this film was with these families and their communities. It was actually funny in a lot of ways because we became known as the three crazy white guys with the camera. People would see us in the neighborhood and it would be like, guys who played ball would go, hey, wait, what are you following Agee for? My game is so much better. Wherever we went, it's almost like at a certain point, people kind of already knew us and knew what we were about. We were trying to tell stories that were just not being told often enough anyway. And I think there was a sense of welcoming us into that community and embracing us and what we were trying to do.
And we also knew going in that there were certain things because of what our race was that we would never see. And that was fine. We weren't going in saying to them, we're making the ultimate story about the black experience, in Chicago for an inner city African-American family. That would have been very disingenuous.
We were there to be taught. We wanted to be taught, to find out what is this experience of this love of this game. How does that translate into the fabric of your lives?
Earl Smith here, driving through the streets here, was really a key early on for us because we actually met Earl through Coach Pingator. We first talked to him about trying to involve Isiah in this film when we were talking about making it a film about street basketball, and we were looking for the right court to start on, where there would be dreamers and former players like an Isiah or washed-up players. And he said, well, the guy you got to talk to is Earl Smith because Earl knows every court in the city. And so Earl began taking us around to courts, really as research at that point. We were just trying to find the right court, and that's when he discovered Arthur in this scene. And, you know, we weren't complete idiots. We realized we should be filming this, not just researching this. And so we quickly shifted into shooting mode, you know, right away.
And I just remember seeing Arthur and being a hoops junkie and looking at him and going, well, he has skills, but he's like really the real deal. I had no concept that when looking at him that he was someone who was going to achieve as much as he did down the road.
I will bet you a steak dinner in 4 years you'll be hearing from him. I don't even know anything about him.
We had tried to raise money for a long time, failed. We got this little bit of money. We said, you know what, we just need to go out and start shooting something. Through Earl, we discover Arthur, and then Earl, you know, coincidentally enough, sends us back out to St. Joe's to coach Pingatore because he was, you know, thought that Arthur would be a kid that Pingatore would want to have come to the school there. And so it was really fortuitous, I think, because we ended up going back out to St. Joe's with Arthur now, filming, and we already had laid some groundwork inadvertently with Coach Pingatore at St. Joe's, so we were welcomed there to come and film this camp and to really sort of be let into the whole process from the get-go.
And also, I think it was very interesting because for the first time, we started to realize about the recruiting process that was going on for such young kids.
Right.
We really hadn't known anything about that, or at least I didn't realize the level that it was at.
I remember going out there too and not knowing that Isiah was going to be there that day. I remember Ping saying that, well, he could come today, he might come tomorrow, and it was just a crapshoot, and we just thought, well, we're just going. The hell with it. We'll just go because we knew we had Arthur and Earl at least, so.
That's right, I'd forgotten that.
I'd never been to a school way out before, and I would be going to a school with different kids, different races. You can look at the scenery, new friends to meet.
What if Isiah's there today?
Well, if he be there, I'll be shocked.
And the other thing for me was just looking at this is just the innocence of Arthur.
Yeah.
It was just an unbelievable feeling for him to drive with him from the inner city out to this suburban place.
Not only him, I think the whole family was a bit awestruck. You know, you can sort of see it in this scene, I think.
If you work hard at the grades, and if you work hard at basketball, then I would be able to help you as far as going to college. And I guarantee this. I can't promise you where you're going to go and if you're going to be a star, but I guarantee that I would help you get into the school that would be best for you.
That moment right there when Gene says, I guarantee that if you come to the school and do what I tell you to do, that we'll get you to college.
Was amazing.
Was, for me, that was sort of the moment where I went, oh boy, this is something I want to follow for 4 years. Now, we hadn't talked yet. I'm just saying in that moment in that room, because it really was an amazing thing for someone to tell, here's this white suburban coach with this major basketball program telling this poor inner city family. And at that time, we didn't even have an idea of really what the Agee family was like. And it was still amazing to me that he could actually say that to this family.
Yeah, it was quite an enticement. But it really was this day that changed the course of the film, because up until now, we were still holding on to the idea, I think, that we were going to be dealing with mostly a playground and now maybe a kid like Arthur on that playground. But when we made this trip out to St. Joe's, suddenly it seemed like, well, that's not really where the story is. The story that we really want to tell, and the story that wants to be told, is to see if what Ping said to him comes true, is to see if over the course of these 4 years, if Arthur does what he's supposed to do, if he's going to end up getting to college through the game of basketball. And of course, this moment was,
and just the power of having Isiah Thomas at this high school with these kids. Who wouldn't want to go to high school there? And just for them to be playing, their dream player, that's, I mean, Arthur's nickname was based off of Isiah's nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Tuss.
I can see talent
Okay, the other thing I remember was Isiah played, 100 kids that day, it felt like, and he wouldn't let any of them win.
No.
There was no way. It was like too early.
He had that total combination of personality, confidence, talent, intelligence. I think I see it in one kid that's coming here. He flows with a smoothness and confidence.
When we were talking to Ping in that interview about Arthur and he brought up William, that's literally how we found out about William, was in that interview, and that William was at the camp that day. We don't show him in the film because he actually had a turned ankle, so he wasn't playing. But he was sitting in the stands, and we went up and we met William, and we decided, partly because of what Peter was saying earlier, we weren't sure Earl was right about Arthur, frankly, in terms of his talent. We couldn't see that, and we wanted to make sure we were following at least two players with the hopes that one of them was going to somehow, turn out to be a big deal in some way. And when he talked so glowingly about William, we said, well, this is a kid we should maybe talk to. And I remember we talked to him at the camp and we said, we'd be interested in possibly filming with you. And he said, you have to talk to my brother Curtis, because William's dad wasn't and hadn't been in the family for many years. And Curtis really, really was the father figure.
Seeing Emma reminded me that when we first showed up, she did give us permission to shoot with William, and it was fine, but she didn't want to have anything to do with us. She had just given an interview to the local news station about some murder or something that had happened in Cabrini, and she felt really burned by the media, didn't want to have anything to do with them or us initially, and it just took her that long until we finally sort of wore her down. Actually, I think she really came to trust us and know that we really cared about William over that time.
With the Agees, I think that I didn't hear any concerns. I'm sure they had them, but there was also and this gets to race, and there was also, I'm sure, a little bit of an intimidation factor. In their eyes at that point in time, before they'd really gotten to know us, they probably figured we were really successful guys making this film from some big company with, what I mean? Like this was something. We really had to communicate to them just how small this was over a course of time. So I'm sure there was an element of intimidation in that. But I think the other thing is that we went there with Earl. And even though they didn't know Earl, he had a stature and a presence and a way about him that communicated. He endorsed us. With William, I think it had as much to do with the fact that Pingatore had told us about him.
I also think deep down there was this thing about three white guys coming in to film their kids, where they thought, ultimately speaking, one, it played into the hoop dream, regardless of how we felt about it. This is one step closer to my kid, achieving his dream.
He must be
college, MBA, all of that. And I think that was also true in some level for the Gates family.
People ask, well, how did you follow these two guys, come to follow two guys, and did you follow 10 instead of 2 and pick only these two? No, we only followed 2 guys.
But we did. I remember in doing research with Earl, there was a family which shall go nameless that we approached on the South Side that has a long tradition of producing, if you will, blue-chip athletes, and we had talked to them. We approached them about filming them, and they actually said no. So it was kind of fortuitous in 2 ways, that they said no, and Ping, in effect, said, yes, there's this guy, William Gates.
Although that kid, who shall remain nameless, I sort of followed his career from a distance. He would have been an incredibly interesting...
He would have been a fascinating...
Oh, yeah, that whole family.
Yes, but I mean, in other words, and there was even another kid who we actually approached at one point and who ended up playing at St. Joe's. But you're right, we did get turned down at least a couple of times before we ended up with...
Thankfully.
Yes.
Well, it was amazing. You could have picked many kids off of any of those courts and found incredible stories.
But we were aware of the fact that we were about to embark on a major sort of crapshoot from a documentary filmmaking standpoint.
But you had to pay 15 cents. And then if you don't pay it, they gonna make you want 50 laps and still have to pay the money. You still gotta pay the money? That's lay out.
This was one of the areas where we learned some valuable lessons about documentary filmmaking. We didn't do a lot of filming freshman year, and consequently, you will notice that you actually never see Arthur in a classroom at St. Joe's. And that was a function of lack of resources, and also, in our case, a belief that we were going to be able to get that if we didn't get it freshman year, we'd get it sophomore year. And what happened, of course, is that his world got turned upside down sophomore year. And it was one of these, I think, valuable filmmaking lessons, for me anyway, which is get it while it's happening. Never assume when you're doing this kind of filmmaking that you're going to be able to get something if you think it's important down the road. You better get it now because you never know what's going to happen.
I also think that it had a lot to do with the fact that we were going to the school and we were trying to sort of be careful that we weren't too invasive at the time. And that was a tricky thing for any filmmaker, about how invasive you can be in the first year. Is we're doing this because I'm not so sure they knew we were doing 4 years.
Well, I was going to say, I'm not sure we knew we were doing 4 years. And that, to me, is another important point. You know, so much of the problems of fundraising, and we were still cutting demos and trying to raise money all during their freshman year into their sophomore year. At some point, it was like, hey, you know what? We might as well just keep going all 4 years. And it was at that time that I remember we went back to the families and said, you know what, here's what we want to do. We finally figured it out. Here's what we want to do. Will you guys work with us? And that's when we really sprang the idea on them. And it made a lot of sense because we could shoot indefinitely for free or close to free. We're all working for nothing. We had Peter's gear for nothing. All we had to do was buy tape stock. But what we couldn't do was finish the film because we didn't have any money to finish the film.
Now, I remember it differently in the fact that I still remember that pretty much for me, I just remember that day when we went out to St. Joe's was the moment where we decided we're following these kids.
Well, and you know what it was is I think in some ways you're both right.
I think both are true.
Which is, I think we wanted to do it. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to do it. And it wasn't really until we got deeper into it and
we all had to take other jobs.
And we realized that, you know what, regardless of the fundraising, we're doing it. Because of the way it was set up. We were doing it as a labor of love around other work, and Peter was donating the gear for free and all of that. So we realized we are doing it, but would we be able to actually finish the film the way we wanted to? That was a big question, and that was not going to be resolved until we got major funding. You know, that's my recollection anyway. But that's why it was so long ago. We can have all these different recollections.
Yeah.
I do remember having conversations with Arthur and William and saying, look, this is kind of the crazy idea we want to do. We were trying to present this idea of this longitudinal film in a way that we thought would be both practical to achieve and also palatable to them, you know, because if we walked in the door and said, we're going to, you know, we kind of want to move in with you guys for the next 4 years, of course, you know, who in their right mind would want that? When William first entered St. Joe's, tests revealed he was working on a 4th or 5th grade level. You know, going back to the editing just for a minute, I think what was so tricky for us in the editing process on doing the film, when we got to really trying to grapple with this material, was having less material freshman year and sophomore year and a wealth of material starting junior and senior year. It really grew exponentially, was how do we do justice to those early years? And if you watch the film with this in mind, you will see that the film really evolves. You know, I think if you're watching the film, freshman year is all of about 15 minutes long and sophomore year is all of about 15 minutes long, and you might think, as an innocent viewer, hey, I'm halfway through this movie. You're not. You still got 2.5 hours to go. But I think one way to look at this, if you're a filmmaker out there, is to see that I like to think a growth in our abilities and our sophistication as filmmakers is represented on the screen. And thank God, some people would say, we didn't have all that material freshman and sophomore year because we'd have a 6-hour, you know, film or something.
Well, the funny thing is, I was just going to say, for most filmmakers who don't do longitudinal films, still filmed a lot, freshman and sophomore years.
Yes.
I remember it being about 12, 13 shoot days freshman year and about 9 or 10 sophomore year, actually even less.
Yeah.
Because we just didn't have it together.
We didn't have resources at all.
Yeah.
And I was gone that
You
year.
were gone, right? You had to work,
Right.
which, occasionally had to happen.
For Arthur, the season is over.
I'm certainly glad we ditched our title Hoopin' in favor of Hoop Dreams, because that's what guys would say. I'm going hooping, meaning to go play basketball. But it wasn't a term that was in popular use, not like it is now, to represent basketball. So when we landed on the idea of calling it Hoop Dreams, I think it was because going in, that's exactly what we saw this film to be about, that it was going to be about the dreams of the NBA that are so prominent and important to black ball players in mostly inner city environments around the country, and Chicago was going to be our focus.
It would be a big thing if I could go downstate as a freshman.
Seeing William freshman year was really something of a revelation, I think, from the standpoint of watching this freshman ball player who was really sort of traveling that path that Isiah did. And it just seemed clear in the press. It seemed clear with Pingatore and his attentions towards William. So that was really exciting. And, I think one of the things that was really interesting for us as filmmakers in this process was constantly trying to understand the story that we're telling, And it seemed clear at this point in the story that we were telling the story of a phenom in the making in William, and that with Arthur, it was something less than that. We weren't quite sure what we were doing, I think, with Arthur and what he would become. We didn't have a plan in mind for that or a story that we were telling.
Remember, you heard it first from Bill Gleason.
Put it in your memory bank,
Put it in your memory bank.
William Gates.
I just remember in this section of the film beginning to just feel the pressure that a kid like William started to go under.
Mm.
I mean, the idea that he had pressure, it was funny because Curtis, who was this incredibly warm man, he didn't come off that way at this point in the film. He came off as a very tough critic of William and was very hard on him and really wanted him to succeed. And you started to feel how much pressure there was on him from his family to succeed. We saw this piece, The Sports Writers on TV, which at the time was the #1 rated sports show in Chicago, saying that here's the next Isiah Thomas. That's an incredible thing for a young kid who's, he was 14 years old, or at that to 15, to fulfill. And that's where, you start to see this precarious beginning of that problem of adults living their dreams through their kids.
Right. Yeah, I remember when we did that interview where he was wearing that yellow shirt, that we talked about that afterwards and said, oh my God, the pressure that he's living with, in addition to being this exciting talent, is pretty amazing.
I just remember, so many people at that time beginning to live their dreams through this kid.
Despite the loss, Williams' gutty performance bodes well for next year.
There will be an announcement on ticket sales immediately following.
Rewriting 7,300 times 10 to the negative.
I remember thinking pretty early on that it was a good thing that we were coming around too, because we actually served William, I think, in an important way, and that was we were the only people in his life, certainly the only adults, who had no vested interest in how successful he was. We weren't pushing him. All we wanted to do was find out what he was feeling every time we showed up. And I think he really appreciated that. I think we served a quasi-therapeutic function in a sense where he could just unburden himself to us.
He could vent.
Yeah.
I think the parents, it's always hard with the kids, but the parents knew deep down that we were rooting for these kids, that we were, I think, in general, a good influence on them.
A Cabrini Green organization, but Cycle can't cover this year's tuition
One of the
increase.
great responsibilities that we sort of directed to Steve early on in the process was being in constant communication with the families, that this was he was the point person, constantly checking in with them, finding out what's going on, and it meant constant oversight. because no matter how many times we would say to the families, we really want you to call us if anything comes up, anything at all, it wouldn't happen. It really would not happen.
It never happened once.
And it wasn't. Yeah. And it also wasn't just the families for Steve. It was Pingatore. It was Bedford. I mean, you also had to go to other people who were involved in their lives.
And I know that the families always appreciated the fact that we didn't always show up with the camera, that our interest in them went beyond just the filming.
Worked for Scholars Meat Packing.
It always boggled my mind that this happened to Arthur. I mean, Pingatore, everybody at the school knew we're making this film. And I thought, how can they be so un-PR conscious that, if nothing else, that this is going to look bad?
And he was telling me about how much certain money my mama had to pay for me to stay in school. And they said, if she don't have it by this time, you got to stay out till she pay it. And I was staying out like 2 and 3 weeks and stuff.
By the end of the freshman year, whatever balance there was for tuition was never taken care of.
And this became a part, where we started to question, too, what's our role? When Arthur started to have problems at St. Joe's, I mean, do we help him stay there? I mean, there were all these different things that started to come up because suddenly we've been involved in these kids' lives for a long time.
I mean, I think the reality was that this whole St. Joe's thing happened so quickly, and frankly, it happened before we could do anything about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I think you're right. When you say that we were surprised at their not sort of being aware of the film more in the way they dealt with it. But I think what it came down to is on some level, we were just these three crazy guys doing this film that no one could really quite understand what the point of it was. And I think the other part of it is that I think that Gene and the school believed in what they were doing. And if you look at it from their point of view on some level, I think you can understand the steps that they took, which was, if you can't hold up your end of the bargain, then you can't stay at this school. That's part of the discipline of a Catholic education and what the expectation is. They need money to survive. And with William, of course, the film makes it clear that with William, he was treated differently. But I think that, from their point of view, it's like, well, William had additional support, and so it's different for him. And they kind of looked at them as two isolated situations, either one of which could be defendable. But when you look at them together, they're not quite so defendable, it seems to me.
But I think he's probably mellowed now because he's won his state championship. But at that point, he had not won a state championship, and that was what he was about. This section, to me, by the way, is, for me, one of my favorite ones in the film, where he goes back to Marshall.
Right.
Where Arthur goes back to Marshall. And the reason is because I think one thing that no one can understand is how difficult it must have been for him to go back to that neighborhood after being out at St. Joe's.
Well, when I went to see him at a game without us filming, the first game after that he played at Marshall, and he played on the sophomore team. And then the varsity plays afterwards. And after the game, he was, walking out to watch the varsity game, and I waved to him, and he came up and he sat down. And the first thing he said to me is, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Well, what do you mean?" He goes, "Well, I didn't think you guys would be interested in me anymore because I'm not at St. Joe's." And, it was a really, it just took me completely off guard that's exactly how he felt. He felt like his only value to us as well and doing this film was if he was going to be a big success.
Well, as much as we told them both, and everybody else that we talked to, that it's not because we expect you're going on with basketball that we're filming you. We are filming you because we want to see what happens to regular, everyday, average kids who have the dream. In a 13, 14, 15-year-old mind, it's like, no, they're filming me because they think I'm going to be a success. And when I start to not be the success that I imagine they expect me to be, then that's it. They're going to walk away from me and abandon me. It's sad, but it's, I think, reflective at some level, too, of the psychological background of Arthur and, his family life.
Well, and it's also that idea of being filmed, being at this program, this very famous Chicago program at St. Joe's. Everybody in his neighborhood knows he's being filmed. Everybody in his neighborhood, knows he's out at St. Joe's. And suddenly here he is back at Marshall.
Forget about his being there. That's how quiet he really was. And I think the transition had something to do with it.
And if I remember correctly, Luther Bedford, the coach of Marshall, said he was very iffy when he first came onto the team.
He said that for years.
For years. No, but I mean that he almost didn't make the team. And I think that Arthur went through an amazing period at this point. His dad's unemployed. There's family strife. There's, his dad's out on the street. And what he overcame during this time, I think, is just amazing.
If he want to go back next year, he going to go back if I have to beg. Because I want to help him with his little dream.
Arthur's mother, Sheila, has lost her minimum wage job as a nurse's assistant.
We would spend time just at the house, as small as we could go, just hanging out. In other words, we didn't schedule shoots always with something in mind. We would just go and hang out.
Kids don't even have a playground, a play area, anything constructive to do in the neighborhood. But
that's one of my favorite sort of interview moments in the entire film, because she had a level of comfort and there's a level of intimacy there that could only come from us having reached them at that level and having the level of comfort that we could get that.
And I think at that point, too, that after being there for a couple of years, and also about what Steve said earlier about that conversation that he had, well, you're still here watching me. You're still with me, even though I left St. Joe's. We had put in our time, and the time was beginning to pay off, where we knew the kids, we knew the families, and we knew what they wanted us to know about them also. I mean, there was a lot we didn't know, but at the same time, we were becoming comfortable in a way that was one of the most remarkable things about making a film when you stay with people over a period of years.
This section here, where Curtis really, I think, starts to emerge as a character in the film, was something, again, I think that we struggled with in the filmmaking and the editing, to try and, make him as prominent as we could in the film, and his importance in William's life and to the story that we were telling.
If you do that, you don't know about it. The most important thing is getting.
I'll never forget the first interview we did with Curtis in Cabrini way back in that summer before freshman year. And Curtis said, well, I was a great ball player. I was a great ball player. And it was like, and everyone had told us that. And I remember asking him, saying, well, what made you a great ball player? And he said, what kind of player were you? He said, well, I'd get the ball, I'd come down, and I'd dunk it. And I said, well, okay, but when you couldn't dunk it, what did you do? And Curtis is 6 feet tall, and you see him here. This is at Colby. He said, no, I'd get the ball, I'd come down, and I'd dunk it. And it was like, always? He says, always. I go over anybody. And when you talk to people about Curtis and the kind of player he was, like William says here, the reference to Michael Jordan, people really felt that about him. I just met this guy recently who was talking about Curtis, and he was saying that when Curtis was in high school, he was it. Much more, to an even greater degree, and William will tell you this, than even William ever became, within the neighborhood and in the city.
Curtis was he is a basketball legend in Chicago.
Yeah.
No question about it. And again, think of the pressure of William living up to that legend.
Yeah.
Well, at least he had him to coach him.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mixed blessing, but something. Well, and this was the days before Jordan really became as big as he was, too, and was known for taking it to the hole and dunking over anybody.
This scene, to me, was really a heartbreaking scene, because this was Curtis sort of talking about what it's like when you're not a star anymore. You're not
Right.
that person. You're not that basketball player that everyone thinks you're gonna be.
Well, and that initial, idea of us focusing on a playground where we'd see a young dreamer, a player who'd come and not achieved what he wanted, and a great success, in a weird sort of way and in a much deeper way, we got that in the course of telling the story, because Curtis kind of became that character in a much more interesting way.
I was always touched and really thankful at just how openly emotional he was, too, with us.
Yeah.
I mean, he really didn't have any defenses, and he would just put his heart right out in front of us.
Yeah.
And it shows in the film.
Curtis was a no BS guy. I mean, he told you exactly how he felt. He told William exactly how he felt. He told Pingatore how he felt. He was right there the whole time.
I think if I have one regret about the film around Curtis, it's that we failed to really get, and therefore put in the film, the intense love between William and Curtis. I think some people watching the film tend to think that it was mostly all tension, and I think that's unfortunate. When Curtis was killed a few years ago, the impact that it had on William was so profound, and the roots of that are go way back.
Also, David. I mean, there were two brothers who. The thing that we don't see is that Curtis and David drove him everywhere.
Right.
They took him everywhere. They really took care of William. It's that's a regret also, is not having David in the film the way that he should have been.
The scene coming up here is a scene that people talk about a lot. It was talked about in the press, but it was also it's one that when you show the film, people want to talk to you about the film. They want to know more about this scene. I mean, this totally took us by surprise. It's funny, there was one reviewer who thought we had staged this scene, and it was sort of, my response was, if we had staged it, we'd have shot it a lot better than this. I mean, it's,
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. I mean, we would have been over there. I think one of the things that's so fascinating about it is that this is one of those moments when you're making documentaries where we just thought we were going out there to film Arthur hanging out and shooting around on the neighborhood court, and then suddenly Bo shows up, and we hadn't seen Bo in a while.
Mm-hmm.
No one had, really seen Bo in a while with the family. And then, this is what happened. And when Bo goes over there to buy the drugs, we weren't going to walk over there and film him buying drugs.
See, that's what I remember the most, is just the sense of fear being really palpable, because this was the court that, and we never could quite tell it, the story this way. It wasn't an important point enough, but where we actually did discover Arthur, the court at which, when we were driving around doing research with Earl, he brought us here to this court. It's 2 blocks from their house. And just in 2 years, seeing the deterioration of this court and what had happened was shocking. I mean, the rims were bent, the nets were all gone, the playground was falling apart, and drug dealers were out there selling openly, whereas 2 years ago they were not.
That was one of those evenings where we all talked afterwards, because there were moments when we were making the film that, you would shoot something, and it would take you a couple hours to sort of go, do you realize what we just got there? I mean, which is, that's the filmmaking drug of doing documentary films, where you're filming people because you don't know what you're getting. You're just trying to anticipate and put yourself in the best situation possible to capture a moment. And being in that moment and capturing that's an amazing, thing, because you're thinking about it in terms of, it's sort of a sick kind of mixture, because you're thinking about, wow, what a great filmmaking moment. And then you're also thinking about, oh my God, look at what Arthur's going through, watching his dad buying drugs.
That's one of the, as you were talking about, one of the hazards in a way of doing this kind of filmmaking is that because you're there for years and you develop real relationships with your subjects, there's always that push-pull of feeling both amazed at the drama of what is unfolding, and yet reacting to it on the very human and friend level of, but these are people that we've really come to care about, and we don't want to see these things happen to them. I mean, I think it's fair to say that through this entire process of making the film, we were pulling for Arthur and William to really succeed. We did not want, one to succeed and the other to fail because that would be dramatic, even though we knew that would be dramatic. We came to really pull for both these guys.
That room to me is very special.
Absolutely.
That's it shows so much of who Arthur has become today. He had drawings all over the room. It was all about basketball. It was
Isiah
and Tuss, and he had his gym shoes under his bed, cleaned and polished, and
all 26 pairs.
Yeah, all marked with when he used them, how many games he played with them, all this stuff.
The scene with Arthur sort of playing and doing those poses, to me, it was around that time and maybe that particular shoot where the film sort of went another level deeper in a sense. And that was in play, in understanding that the kids, for them, that they could actually enjoy this process and play with us through the filmmaking. And that was great to see. And I think to see, Arthur sort of step into that playfulness, which is so much a part of his nature, which up until that point we had not captured at all, basically on film. And to see him step into that, and I think that loosened him up all the more too, to see that, this could be fun. One of the few things that we could offer the families was seeing clips of games. We spent some time doing actually, we spent a lot of time making some really nice dunks, rolling them off the tape slow-mo. So one of the things that the kids liked was seeing VHS roll-offs of some of this tape. Come, the second or third year of filming, if we had a reputation at all in the neighborhood, it was largely based on the kids seeing these tapes that we'd given Arthur and William. They'd seen some of the games, they'd seen some of the court activity, and they thought it was pretty cool, and that also helped give us some cachet and some kind of access.
The dunk tapes in the neighborhood became famous.
Yeah.
They were like a big deal in the neighborhood. I forgot all about it.
That there was one shot that just went by.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's so brief, but when William did that dunk, he had just come back from making the rounds of the major camps that summer, and had become a star and had really burst onto the scene for college coaches in a big way. And his level of confidence was so high at that point. I remember we talked about we came back from filming him just doing those dunks and the confidence he exuded, and said, this guy's going to go pro. We really believed that he was going to go pro. I think for the first time we really believed, like, this is it, he's going to do it.
In our heart of hearts, it was like, this kid has got it.
Yeah.
He really is going to go. I mean, he was in the camps he was at. You got to remember, he was with people like Grant Hill.
Yeah. Guys that are in the pros now.
Guys who are in the pros now.
Chris Webber,
all the Fab Five from Michigan at that time. And his confidence level, there wasn't a shot that he didn't think was just going to go in. It was amazing.
And Gene was feeling it too. I mean, I think you feel that through this whole section. William strides down the hall with tremendous confidence. Pingatore is meeting with him and talking about how he can be like Isiah. But unfortunately, as quickly and as, it was a fleeting feeling that we had, because it wasn't literally, as the movie shows, it was very soon after that moment of feeling that he hurt his knee for the first time, and things started to deteriorate.
Defense dropped way off here. Now, who would you rather have shoot the ball? Strauss shoot the ball there, or you stopping here shooting the ball? Well, shoot it.
It was interesting that Pingatore would let us put a wireless mic on him in practice, but not in the games. He was always very careful about his image. That was important to him because he was a prominent coach and is still a prominent coach. Every year we would ask him in the games, please let us put a wireless on you for a game. And he would say, nope, not going to let you do it. Because he knew that he, would get too worked up, and he just didn't want that to be in the film. But he didn't have the same qualm in practice, and this practice, I think, shows, this shows what it's like. I mean, I think a lot of people who haven't played sports like we did would look at this and judge him very harshly here. I think too harshly, frankly, because, I mean, this is the way coaches are. And people who have played sports know that this is the way it is. And
coaches are even harder now than they were then. in the sense of, and I think Gene was no different in many ways than any other coach, except that Gene was an extremely good coach who had a system and understand what his system was and was going to follow it. And but it's tough being a high school athlete. It's a very tough road.
Give me a good reason. What do you think, William? I mean, how many of these people work hard? Not too many.
I mean, not all coaches are this way, and I think that his teams paid a price during this time period that we were filming for not being able to connect with his players in the way that I think
Bedford did
and other coaches did. But I guess the point we're just trying to make is that this is not at all unusual.
The next day in practice, William re-injures his knee.
The doctor really believed he had done ligament damage, which at that time was really potentially career-ending. I remember coming out of this and just feeling this terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach about William, about what had happened and what it could mean to him and to his family. It's one of these moments in telling someone's story where you feel absolutely awful for your subjects, but there is that tiny little voice that you hate that's saying, look at what's happening here from a dramatic standpoint. If there's one thing that I have not been able to, come to terms with, it's this issue in making these films. And I still don't feel like I've come to terms with it. I mean, I made a film where that was part of what the film was about.
Well, I was going to say, with Stevie, that sort of puts you right on that edge even more. To me, what's exciting about the filmmaking is being exactly on that edge, actually, where I can be both cognizant of sort of editorial objectives, and at the same time, my heart is broken.
Somebody got to wear medium. Little skinny guys.
Well, I love the contrast of this. The difference between the two schools. And you're seeing William now going through this horrible time, and you're seeing Arthur beginning to blossom as a ball player. And also starting, I think, to find himself as a person in the sense of where he is in his neighborhood, who he is, and the kinds of things that he wants to do. At that time, Arthur was in a very moody place, just beginning to sort of come out of a very bad period. And
well, the basketball was helping, but
basketball was a solace.
Exactly.
But at home with us, he liked having us there, but he wasn't incredibly open. You know, it wasn't like he was just opening up to us in the way that he did when he was a little younger.
I'm on welfare that I wasn't on then, and trying to live month to month on something.
Sheila became, in many respects, for me, when I would make my regular visits, when they didn't have a phone or when I would call, she became the primary connection. And at one point, when all this was happening, she said, what are people going to think of us when they see what's going on with us in this family? They're going to think, look at these awful people on welfare and father gone and lights being turned off. And, we had to kind of convince her that this wasn't going to be, perceived that way, and pray that it wouldn't be perceived that way, that she would actually be showing people who have certain stereotypes about welfare mothers and this, that it's much more complicated than that. So anyway, when we went to film, we filmed Arthur at school, and we left purposefully early to come home and film the lights out at home with Sheila's permission, because we didn't want to have it be, sort of baldly embarrassing for Arthur to be there. But what happened is that while we were there, Arthur showed up. And frankly, we didn't tell him that we were doing it. And that was wrong. And if you look at that scene, he's
pissed.
He's mad at us at that moment, frankly. I mean, he's mad at us because he did not want us to film this. It took a period of time following that shoot for him to get over that. And the odd thing about it is that we never really, I'll say for me, I never really discussed it with Arthur. I discussed it with Sheila, and Sheila said, let me talk to Arthur about it. Let me explain to him why this is important instead of you, because I think if you try to explain it to him, he's not ready to hear that. He'll hear it from me. And she really ended up dealing with that, frankly. And I remember feeling, and I think we all felt, bad about the way that had been done, but not bad that we did it. but the way we handled it. Because I think it's absolutely crucial to the film that it be in the film.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. But the way we handled it was not right.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what I would say.
Yeah.
And we did, we had every intention of helping them get their power turned back on, which we did. But
what you're hearing here is a very good discussion about documentary filmmaking in the sense of many people would criticize us for helping the family.
And others would criticize us for getting that shot.
Yeah, and others would, well, exactly.
Or not helping them enough.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting line that you walk. And I think that it was a growth period for both of us. And I'm saying for Arthur and us as filmmakers about how you deal with this type of filmmaking.
Yeah.
I wanted to just comment on that cut out of that scene, because I remember struggling with that. In the editing room, it's like, okay, after we've seen this, now where do we go? And that is one of my favorite cuts in the film, is from this family having their lights cut off. They're in this dire position. And then we cut to William, where all kinds of resources are being put into, analyzing this kid's knee.
And power.
And power, yeah. And my point is about the point of view of the film. The point of view comes across in edits like that, where we are basically commenting, I think, on the social structure that sort of holds both of these young men in thrall, that denies one family the resources they need to get the power on and to get their family up and running and keep it running, and puts all these others into keeping a kid on a basketball floor.
Yeah, and I think that we're not polemical filmmakers. We're not Michael Moore. We're not sort of, ramming a political point of view down the throat of the viewer in this film at all. But that doesn't mean it doesn't have a point of view. And we really tried to find junctures to go back and forth between the stories that would be revealing and telling and express that point of view.
Eventually, we pre-lit Arthur's house. It was about 5 rooms. We had China lanterns, all practicals and all the bulbs, and just basically any time they turned on their home lights, our lights went on, so pretty much you were ready to shoot. Part of the reason I could do that at a certain point was when we first started out, I think we went through pretty much every format of video that there was, because we shot over such a long period of time. And as the equipment and technology got better and better, we could do less and less lighting. And the less lighting we could do, the more intimate it could be. Also, I think it's kind of nice lighting for the house.
Well, great. They got used to it. They got used to it. When you first put it up, it was like, whoa,
it's so bright.
It's so bright. But everyone got used to it, including them. And at the end of the filming, when we took it down, everyone was like, it's so dim in here.
All the reading lamps just walked out of the house with Peter's bag.
I put the China ball back up.
Right. That's right. You did.
You talk about the evolution of the technology. I mean, you can see it in the film that with regular beta at the beginning of the film, we could not hold black faces against the sky.
Or on concrete playgrounds.
It was one or the other. And of course, we always went with faces. By the end of the film, with Beta SP and the equipment you had then, we could do that.
You have to call the police, get an order of protection for him to leave me alone.
We tried very hard to make everybody be a three-dimensional, complex person on the screen. I mean, we asked ourselves all the time, are we showing good and bad sides, and are we showing the roundness and the fullness of these people? And that's one of the things that I learned from Kartemquin, and that is that, the more that you can present the full complexity of real people's lives, and the more you can throw into relief the struggles that they face existing in a world that has social strictures that surround them and limit them. So that was always the intention, was to try to, in effect, not have good guys, bad guys, but to show the society and its values and its systems that are in place that are placing limits upon these people and determining at some level outcomes of their lives.
When I played basketball, I knew what I wanted to do.
I also remember this time being a time where, as filmmakers, we sort of really began to understand what we were doing, where the stories were going, what were the kinds of things we wanted to anticipate and be there for. And we had gone from being, I think, very novice to at a point where we were at a place where we really understood where we wanted to go in terms of how we were going to make this film.
Yes.
And I think that happened very heavily in junior year.
Yes, we were living inside the story at that point, you know, and it's almost like we were living inside a Dickens novel. We felt like, you know, this was a story that had incredible, unexpected turn of events in both families' lives, and we were along for the ride. But yeah, when you're making the film, when you're shooting the film, you have to constantly be trying, I think, to tell yourself what is the story we're telling. And I think at this point, like you're saying, Peter, we were at a place where we really felt like we understood the larger implications of the story we're telling, as well as the unfolding sort of events of what's going on in these guys' lives.
There is one thing that is really true, and that is that, you know, the big shift that Peter contributed to the film was in getting us away from shooting interviews and B-roll, basically. And he said, let's go after scenes. Let's go after scenes. This is where the film lives. We want to capture these lived moments. And we were like, oh, yeah, okay, that sounds good. I mean, we weren't a hard sell, but the point is he brought that experience and he brought that knowledge about how to do that and the importance of doing that, which is something that we basically didn't have.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I think Peter pushed us in the direction of doing more of what he had done with Barbara Koppel and these other filmmakers, which was really to pursue the film more as a verite approach versus the sort of standard documentary approach. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that basically we wanted the look of the film to just be naturalistic because that's what it was. And we went out as a verite type crew.
I think the biggest crew that we almost ever had was probably in that first week. It was the three of us. We had Adam Singer doing sound.
We should say how important Adam Singer was to the project. Adam was there from day one all the way through to the end of the film.
Well, and Tom Yor.
And Tom Yor, too.
And talk about an unexpected event. It's like, oh, and by the way, I have a kid. You know, people ask about, well, why was this information included and inserted in the way that it was, in the time that it was in the film? And the answer is because that's when we found out about it.
That's right.
That's when we didn't even know about this relationship between the two of them, and we much less knew about Alicia, you know, being born.
When we found this out, as Frederick's saying, you know, he hid the fact that Catherine was even his girlfriend. We'd ask him about girls, but he was very closed-mouthed about it, and we found out later, whenever we would come over to film, Catherine would disappear. She'd either go upstairs in his apartment, and we didn't get up there, or she'd go around the block. And when we found this out and talked to him, it was somewhat similar to the discussion with Sheila about what they were going through, which was William said, I don't want this in the film. I said, why? And he said, because people are going to look at this and they're going to think that I'm just like every other black teenage guy out there who has kid out of wedlock, and that's a bad thing. And I feel like that's what I've done. And he said, well, that's true. You are conforming to that stereotype in a way. That's absolutely inescapably true. But do you plan to be in Alicia's life, you know, forever as a father? He said, well, yeah. Well, what about Catherine? Well, we're going to get married. You're really serious about that? Well, yeah, of course, we're going to get married. You know, the more we talked to him about it, the more it was like, well, you know what? You don't embody that stereotype, and that's the point. And it's important that people see that in this film, to see that here is a teenage boy having a child out of wedlock. Yep. But this is different. And if there's somebody like him out there that we show in this film, you can bet that there are other kids who don't conform to that stereotype as well.
And what I remember about that was that still, though, at that time, he just did not believe that white people could accept that from him. Mm-hmm. We couldn't convince him about that in a way. We convinced him to show, but not to actually talk about. So one of the things William talked to me about was about the idea that, you know, William and Catherine had gone through some bad stuff at Cabrini, And I think they wanted to have the kid. I think part of it was William's concept of saying that we plan to have that child.
Right.
And that we wanted to have a legacy.
Yes.
And that no one is going to believe that us, that's why we had it, that, that we didn't know about birth control, that we didn't, that. And to that day, till the end of the film, he didn't want to go there even. He didn't believe it.
If you understand where he came from, you understand that he watched people get shot in his elementary school and dodge bullets.
He had to cover up on his kids in front of his house, which was in his family in front of his house, and drag his cousins into the house.
If you understand
that was part of the reason that they decided to have a child. He wanted a legacy, and she wanted a legacy, and they loved each other.
Yeah.
And I think that's just so important for people to understand.
It would have been great if that could have been in the film.
It would have.
If you'd have felt comfortable enough to talk about that, it would have been a great thing to have included.
And I think it's important to know now that two people who, I don't know, if there was a book to be written on marriage, they should write it.
Yes.
Exactly. I'm stealing your line, but it really is true.
Well, they're still together, and they have 4 kids, so the proof is in the pudding,
But the amazing thing is that when you see them, they're happy. That's the beautiful thing.
And
they're really happy, and they have this great relationship.
And they also, they have this sense about them that it's like, why is this so hard to understand? They just feel like, well, this is how you deal with a relationship. You know what I mean? It's pretty remarkable.
El caballo. La vaca. Arthur, ¿tienes tú el libro? ¿Tienes tú el libro?
We've joked that Arthur should have his own one-man show on Broadway because he is that entertaining and that funny. He has that performer in him.
No, he will have a one-person show in Chicago. Trust me on this. Arthur will. That's
Are you
definitely
making a producing commitment here, Peter?
This is a producing commitment. Arthur needs a one-person show.
Yeah.
Most of them that have come through here and then had that type of attitude usually ends up in the streets talking about they used to play for Marshall, and if they'd have gone to class, they could have gone to any school they wanted to.
Any interview with Bedford, if it was 20-minute tape or a half-hour tape, if it was a 20-minute tape, 19 minutes was great.
Right. Best interview ever.
Yeah.
Always.
Always.
To the point, short.
Well,
and then
he never
go.
hit anything. He never hit anything, and he never pulled punches.
How's your knee? Pretty good. Easiest thing right now would be for you not to play and wait till next year.
One of the things that's really interesting throughout the film is if in Arthur's story we see these periodic connections virtually always on the court with his dad. Throughout the film we also keep checking in with Will and Pingatore and their evolving relationship, because Pingatore is a father figure to him at this time, as many coaches are, and I think we see through here the kind of push-pull between these two. There was a lot of respect between them, but there was also issues, and it comes out in many ways.
Williams' first start is the final home game of the regular season.
I don't think that we had really much impact on them when they were playing and we were there. Certainly the smaller the gym, the smaller the crowd, we were more prevalent, and in a situation like this, which is a playoff and it's packed and there's other media there especially, I don't think we had any real impact.
For St. Joseph, it certainly didn't mean anything. They had television crews at St. Joe's all the time.
It was like my injury was making him look bad. I always felt that Curtis should not be living his dream through me.
This is another sort of documentary filmmaking point. The voiceover that you hear from William all came from a doctor visit. The doctor visit, in fact, when he heard that he could lose his entire season. And I think one of the things that we discovered as we were making the film is we kind of worked into this way of working where we didn't do a lot of sit-down formal interviews. We would shoot moments, shoot scenes, and if there was a moment or opportunity, then we would ask, like in this case, ask William what he was feeling and what was going on. And I think what happens when you do that is you really do get a feeling for what they're really feeling and what's going on with them at that moment. And this voiceover came about in the midst of his feelings about what was going to happen to his career. And I think it makes for a very revealing kind of voiceover. William, through this section, leading up to the big game, where he misses the free throws, but it really was inspiring to us too, the way he fought to come back. It would have been so easy for him to just basically say, forget this season, because the doctor was essentially saying, you could come back, but it actually, the wisest course would be to kind of write this season off. But William was determined to come back, and he worked so hard on the rehab so that he could get back and be a part of this team as it headed into the playoffs, which makes what happens in the playoffs, I think, all the more sort of emotionally, heartbreaking.
At the beginning of the fourth quarter, St. Joe's leads by a point.
That was a brief shot at David.
I was going to say, there's David. Yeah.
I think this is a good scene to talk about process a little bit, because a lot of people are surprised to learn that we shot most all of the basketball except for when Arthur goes downstate and we had TV coverage to tap into. We shot all these games with one camera and constructed them out of shooting with just one camera, because in the way it's edited, you would not assume that. And we really developed a whole sort of approach to games where we would, the first quarter we would focus on getting some, general game action, and maybe the second quarter we'd focus on our player, on Arthur or William.
Trying to get some scores, trying to get some defensive plays.
That kind of thing. In the third quarter we'd focus on the crowd, or if their family was there, we'd focus on them. And then when
Coach.
and then when we get down to the fourth quarter, if it was a game that we thought was going to have real relevance and the outcome was meaningful, then we would begin to focus on trying to get what we needed to finish this, to tell the story of the game itself, and whether they're going to win or lose, and how Arthur or William did.
Or even if it wasn't meaningful, we would still have the idea of what is it that we want to get out of this game, and use the fourth quarter to do that.
But this game in particular, I'll of course never forget, because it was such a powerful finish to the game, and it was such a crazy atmosphere. It was about as exhilarating a moment from a filmmaking standpoint as you can imagine. Again, from a personal story point of view, it was tragic. It was awful. I mean, and we left there in a complete funk, because William, we knew how much this game meant to him. And meant to us. We wanted him to make those free throws.
Well, that's what's most shocking to me about this scene, is seeing Ping put William back in the game at the end of the game. I mean, and I say that full well appreciating that will to win, and knowing that that's his best chance to win with William on the floor, but at the same time,
Will wants to be there.
And Will wants to be there, but putting his whole future career at risk, and then hearing, I mean, I don't know. To me, that's amazing.
He shouldn't have been out there playing. His knee came out of place a couple of times, looked like. I mean, if winning that's important, you need to reevaluate the program.
That ain't no excuse. He got out there, so...
The thing, though, I think one of the things that makes the scene as powerful as it is the aftermath, which is, the game itself is plenty dramatic, and we know what's at stake for William, but then to hear the sort of differing views from his family about his decision, William's decision to go back into the game.
Curtis's view especially.
Curtis's view, but then Alvin putting it on that greater level of, like, if winning is what it's all about, we need to re-examine the program. And then, of course, seeing William when he comes out and dissolves into Emma's arms is, pretty heart-wrenching.
I guess what we're trying to say is that he was hurt during that game. He was constantly rubbing his knee. He was in pain. He had ripped open the operation that he had where they had put his cartilage back together. He had ripped it apart. And he was playing on a very badly damaged knee.
A lot of people say I shouldn't have played, shouldn't have came back at all.
One of the things that most people have commented to me about on the film is that it was the first time when they saw the film, where they're watching it, that for them it turned into something different, because they always expect in a Hollywood film that the player is going to hit those 2 free throws, they're going to win, and they're going to go downstate, and they're going to win it all. Him missing those free throws, for most people, just blew their minds. It was a real surprise because it was real life. It wasn't what they expected sitting in a movie theater.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So the thing on my mind is getting downstate, just making it down there. I want to be able to go all out the whole year. No setbacks, no nothing. At least coach might have to say, William, you ain't play hard this game, because when I step on that floor, I'm going to be all business, and that's it.
It's remarkable, huh?
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
Well, this was obviously a big turning point in the story for the Agees when Bo comes back, because they hadn't seen much of him, and we certainly had seen even less of him. I mean, he literally had been gone, and he'd been in Cook County Jail, and for him to make this turnaround was pretty remarkable. I think, Arthur has said recently that, Bo's turnaround in some respects could have been inspired to some degree by our filming, that, it helped make him want to kind of clean up his act. But I think that there could be some truth to that, but I think that, especially given the way Bo indeed cleaned up his act and changed his life so dramatically all the way up to his death just recently, this came from a much deeper place, obviously, than our filming.
And the fact is, Bo was still on a roller coaster ride here.
Yes.
I mean, he was not totally, together at this point.
I've had my good days. I've seen some bad days.
When Bo sang in the church, his voice was wavering, and it was weak. He was weak, and he was always a very good singer. I mean, we loved to talk music. And when I last saw him, he sang the same song. We filmed it.
Right.
And he sang it like totally on key, just rocked it out. And it was like this whole other level of confidence. And like this man, if you put the 2 pieces of music together, it was like one way of just seeing how this man had gone from one place to another.
I just want to say thank you, Lord. I want to thank the Lord. I just hope this be a lesson.
Arthur was a classic teenager to me at that point, which was he didn't know how he felt about it.
Yeah.
He didn't know if he trusted what his dad was doing or if not. That moment when he walks out in the back, of the church, and he's just sort of standing there alone. I mean, what an amazingly difficult moment for a kid to go through, because it's that point of like where his dad is sort of saying to a community, trust me again.
Right.
And he's not so sure, I think, in his own mind, can I trust him?
Well, and Bo had made attempts over the years. Bo had been in and out of trouble over the years, and he had made these kinds of attempts before, and Arthur knew he was rightly extremely skeptical, not just because he was a teenager, but just, as a son. This is my father, and okay, yeah, you're back. Okay, I've seen this before.
The other thing for me with Arthur during that time was just, it was more about Sheila to me than about Bo. Like, is this guy going to come back into the house and be a problem for my mother?
Yeah.
And he was being very protective.
And then Arthur, he was watching me. What move would I make now? Am I just...
The one thing that's unmistakable is his love for his father and vice versa. And there's no better evidence of that, really, than Bo's death recently, because Arthur has taken it the hardest of anyone, I think. And that's what Sheila says. And, nothing speaks more strongly, I think, to the bond that they had than that. The thing that was interesting about putting these 2 scenes back to back was, in some subtle ways, what we were trying to get people to think about was, what is better for a child? Is it better to have a father like Bo, who is intermittently in and out of your life, riding that roller coaster, but at times sincerely trying to be a father? Or is it better for a father who's not able to really deliver as a father to just be out of your life pretty much altogether?
I love seeing that shot of here's the car he's going to give his son with no steering wheel.
Right.
And but the point is that image tells so much about what's happening and what is going to happen. That there's not going to be some kind of sudden reconnection between these 2. He's not reinserting himself into William's life in a meaningful way again. And that was really the one and only time we saw William's dad the whole 4.5 years, was that one day.
We were fascinated with this whole idea that Art was tortured, understandably, by his relationship with his father, and Will seemed to be much more, had come to a place of acceptance of his situation because his dad just frankly wasn't there.
I always knew that I was going to be a better dad than he was.
And I also think it meant a lot, as we see here, that William was a father, and he had his own family at that point, and he knew that he could be something that his father wasn't to him.
Yeah.
She's meaning whatever she said.
Just the way in which the film evolved from being, from its initial inspiration of wanting to deal with basketball and the love of basketball and what it means, to this much larger story of family in America and race and class in America, couldn't have happened had they not been willing to let it go that way, let it open up into that story, and that made the film obviously a much richer experience.
She said, "These are her knees now."
When you're out on a date, do you have to have sex?
Oh yeah. No. Yes, you do. No. Look at him. All right, Michelle.
This was one of my favorite teachers at Marshall.
He was great.
He was great because this is a funny scene. He's trying to connect with the kids by talking about sex, but it was something that I think we felt. We don't want to paint Marshall in too rosy of hues. There were plenty of teachers at Marshall, like teachers everywhere, who could care less about really teaching students or would read the paper. My kids have teachers like that who read the paper during class. But we were struck at Marshall, I think, consistently by the teachers we met there and the ones we were dealing with was, how dedicated they were to trying to have an impact. And teachers like that teacher who doesn't live in the city, who comes from the suburbs, like a lot of teachers in the public school system, they come from the suburbs and they choose to teach in the city because they do want to make some kind of difference.
He may not graduate with his class next year.
I was always amazed, actually, by the spirit of that school, which was so intense. And I think school was very important, that the base of school was very important for the kids, regardless of how they did in school. But it was definitely a home for a lot of those kids.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about that.
The scene coming up, a lot of people have asked me over the years, why did they ever let you film this? That's the first question they ask. And I remember when we called up to talk to Pingatore about going out to do this, at first he wondered why we wanted to film it. And, the truth is we weren't going to say to him, well, we think this is awful that you're making the families pay this amount of money. They're desperately poor, and why are you doing this? And that's why we want to film it. Of course, they would never allow us to film it. So, kind of colored it in the direction, which was also true, of here is a family that is determined to pay their debts, and they want to take responsibility for this because they're so dedicated to Arthur being able to get his transcript so that he can get his degree and graduate, which is true. And it was sort of coloring it that way that made the school understand, okay, well, yeah, I understand why you want to film that. Of course, when we went to film it, it ends up being the scene that you're seeing.
Well, but it also does get situated in a story context, too, in another thing that was absolutely real, and that is it's part of Beau's comeback. It's part of his recommitment to the family, and he's saying, I want to do what I can to get my son these transcripts.
But another interesting thing about that scene was, I don't know if you remember this, but when we were filming, we went in there and we filmed it, and it happened very, very quickly. And we essentially felt like we hadn't really documented the scene enough with cutaways in order to actually reasonably tell the story in editing. So we asked them, we said, "Would you mind just talking for a little while we come over here and shoot some shots of the Agees listening to you, just so that we can cut this together? You can talk about anything you want. It doesn't matter." So what ended up happening, it becomes in many ways the heart of the scene. I mean, everything about the money and all that had already happened, but then the discussion about how is he doing, it became a much more revealing scene at that point, and where Bo does express these sentiments about wanting to be there for his son, but where you also see that St. Joe's has, moved on in a big way, and that this is really just a financial thing more than anything at this point. This is like getting the bill paid more than anything.
I use that all the time now for scenes. I say, bear with me. I just want to get some shots and whatever. Or, could you just say that again? The sound was bad. And then before you know it, somebody's off and running, giving you all kinds of rich new material that you didn't have 5 minutes ago.
Well, and the fact, one of the things that I learned is the fact is life often does repeat itself.
Yes.
That if you keep letting things go, it does repeat. People do, and a lot of times, sometimes it gets better.
But if you talk to Bo
I have
now,
to say it, Bo still takes glee in the fact that basically he made one payment. That was it. He felt his kid had been abused by that system, and for his reason, he had made the one payment. He got the transcript. St. Joe's was behind him.
I mean, again, this is a situation where, editorially we're trying to kind of have some fun with the juxtapositions here. Arthur Shannon buying shoes, Nike everywhere on the West Side, and then to the Nike camp where, everyone's wearing the Nike shoes they got at the camp, and the camp is sponsored by Nike. And, there's this is sort of the business of basketball writ large at the high school level at this point in America. To get to Nike as a ball player was sort of like, winning the lottery. That meant you were well on your way. You were definitely major college material, if not pro material. And so the atmosphere, every coach, every major college coach, every famous major college coach in America was here.
And basically, they've already assessed who it is that they want to try to get in terms of scholarships to their school. They're really just there to sort of be there visually for these kids, so for these kids to see them. And I also think it's like a great promotional thing for Nike. I mean, on the cynical side of the Nike side, it's basically William goes home into his neighborhood, all these kids do, with the new Nike clothes, the new shorts, the new shoes, months ahead of the time that kids will be able to buy them. They're the hip kids in the neighborhood because they're basketball stars. And so all these other kids in the neighborhood are going to want those Nike shoes.
And then, of course, if any of these guys become somebody worthy of an endorsement deal, Nike has made major inroads early on into forging a relationship with these guys. Meanwhile, Arthur's making $3.35 at Pizza Hut.
Yeah, I love that,
Right.
that cut, too, exactly.
And that was the most jammin' Pizza Hut kitchen ever. I still drive by that Pizza Hut all the time.
It was just down the street from me.
Yeah, I just love that Pizza Hut. And the whole thing of it being the Nike academic All-American camp.
Right.
I forget how many basketball games they play today, but academics was not a huge part of it.
Well-
And, I mean, it gave them some exposure, but it truly was not a big part of it.
Well, you know what it is, though? They actually spent a lot more time in class than you would ever imagine at this camp. And the guys were actually surprised. They were like, we were only playing basketball 4 hours a day or something, But, the real reality, as you're saying, was it ain't about the academics. I mean, it's great that they provided that, and some of the people that were doing the academic programs, like Frank there that just went by, were very sincere and earnest about wanting to do that for these kids. But it's really about all those guys up in the stands looking down at all these players, looking for, the next Michael Jordan. I mean, that's really what it's about.
One of the things that I really like about this sequence is that we could really, for the first time, sort of lay bare the economic underpinnings of the whole system. It was really great and fortuitous. We didn't know that it was going to happen, that Spike Lee showed up. And we could, have him say for us what was some of our experience and some of our point of view in the film. but also to have these guys talk about, like Kevin O'Neill. I really appreciate his comment saying, you know, we're coaches. If we don't win, we get fired. It's that simple. And, you know, the pressure is immense.
We've got to win to keep our jobs. We've got to fill the arena to keep our jobs. And if we don't, they fire us.
It's about economics. It's about putting people in those seats in those college auditoriums across the country and getting that NCAA tourney TV money at the end of the year. It's all about that. And so, you know, at some level, it's a joke when you talk about amateur athletics.
And remember, the camp's run by Sonny Vaccaro, who at the time was the guy who masterminded putting Nike logos on every team in America. So high school teams, you know, it started with college, then it went to high school, now it's in grammar schools. And, you know, it's an amazing thing that here's a guy who started selling shoes out of the back of his car, and he took it this far in how many years? I mean,
right. And then he moved on to Adidas.
And he's done the same thing with Adidas, yeah.
When we would try to get interviews, a number of the coaches said, well, you know, I'll be happy to talk to you, but I can't talk about the player. And it's one of those like arcane NCAA rules at the time, which may or may not be true now, I don't know. But a number of these coaches, the only reason they cooperated with us and did interviews with us, frankly, and this goes for Bobby Knight as well as for Kevin O'Neill and probably for Joey Meyer too, is because they knew we were doing this film on William. They were very interested in William, and they saw this as, well, I'll talk to these guys because, you know, he's close to these guys. It can't hurt to talk to these guys.
We have William's ear.
In the midst of all of that, there are guys here, there are young ball players here who are testing themselves against the great players around the country and trying to prove to themselves how good they are. And you notice in this sequence how William's feelings about the camp evolve. Early on, he's upset because nobody's passing the ball and playing team ball because everybody's trying to be a star. And later on, when he starts to really, you know, make it happen, his spirits go right through the roof, and he's feeling great, you know. And then, of course, he hurt himself.
Feels I'm one of them.
Right.
I can hold my own here. One thing that's important to say is that we could have been a lot tougher about everything that happened to these kids concerning basketball. We could have been tougher on coaches, characters that are in the film, the recruiting process, all different things about this. But I think ultimately it's a very complex issue, and what we were doing was trying to track the story of these two kids. We weren't trying to do an expose on what, you know, the pluses and minuses of what their, you know, what they would call a career track was. And I just think it was important that people know that we weren't going out we could have been much harder. We could have been much more, you know, incisive in the way that we looked at all of these different issues. What was important was William and Arthur and their families and what happened to them.
This is a scene that was interesting from a process standpoint of how we shot it. We met the guidance counselor, Mrs. Mitchell, when we did an interview with her about how Arthur was doing academically, and she said at that time, you know, he wasn't doing well, and she was going to sit him down and give him a good talking to and really lay into him over how he was treating his schoolwork. And of course we said, well, you know, we'd like to film that. And so when she was ready to do that, we made arrangements to be there and to film. And so we started filming. And if you were to look at the raw footage of this sequence, you'd see her sitting there going, now, Arthur, I think you could work a little harder in school. She was totally soft-pedaling it. And at one point, I remember pulling her aside and saying to her, literally pulling her aside when she was meeting with Arthur, because there was a lull in the action. We were changing tape or something. Mm-hmm. And I said, Miss Mitchell, I thought you were going to give him a good talking to. You're not doing that. And she said, well, I feel funny about the camera being here. I feel like I can't do that. And you know, I said, you need to do that. I mean, you need to do that because Arthur needs to hear it, and because that's really what you want to do. Forget about us. And to her credit, she forgot about us, and she actually did what she intended to do, and we were able to capture it. But it's interesting from the standpoint of where documentary reality meets true reality. Well, and my contention is we actually got the true reality by interceding, not by letting it play out the way it would have played out.
It's also interesting, I'm not so sure she would have even met with Arthur if she didn't know that we were filming, because Arthur was one of those kids.
But she intended to meet with him.
She intended to meet with a lot of kids. I
Yeah.
mean, that was one of the things about having two counselors for a school. You were either like one of those kids if you were doing not well, or if you were doing really well,
right?
You were met with. The kids in the middle, who were much more like Arthur, the tendency was that they didn't get met so much. So I think in a way it helped in the sense that we were filming that Arthur did get a little guidance.
The fact that he was a subject of the film sure didn't hurt.
Once we talked to her about it, I think it put it on the agenda.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You could tell that it was sort of like, I should get Agee on my books.
Right.
Because I think she took care of 800 or 900 students.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It reminds me too, though, of how forgiving kids can be, and they never get credit for it. I mean, I'm sitting here listening to you guys say this, and Arthur's there, and he's the one who's receiving the brunt of her heat if she's coming down on him. And teenagers are so immensely forgiving when they understand that, in effect, that you're working for their own best interest, even if it means, in effect, somebody getting in their face partly because of your being there. I really want to acknowledge him for that, Arthur especially.
If you're looking for a progressive college basketball program with experienced leadership and a winning tradition, then
This scene to me is really important because this is really a scene that people had not seen before about what happens in college basketball, about how a kid is recruited.
When they come home.
When they come to do a home visit, where you have these coaches coming into an inner city family's home, it could be in a country kid's home, it doesn't matter, but how these coaches do the deal and how the negotiations go on. Like with Curtis here is a very interesting case, having been recruited before and being able to ask the questions.
Yeah, it's a great moment for Curtis, I think.
Well, and I think it's interesting, too, to note that there are probably other coaches who would not have let us do this. And not because they would have done anything illegal or anything different from what Kevin O'Neill did, but Kevin O'Neill, rightly so, I think, saw it in his own best interest to let us do this.
Absolutely. He was trying to build a program, and he wanted William.
Well, Roy Williams at Kansas turned us down. William was going to go visit Kansas, too, and they were very interested, and they made it clear that they weren't going to allow us to film.
Then I'm not looking at any other players.
So what? The first one signed this?
Well, that's what it's going to come down to. If I tell you that, hey, you're our guy and this and that, and I lose you to Kansas, Indiana, North Carolina State or something, I'm out of luck. The president's saying to me, boy, Kev, I thought you were recruiting a guard. It's a tough situation, but it's something that has to be done.
What I find interesting about Kevin O'Neill in this film is what you're saying, too. He saw this as certainly, at the very least, a shrewd opportunity to rise above the pack of coaches recruiting William by cooperating. But Kevin O'Neill always sort of fashioned himself as the straight-talking coach. I'm the guy that's going to give it to you straight. I'm not going to dress up my language and speak in euphemisms. I'm going to give you the straight story. And it was part of his shtick. It was It was actually part of what made him an effective recruiter, because everything he was saying in that meeting was not true. I mean,
exactly.
At one point he talked about, it's not in the film, but at one point he talked about how, somebody asked a question about, well, what if William doesn't go to class regularly and all of that? He said, well, when that happens, the whole team has to show up at 6 a.m. and watch that player who didn't show up at class run the steps of the stadium for an hour. And your teammates have to sit there and watch you do it. And everyone in the room was very impressed with that. Of course, when you talked to William a few years later and said, did that ever happen? He said, no, of course that never happened.
Had these phony newspapers written up.
Notre Dame 77, Marquette 76. Gates is out high.
One of the things that was true of all of us was that we wanted to look at this in a complex way, because we ourselves look at sports in a complex way as people who played sports but also are not unaware of the downsides, the business aspect of sport. I mean, I think that's one of the things that a lot of people don't give people, particularly in the inner city, credit for, is having a sense of perspective and intelligent and incisive insight into their own lives and what they're dealing with. They're not that innocent and naive. You see it both in the terms of the way the guys work with basketball and work the system. If you ask Arthur and William today, are you sorry if you had to do over again, would you go through all of that? They would tell you, yes, I would absolutely go through it.
Talk to any
leading black people on the campus?
The leading black people?
Yeah. You know, well, whoever might be in charge of all the black students on campus. What kind of community life they have for the blacks there.
I love this scene.
I love it.
Well, and what it says is, you know, so much about racial and cultural difference in the country.
It's such a
painful.
total social disconnect.
Yeah.
You know, and it's so uncomfortable for both of them. It's just sort of like,
Well, William's brilliant in the scene.
Yeah.
I mean,
The leading black people?
he's absolutely brilliant. When the film came out, there was a screening in Oak Park where I live at the Lake Theater that Coach Doyle in that scene attended. And, you know, we got sued by St. Joe's. They were not happy with the portrayal of St. Joe's in the film. And he came up and he said, you know, it's pretty tough on us. But you know what? It's true. I learned something about myself watching this film today. I learned that some of my jokes, they're not very sensitive, that I'm not really recognizing where they come from and what they've been through. And I just thought that was the most stand-up thing a guy could do.
I'm fixing him a birthday dinner today. It's his 18th birthday.
I certainly love the sweet potato pie that Sheila makes, I'll say that.
Yes, she does make
very,
excellent.
very good.
This is like one of those moments. We went there to document an 18th birthday. You know, it's like a typical kind of teenage marker. We didn't have any expectation that Sheila would talk about this, about making it to 18, and it changed the whole temper of what we were doing. And that's one of the exhilarating parts of doing this kind of film is when you think something is going to be one thing that's fine, you know, and actually, frankly, predictable, and then it becomes something else that's far more interesting.
But the important thing is for filmmakers to just anticipate the fact that something like this is going to happen and that it just isn't a normal 18th birthday probably,
Right.
that it is something more.
And of course,
Just as his high school graduation and even middle school graduation for so many inner city kids.
Right.
and the all-time coolest blowing out of candles ever captured.
Yeah.
2 months after his 18th birthday, Arthur is cut off public aid.
This is what I brought to their attention. He's still a full-time student. He haven't graduated yet. So why would you all cut him off?
I mean, this section with Sheila analyzing their plight vis-a-vis the larger, culture. I think this is one of those moments where you really, at least subtly, if not more so, you get the sense that we are outsiders in her world and that she is telling us what it means to live her life and their lives. I mean, this is one of the most powerful statements in the film to me.
Can you imagine a person living on that? Do you all wonder sometimes, how am I living? Or how do my children survive? Or how they living?
When I was at the birthday party, was one of those times where I realized I was so far away from their world. You think all the time, oh, I'm hip, I'm cool, I know these things. I read, I'm active politically, I'm all of this. I knew zilch. And I think this whole section reflects a lot of that for me when I look at it.
Well,
this was like one of the great reasons to be a documentary filmmaker, is because when you get to this point with the subjects that you're with, you learn more than you could learn in any school, from any book, from anything.
When William saw the film, when we showed it to his family, let them watch it before it was done, and when I asked him what he thought of it, he said that that the film showed how he went from being a great ball player to being an average ball player. And I was like, well, I don't know if I agree with that, but you're okay with that feeling that way? And he said, well, it's what happened, and people should see it. And I think that was one of the things that struck us about both families, is the courage to put their lives so openly and intimately on display. What I have heard from people over the years is when it comes to Arthur and William, I've had people say many times, it's like, I watch this film and I think, basketball's bad for them. Then a little later, I think, no, it's good for them. They need it. No, I'm not so sure it's good for them. I mean, they really wrestle with this very question of, the business of sports and dreams in these kids' lives. And I think that is what we wanted people to do. We want you to think about those things and wrestle with them in a complicated way.
And with those families, I think you take the ride of the emotional roller coaster of what I think they're going through.
It was like the Nation critic who said, my favorite quote that I can remember anything about the film was, the film had a script by God. I mean, and I think he's right in the sense that it was this kind of incredible ride.
Fortunately, God loves basketball.
I thought of it more Shakespearean because everybody intertwined and, it was this incredibly bizarre, unique thing. And then there would be these scenes where suddenly everyone was all there. It was like the end of a third act of a play.
Right. Here's one of our great cuts.
Here it is, folks. Have fun in basketball right here. This scene.
Hope we're not patting ourselves on the back.
Well, I was going to say, this is one of the easier cuts.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it was a brainless match cut.
Right.
It was very interesting to me about how Coach Bedford just let his kids be his kids, be who they were, be themselves, have individuality where, Ping's program wanted them to be in a certain way, in a very strict college way that you would see any of these, if you saw a college team walking down the airport, that's what they would look like.
Yeah.
The other thing that was great about Bedford is that he did so many things for the kids. I remember we were asking one time about, how do you deal with all these kids? They all, like kid like Arthur. He goes, every kid on my team has problems.
Right. Mm-hmm. He said, I can't be a dad to all these kids.
But at the same time, he was.
Yeah.
And that's what was so wonderful about it. He never said anything about it, but this was a guy who brought groceries home to kids' homes.
To the Agees.
To the Agees. He was just this amazing, great guy.
Well, and still is.
And still is, absolutely. And was also has been he's been very politically active within the coaches associations about making high school basketball a good thing. One of the things that was very interesting was his comments about recruiting. Was basically he said, I don't recruit because all these schools now recruit openly for basketball players. Well, I don't recruit. I just get the guys in my neighborhood, and that's what it is.
Well, and the way he said it was
I'm
great.
too old, I'm tired.
The way he said it was great. Is like, why do I want to drive a kid home back down to the south side after a game because I've recruited a kid so far away? I'm not going to do that.
It was just so great.
Well, the reason I say, and still is because at Bo's funeral, I talked to some of the guys from Marshall, and they said even though he's retired, he still comes around to games. He's still looking after kids long after he's been, he's not drawing a paycheck. So that's the kind of guy he is.
This game here is the only game in Hoop Dreams where Pingatore let us put a wire on him.
But Coach Pingatore feels they're not ready for the impending playoffs.
For 4 years, we were obsessed with the fact of just trying to get a mic on Ping during an actual basketball game. It took us 4 years. And so it was so exciting, the game that we got.
Jesus, will you cut it out and quit acting like a baby? Yeah, quit crying.
We've talked about how he's reaming out the team, he's going after him and stuff. The fact was, they were blowing this team out.
Yeah.
I mean, they were killing the team.
But they weren't blowing them out enough.
Right. Not enough. Well, they only won by like 33. But I mean, it was just like, you could only imagine, what would it be like in a tight game?
And that's why he agreed to doing it, though, because the game itself was largely meaningless from his perspective. I remember doing the Cartemquin online and saying, isn't there anything that we can put in here that shows Ping in a more positive light? I mean, we looked really, really carefully at all of the footage that we had, and most of what we left out would have made that portrait worse.
But I think we show Ping doing a lot of positive things for William.
Yes.
He helps him as a father figure. He helps him in a lot of ways. What's complex is his reasonings for helping him, but the fact is he does help him.
Well, and I think again, even between the three of us, there was a range of responses to that. I mean, I think absolutely there are things in the film that we knew would make him not look good, but I think that there's something about sitting in a theater and watching any film, but particularly a documentary about real people, which encourages you to sit in judgment and decide who's good and who's bad.
We're conditioned to that by watching other movies.
And I think
there's
that,
good and bad. There's evil. I mean, we've talked about that with Ping forever. You're almost trapped into that form of the way people view something.
Well, and those are largely Hollywood constructs, but yes, we're subject to them ourselves.
And I think it's something you have to fight against.
I don't care what his coach said. I know the game was important, but this was more important. And his coach...
This is a very revealing scene, too, because it's really Catherine's chance to really speak her views.
Unless it was like a death or something like that.
For me, that's probably my worst moment in the film. I got so entranced when I'm shooting.
It was all wide shot.
Basically, when you're shooting, you're always thinking about how do you lengthen or shorten a scene and give the editor something to work with. And then I realized
that shot of Alicia,
I had it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's all that's there.
And the funny thing is the next day, I could swear that I had done shots.
Yes, yeah. I know. I remember we
argued about it. But it was one of those moments where it was sort of like, it's also, they were like 17-year-olds talking about this stuff. I had never seen anything like that.
Right.
And just hearing it, I just got like locked.
When we interviewed Catherine recently, she says people give her a hard time about this scene. Because they say, why are you not supporting him in his dream? You're being basically selfish. And of course, she's not buying it.
Well,
which is one of the things that makes Catherine so great.
Well, and what's so great about Catherine is Catherine had a dream. Catherine went to college with a baby. I mean, this was an incredibly, and still is, an incredibly strong woman who's almost got her degree now.
And the irony is she sacrificed that dream a lot of the years for William's dream. Because she didn't go to school when he was in school at Marquette. She was raising kids. She didn't do it basically for years until now.
She put William first,
suspended
absolutely,
it.
And family first.
This whole sequence was one that we really came to, I think, like a lot because Arthur always had a very interesting view on school.
Is that a euphemism?
But the fact that he picked butterflies, which this is a great shot. I mean, I know it's a pedestrian shot in a way, but it was like immediately to see that he was doing a paper on butterflies, we were extremely curious. And this is a scene that deviates from the style of the film a little bit because other than the scene near the very beginning of the film where we talk to Arthur in the car on the way out to St. Joe's and you hear interaction between us and subject, this is really, I think, about the only other place in the movie where it happens.
But I just want to hear how you write.
Well, as the people bloom into another year, the year just changed.
And I think generally our policy was to cut out any questions and interactions, to cut ourselves out as much as possible. But this was one where we really felt like it helped to, I think, reveal Arthur's attitudes because we actually liked his paper. We thought his paper was coming along fine, but his attitude about it and feelings about it and frustrations with being questioned about it was part of what I think made the scene.
Well, and it wasn't for lack of trying. We cut it every other which way, and it just didn't work. And it really works fine the way it is.
Arthur's latest report card shows he's failing both Spanish and science.
He rushes through his work. As you see, he's turning in. He just missed one assignment.
The school was incredibly open in allowing us. We really became fixtures there, and if anybody's ever tried to film in schools before, it's not easy. It's not easy with the commotion that you create, and it's not easy for administrations and for teachers because it can be quite vulnerable, and they can be quite vulnerable in these situations with cameras around. And this is classic Bedford, call it like it is.
Well, and again, this is something that just happened. We were there, and he popped into the office. We had set up the Clarence Webb scene, not set it up, but I mean, we knew it was going to happen, wanted to film it. We didn't know this was going to happen.
No, we used up all the documentary gods' pixie dust in this film, I think.
Well, don't say that too strongly, because there are other films of ours out there.
That's true.
Man, you remember I told you whatever I start, I finish. I'm not like some people I know.
For a lot of people, this is one of their favorite scenes in the whole movie.
Yeah. Well, and we debated for a long time whether to keep this in the film or not.
Oh, is that amazing or what?
It is amazing.
Debated it.
Well, and I think it's a good thing because, you know, you have to, as they say, sacrifice those babies that are near and dear to you in order to make the story work as ruthlessly as sometimes it needs to work. But, you know, at the end of the day, as they like to say, you know, it was really a matter of, well, okay, even if this is off the subject, as it were, and it goes into Sheila's story in a way more than Arthur's, what is the soul of the film? And this film, this scene, this sequence speaks to the soul of the film, I think, more than just about any other scene in the movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you.
We were filming through our own tears during this. I mean, when she says, and people told me I wouldn't be anything, it was just, you know.
I didn't think I could do it.
I think you could do it.
But I think part of what really makes the scene more than just a moving emotional triumph for Sheila is, you know, by the end of this, that you see that there's hardly anyone there. And that, you know, this great triumphant moment for someone that, you know, was near and dear to us and near and dear, I think, to people watching the movie, happened in, you know, sort of virtual anonymity. They sang this song at Beau's funeral.
Yeah.
I'm happy and I sing because
And that is, I think, another of the really good point of view cuts in the film is from this empty hall at the end of the film. I think Gene Siskel was one of the few critics to sort of pick up on that. And
It's my absolute favorite cut in the film.
Yeah, you go from this absolutely empty hall where these women have, you know, achieved against unbelievable odds something wonderful, to an absolutely full basketball stadium.
When I moved to Chicago and Frederick moved to Chicago and we decided to pursue this film, when it was just going to be this half-hour film on street basketball, we both thought immediately that the place to go and try and do this would be Cartemquin, because we didn't have a track record. And we knew their work from our grad school days at Southern Illinois University, and we knew that they had a history of doing socially relevant, interesting documentaries.
They've really been supporters also of neighborhoods in Chicago. Their films have reflected important critical social stances.
And Cartemquin is also, it's a company that has been here for 35, 40 years. They've never really gotten their due. They have an incredible record of films and filmmakers that they've mentored. I'm one of the filmmakers they mentored. In my mind, you know, they're on the same level as the Maisels in New York or anyone else in terms of creating a community of documentary filmmakers.
So we went to Cartemquin. We met with Gordon Quinn back in '86 and said, you know, we're these guys, you know, with this idea to do this film. And Gordon looked at our proposal and looked at how tall we were and how much we liked basketball and kind of took a flyer on these guys, you know, on us, and said, okay, this looks like an interesting project. When it did blossom and when it did get to be a bigger project, even before we got money, you know, they were with us through that whole process and really, you know, not only gave us credibility and guidance, but gave us a home in which to pursue this project.
Gordon, for me, the most significant creative contribution that he made was really in the editing room. When Steve and I were there primarily, you know, sort of tearing our hair out over the last year and a half, and we had at some level some differences of aesthetic opinion as to where things should go and how they should go and whatnot. And he really came into the editing room and helped us resolve exactly, what the film needed to be. And he was extremely fair and open about all of that. And, to my mind, that was a key significant contribution that he made.
And we should also mention Bill Hogsey, who was the other editor and made an enormous contribution to the film.
I mean, they took an incredible, incredible risk with us. They floated us money at time, they floated us equipment at time, they did everything possible to help us get this film done.
Arthur Agee, you lead the butch. You got 7 turnovers. Even for the guards, that's too many. This is a good win for you, but it doesn't mean anything.
I actually really appreciate Bedford's psychologizing there with the team. I mean, they're so high, and he definitely does not want them to peak with this game. He definitely wants to get them ready for the state tournament. So he's saying, you guys made all kinds of mistakes. And he really keeps them focused on what they need to do.
It was just such sweet vindication for Arthur, this whole run.
Nearly 4 years after discovering Arthur on the playground, Earl Smith shows up to see Arthur win his first playoff game.
I figured.
Well, talk about another fortuitous circumstance.
Yes. Yes.
Here's Earl.
This day, starting with this game, runs about 9.5 minutes of the film. And the only reason I remember that was because at some point in the editing, it was such an astounding day of importance to the film and what happened that I made a point of measuring how long it ended up in the finished film. Because so many things important to both these kids, the binding of these two stories together, their fates, and Earl as the glue. Earl, who we started the film with. I mean, I wish we could claim to be smart enough to have suggested that Earl take Arthur out to St. Joe's for the game, but we didn't. And Earl came to us and he said, I'm thinking about taking Arthur out to go see Joe play. They always called it just Joe. He goes, you think that's a good idea? We said, yeah, that sounds like
this was the day for me where it was pure Shakespearean. It was like Shakespearean drama. Every character in the film just sort of meshed.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah. And Arthur returning to St. Joe's, I mean, all those things. And it was one astounding sort of dramatic turn after another.
Well, and the interview with Earl, I mean, the fact that he's coming back into his life, he's a changed man.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about bookends. He's a changed man at this point in the film. He's really taken a hard look at what he was as a recruiter and decided, you know what? I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah,
it was a mistake.
Recruiting.
He's done with recruiting.
Yeah. I love this stuff in the hall with him.
Arthur Agee, sophomore.
I mean, this is what we missed freshman year, frankly, the sense of him being in this school, and you kind of get it through this sequence, that he was a part of this school, had friends, teachers that he liked. It is amazing. Arthur's had this, he's in the midst of this incredible success at Marshall. It's a perfect time for him to come back here. If he hadn't been having a good season and Earl had said, hey, you want to go out to see St. Joe's play? I think he would have said, nope. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
But he was able to kind of return with some measure of triumph, even minimal as it was at this point. We had no idea just how far it was going to go. And he felt it was almost like going to your high school reunion when you were ready for it.
Well, and one of the things that I've always enjoyed speculating on was what might have happened if both of these boys went to different schools and played for different coaches. I mean, one of the amazing things that I think you could argue is that Arthur really would have benefited from staying at St. Joe's and playing under Coach Pingatore. He needed that structure. He needed that discipline. He needed people on him all the time, both academically and on basketball courts, to sort of keep him focused. And William, at some level, might have really benefited from playing under a looser coach like Coach Bedford, where he could have let his own gifts kind of come to the fore and not be felt so constrained by a strong structure that Pingatore had.
One of the things that was very interesting about doing this film is that we shot on videotape because there was no other way for us to do it. It would have been impossible for us to shoot on film. And this was, I think, the first film that was shown in theaters as a 1:8:5 normal projected movie from video to film. And that was hellish for us. If you can imagine doing an online, finishing an entire 3-hour film and going and getting the 35 millimeter print back from a piece of it and not being able to see people's faces. Basically, it took 6 months of playing around to get the film acceptable to be viewed. Now, if you go to places like, Sundance or any film festival, 45 to 50% of all the films, and I'm not just talking documentaries, I'm talking, narrative films too, are films that originated on tape and then are blown up to film. So it really was, in that sense, it was a very groundbreaking film. A matter of fact, to the point where a lot of people just didn't think it was releasable because of what it was on.
This was a painful moment.
Yeah.
It was a great day and one of the hardest days also.
Yes. Well, and coming up here shortly with the end of this game and William walking off the floor, I think is one of the great shots of the film and one of Peter's ballsiest moments as a cameraman, which is what makes it a great shot. He got up there and walked off right next to William. You see him walking off the floor, and you see the other team celebrating behind. And I remember at some point asking William, were you kind of pissed off at us for being that close to you at that moment? And he said, I didn't even notice you guys.
Yeah.
I remember that too.
Right here.
Yeah, he just stayed with him.
It's an incredible shot. And that was perfect. There's Miss Weir with Alvin.
So what? This ain't no time to be teaching nobody no lesson.
And there's Emma the rock for him, whenever, in these moments.
I really loved it that Arthur was there and could be there for him.
Yeah.
Because if there's anybody who understood the pain that William was feeling at this time, it's Arthur.
Absolutely. This scene has prompted people to ask, well, these guys must have had more of a relationship than the film shows because, they say they love each other here shortly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's true, they did. I mean, and I do think that freshman year at St. Joe's that we missed in terms of documenting.
We would have seen it.
We would have seen that.
Yeah.
But the film was part of what brought them together at St. Joe's. I mean, they've said that they kind of shared this common experience.
But it is also true that a lot of that is in the book.
Yes.
Ben Jarofsky did a great job of going back and doing the research to basically establish that freshman year relationship in ways that we never could in the film.
Right. We missed it.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to just have them talk about it. We wanted to see it. It's funny, when we interviewed them recently, they revealed to us, which we never knew, that they used to get together occasionally during the course of the time we were filming, and they were very careful not to tell us because they did not want us. They knew we'd want to film it, and they wanted this private time with each other to be able to kind of talk about stuff, and I think probably talk about the experience of being in the film and all of that, not just their own lives, but about this film, and not have to deal with us. And I thought that was pretty great, actually.
Yeah. Good luck. I'm gonna be watching. Don't forget, hey, stay in touch.
This is the more than any other scene where my heart breaks for Ping.
Mm-hmm.
And I see how invested this man is in winning and how his own heart is breaking. And yet he's covering up as best he can, which isn't very good, but he's covering it up.
But I also think he also had the feeling of he messed up. I mean, I think in a certain way that...
In a basketball sense? Or
yeah, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That Arthur and William would have been a pretty strong combination.
In the backcourt.
But I also think what's going on in that scene, which is great, is that despite Ping's heartbreak at this loss and despite those feelings, he has followed Arthur, and I feel in that scene that his interest goes beyond him as a basketball player or a guy that used to play for him. I mean, that's what forged it. But he does seem to genuinely want the best for Arthur, you know?
Oh,
and it comes through strongly, which I think speaks well of him at this moment.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
I want him close to home, you know, and I'm kind of leaning your way because I just thank God that he's getting into it. You know, somebody do want him.
I love the giddiness of the parents of Bo and Sheila through this. You know, they are just on cloud 9 with these scouts.
Okay,
all right, that's Art's got to stick together. I'm over Kennedy King.
Kennedy King?
Yeah.
Okay.
May the best man win.
I thought Mom was a cheerleader.
Oh, thanks. Thank you for the compliment.
His parents seem to think he may pass the ACT.
He may what?
He may pass.
Bedford's deadpan. Exactly. So what? He what?
Right. Pass. Right.
Hey, would you get excited if a college coach came up and talked to you?
Not really.
What he's quoting there, of course, is the question we've asked him. That's the question we've asked him because we can't. We're projecting all of our fantasies onto Arthur. This is the dream that we wanted, or at least I wanted.
Oh, I wanted it.
You know, as a kid to be recruited by college teams. And so he's quoting to his buddy here what we've been asking him.
Yeah, by way of saying, aren't we stupid to even ask that question, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the fourth round against heavily favored Taft.
Well, this is like the march to the state championship, which we didn't know at the time was going to be the march to the state championship. We kept waiting for them to lose, basically. We thought, well, it's going to happen sooner or later.
But we got to keep showing up and filming every game until it does.
That's right. And you got to treat every game like it could be the last. And
Right.
just like the coaches tell them, you got to treat every game like it's your last. We had to treat every game like it could be our last.
And this was a lot of fun to film.
It was.
It really was.
There were actually more games than we show here because we eliminated a couple, believe it or not.
Well, and we condensed the presentation of some of them, too.
Do you guys feel you can play with any team in the city?
On any given day, we can play with anybody. We can beat anybody.
And there's the classic sports cliche.
You know, when the film came out, the people who were experienced in dealing with the media was not us. It was William and Arthur. You know, here are these guys from the age of 14 who dealt with the media in very professional and sophisticated ways from the time that they were kids.
Winners of last year's state crown, they were labeled the best team in the country. King has sparked controversy by out-recruiting rivals for the biggest and best grammar school players.
A lot of people, when they remember Hoop Dreams, if they haven't just watched it, don't think the film is narrated. And I don't think that's just a statement on the quality of my delivery, but I think it's actually a compliment to the film because our goal in doing the narration throughout the film, and it comes into play very prominently through this section, was to make it as minimal and spare as possible, to not editorialize in the narration, to basically just give you some basic facts so that we could move you from one thing to another without
clarity.
Clarity, without having to spin it all out. We actually could have put far less narration in this film if we wanted to. It would have made us make other choices that we did not want to make.
Well, we didn't want a 4-hour film, for one thing, and that definitely would have made it longer. But that was the editing strategy. I mean, that's sort of how I traditionally approach cutting any film, is to first sort of lay out all of the information in the film, sort of see what tells itself, in effect, and then what needs to be cut and condensed and then presented in some other shorter form. But one of the things, too, I mean, while talking about narration, we went through a long process in deciding to have Steve narrate the film, and it wasn't an easy process. I mean, logic sort of dictated that it be a celebrity, first of all, that we get a name behind the film, and I think we wisely decided, well, that will be a major distraction, because then you'll be thinking, ooh, you know, that's Richard Gere who's telling us about Arthur and William, or
I think it would have been Richard Gere.
Well, he's on my mind.
James Earl Jones.
I'm thinking of him for narrating my next film. Yeah. Well, but see, that's a secondary decision then, too, would be to have African-American narrator, which we also decided against wisely, I think, because we in no way wanted to hide the fact that we were white filmmakers filming this black subject matter, basically. And we thought at some level that would be an obfuscation that we couldn't live with, our consciences couldn't live with.
Yeah, and I think even if you don't get it explicitly that this narrator must be one of the filmmakers, you get it implicitly. That this obviously can't be a professional. It's obviously its function is different than if James Earl Jones were doing the narration.
Arthur simply holds the ball as the clock ticks away.
This is a moment of being fortunate enough to have the camera in the right place at the right time. I mean, you couldn't pick a better spot for this play, this pivotal play, to unfold from the standpoint of shooting.
This was the height of basketball at its best, especially when you look at these kids from Marshall, what they experienced in this run through the city championship, all the way to going down to state. I mean, Bedford says it. This is something they will remember their entire life. This is something that will bind these kids together forever. It'll bind them within that community forever. And it was just a really wonderful thing to watch.
Well, and not just for the kids too, Peter. It's for Dad. It's for this family. You really saw the way in which a sport can pull a family together, can be part and parcel of mending a family. When Arthur hugs his dad, it's
you can only think back.
It's extremely moving.
You can only think back to that day on the playground, right?
Yeah.
And then you see this kid hugging his dad like that.
Look at this. I mean, this is just,
again, shivers for me when I see it.
Yeah. Look, he won't let go of her.
Yeah.
He's crying. She was screaming when she opened the door. When the door opened below, we heard her up there screaming about the paper and what had happened. I mean, it was just an incredible time for them. They were so proud. Even though Bo was back in the family, we had not seen this kind of connection among them until this run, until this.
We hadn't seen Sheila smile like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
look
just,
at Bo. Look at
him.
You're always trying to build your children up and saying, well, you all could do it, but, really lying on the inside a little bit, saying, well, you got a long haul. But, this...
I love that.
That's a beautiful statement.
It's so true.
It's so true.
There is parenting at the best.
Exactly.
I was going to say, my kids were really young at this point, but I have come to really appreciate that comment.
And also, I think that whole concept of they really were David versus Goliath. I mean, King was the national champion of the previous year, national champ.
And ranked number one again.
With 2 7-footers. And here's this really ragtag team in many ways with an insane amount of heart. That was the thing that was so, Marshall for me was just such a joyful experience, that group of kids.
Yeah.
It was just so much fun to be around.
And, our feeling is that after that game and that moment, that this was complete anticlimax. And so when in the cutting, you should get the sense from the start that they're going to win. And it's really about William being there, that William shows up for this championship game.
And William watching what he had always dreamt about.
Yeah, yes.
Well, in effect, it gets rolled into the celebration. It becomes part of the celebration of the last game.
And, William's very generous at that moment, too, because you know what he's feeling,
That's killing him.
Yeah.
Well, it's both. I mean, I think it's genuinely happy
Absolutely.
for Arthur.
Oh, yeah, but it's but
that's
still,
what I mean. It's a great...
He's a competitor, though, too.
Sure. Well, and that was
takes
the
a
moment
lot.
that he expected that he would have. Plus, it gave us a nice avenue to go back to his story, a nice linchpin, into his story.
Right.
Because we needed a break after all that basketball anyway, before going downstate.
Taking a test now, this was for the 4th time. Now, if you add all those up, it comes out to 17.
This was William's state tournament, which was him having to pass the ACTs so that he could play freshman year at Marquette.
Well, and the other thing, I think this does reflect well on St. Joe's at this moment, because the truth is that at Marshall, this kind of attention wouldn't have been possible to focus and push and make a kid take it 4 times in order to pass. And they really, really pushed it, and Ping got him to the ACT classes and all that. I mean, they really, really took this very seriously.
It really hit me making this film more than any other film, which is that there really is so little difference in my mind to a Hollywood feature or any kind of really great feature film and a really good documentary. A great story is a great story. It's a different way of approaching getting the story, but ultimately it's the story that counts.
We always loved it whenever we would get out of Chicago, when the story would take us out of Chicago, because like when we went to Princeton, New Jersey for the Nike camp, or in this case when we went even downstate to Champaign, we just felt like it really helped open up the story and open up their world.
Well, and this, for me, I grew up in Champaign, and this was my dream. I wanted to play in this hall ever since I was, literally 6 years old. I used to watch the University of Illinois teams play all the time and played high school basketball in town. I never got that chance, obviously, to play on the floor here, but I was pretty thrilled to be able to be filming on the floor.
Justice has it. Justice 1-on-2. Nice move. Let me tell you, this may be the quickest.
In the media glare of a statewide
And, one of the things that's really great about them going downstate, of course, is that Marshall, being an inner city public school, they played only other city of Chicago schools. They were in the public league, and so for them to go downstate and get to play against teams from all around the state and be in this truly sort of bigger than life environment, was pretty thrilling.
It's interesting, too. I'm just watching it. I mean, that's a shot that we got from the TV broadcast, but mostly we just used the announcers' voices in a way to sort of carry the story. So it kind of relieved us of that burden of telling you where you were in the game, and we made sort of choice editing decisions from their own narration of the game to sort of narrate it for us.
Yeah, you're right. That was another absolute,
windfall.
Windfall, right?
Yeah.
But any of these angles are all from the broadcast. This angle is always, and we're leaning on it some, but you're right. There's a lot of stuff that's just from us. The floor level stuff, a lot of it is from us. And then we had executive producer Gordon Quinn, who back in Chicago filmed at William's house, because we knew William was going to be watching, and we felt like that was absolutely essential to get this as well.
When I was at St. Joseph, maybe we could have went downstate and maybe we couldn't, but we did when I'm at Marsh.
That's that sentiment, the idea of what if they had both played together.
I always wondered what was going through his head that day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Arthur's big fourth quarter helps add Batavia to Marshall's growing list of upsets.
Spectacular comeback in the fourth quarter by the Commandos of Marshall.
In the post-game news conference, Coach Bedford labels his unranked team the Giant Killers.
This could be my favorite, short scene in the movie.
It's at the local McDonald's. It's just a couple blocks from the assembly hall where they were playing.
It's the first in the history of the school. It's like the Commando. We've been an underdog.
But it was great to see, not only does basketball bring families together and bring communities together, but it also forges bridges across races and culture.
Yeah.
And, that scene sort of says it all.
I mean, when they slap skin, it's...
Yeah.
It's
and
great.
this scene, I'm really glad we got this scene,
Yeah.
because it's just, it says so much, just the pictures. You don't even have to hear any of their thoughts.
Right.
Just seeing them walking on this campus, it's such a different environment from the West Side that in some sense they're kind of awestruck. They were really quiet.
It's beyond different.
In this semifinal game, we'll see
some great individuals, just as we saw many years ago.
Well, this I love too, because you think he's going to say Arthur. He's saying the next Isiah Thomas. You're hoping he's going to Howard, and it's not our guy. And that's where it wouldn't be Hollywood.
Well, it's the guy he's playing against.
That's right.
It's not Hollywood. But then, you know, they talked about Arthur, which was great.
In the semifinals, Arthur goes head-to-head with Howard Nathan, the All-American.
This team they're playing is one of the perennial powers in Illinois basketball. They've been downstate many, many times.
A lot of people still come up to me and they think it's a scripted film.
Yeah.
And I think some of that is, okay, you know, unbelievable scenes. Parts of it is the way the music's used, because we use the music the same way that in many ways a Hollywood feature film would use music. And I think that that's part of our point of view, is what that music was, about what that, you know, what we were trying to say within the film.
Well, you know, it's our music. It's not Arthur and William's music. I mean, I think that has to be said. This is from our vantage point, looking at their lives and their story. Yes, there's some rap kinds of music that Ben did, which of course we wanted in the film. But I think the heart of the music, which I think Ben did a terrific job with, was music that kind of came from our sensibilities about their story and trying to, hopefully in subtle ways, help the audience make emotional connections to the characters.
We actually got criticism for that. A lot of times that was like, you know, sacrilege to put music like that within a documentary film.
It's changed a lot.
And it's really changed a lot. That was something that I think was, you know, a really interesting process for us all to go through.
And a foul on Agee. He fouls out, but he just never quit. He just kept going for the basketball.
And I think editorially here, you know, one of our attempts here was, even though this is a loss and the end of the run, and again, if this were a Hollywood film, it would be, you know, well, they wouldn't lose if it was a Hollywood film, but if they were going to lose, it would, you know, it would be the tragic end to the thing. And I think one of the things we really wanted to do with the music and the way we cut it was this exactly. It's like, this is still a great victory for Marshall.
It's an incredible victory for all these kids.
Yeah.
Well, and to see the doors that it opened for Arthur, you know, which comes right on the heels of the game, it's sort of emphasized, as well as to see the growing that he's done by seeing him at the press conference. I mean, those are all real positive things.
Yeah, here's that great comment.
As a young person, I mean, the records were going to stay there. You know, 1991, there was a team from Marshall played.
This is close to tears as he comes. Mm-hmm.
That's part of history. But for you seniors, you know, best wishes to all you seniors, and whatever you try to do, Mr. Williams and I will be around school, as we always are, to help you if you want to be helped.
And that's as openly emotional as he ever
That's right.
gets,
And that's
too.
classic Bedford. We're here for you if you want it.
Totally honest.
Yeah.
To the bone.
And this is great. I mean, this is what you're talking about, Frederick.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like he was born to be in front of a microphone. And when you see him now,
you know he was.
His head screwed on pretty good, you know, and now, you know, he's going to be on his own to do whatever. Hopefully he'll do it right.
this is as close to a compliment
as he's ever going to get.
I love Sheila in the background here. This is so, I mean, this is really about Sheila, it seems to me, more than anything.
Well, it's a mother discovering her son growing up.
Yeah.
Right in front of her eyes, and she can't believe this miracle in front of her eyes.
Yeah.
You know, look what's happened to my son.
And pride.
Yeah, a lot
and
of
look
pride.
at the joy there.
Yeah, I think the music, you know, through this whole section, the drive downstate is something, you know, that Ben Sidran did that, and here too, that really, you know, it really helps to drive the whole narrative of the film. He enjoyed doing this song, I think, quite a bit.
How could you not?
I mean, you couldn't have scripted a better name for a school than Mineral Area.
Well, and a better town name, Flat River, Missouri. Are you kidding me? Well, Steve was talking about how we relish going out of state. There were limitations.
Interested in the overall communications, you know.
I like that in accounting, like business.
Oh, okay.
We enjoy winning things, but the primary purpose is your education. What are some of your career goals, may I ask?
If you said to a kid, what do you want to be? An inner city kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a doctor. Well, how do you become a doctor? There'd be sort of this pregnant pause. So how do you become a NBA basketball player? Well, first you go to, this high school because they got a really good coach, and then you go to this college and you try to do this. It was like that dream was something that they had seen. It was laid out. It was there. It was something that they knew.
2 years after college finished, a scholarship to a Division I university, exactly where you want to be, on track to graduate in 4 years.
I love the difference in the recruiting scenes.
Yes.
I mean, they have a banquet, so there's tables on the floor,
right.
The poster, just undo it rather than just do it. It's so incredible, the difference between the two.
Well, and then there's the basketball house.
Yes.
Everybody loves this house and comments on it.
Yeah. Well, and we couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it when we got there. And I think that Tim Gray was a good coach for Arthur, and I think that his experience at Mineral Area was actually, on the whole, a very positive experience. But
I think very much so.
Yeah, but the notion that, again, that the guys, this is where they live.
Six live in this house.
There was only one African-American female in the school.
You come here and look at this little house, then after a while you get used to it. Try to make a little home, Home.
Yeah, well, it's a reminder that, segregation, in effect, is alive and well.
And they had a payphone. They couldn't even have a real phone. They had to have
Well,
a
they didn't even
payphone.
have walls. They've got, what is that, fiberboard?
Yeah, well, my dad used to sell that stuff.
I rest my case.
and my dad used to build it.
I love basketball.
We only did one screening with each family. And I think our philosophy was then, and certainly my philosophy now, is you don't show them the film periodically during the course of making it, or certainly during the course of filming. You don't, because we're really trying to not, we don't want them becoming self-conscious about the film that we're making. But at a certain point, we feel an obligation before the film is completed to show it to them for all those reasons, for facts, but also, they've put a tremendous amount of trust in us in allowing us into their lives, and we tell them, we don't say that if they don't like something, it's going to automatically be out of the film, but we do tell them, and we mean it, that we will take what they have to say about the film very seriously. If there are things in the film they do not like or they think are wrong, we want to hear about it, and we will absolutely take it very seriously. And in fact, there were things that we did take out of the film.
Also, remember that these kids were minors when we started this film. They were adults when we finished it. And so there's a lot of what went on in their life that I think they had the right to see. Of course, every subject does, I think, in a film.
Well, actually, you reminded me, too, that we went out and before the film was released and showed the film to Ping, too. Steve and I drove out there one night, and that was not a meeting I was looking forward to. No. I was shaking in my boots, but we felt we owed it to him for the same reasons that we showed it to the families before it was released, to show them the film, to check veracity of facts. Yes, there was that practical function, but also to, in effect, say, this is what is going to be out there in the world soon, so we want to share it with you.
When I was 23, how old was he?
This is the classic where, after they signed, Bo said, I'm thinking about taking him out there and playing him again. Play Arthur, he's just signed the scholarship. And of course, we thought, predictably, perfect, bookend. We started at the beginning, they were playing on the court, he's, with his 14-year-old son. You know, we'd seen him on the court in other circumstances, and here was going to be this sweet sort of, bookend to this story. Son going off to college, proud father. And it was really boring. For a while, it was that, a little while. And it was boring, and we were barely interested, and then suddenly it became something, and it became what we came to call the Great Santini scene.
Yeah, and what it became, of course, is the perfect coming-of-age scene, where Arthur, in effect, for the first time, literally sort of plants a stake in the ground, and he does it by pounding his fist on the pavement at the end of the game, and says, I'm a man now. You can't pull the same stuff on me that you did as a boy.
It's 34-28, Bo. All right. No, I know how to count. Ain't no con game. I'm older now. Yeah. Ain't no con game going on no more. No more. The game, ain't no more. Ain't no more. Now you can play.
And he really asserts his manhood here with his father. It's a really powerful scene for establishing his emergent adulthood.
You ain't 2 years old. You ain't getting no pacify. Give me that. Yeah. Give me that. Your mama ain't here to give you this ball. Let's go. So I can game it. Give me the rock. Make it rain. Make it rain. It feels good. Right there.
I do love the fact, though, that Bo smiles at the end, because I think it does reflect well on him, even though that there was nothing funny about that encounter.
Well, it stung. I think it definitely stung.
Yes, but I mean,
him,
you know what I mean? He was able to get past
accepting. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to St. Joseph's annual basketball.
Whenever I see this scene, the thing I remember was in the midst of this banquet, Coach Pingatore paid tribute to us. You remember that?
I do.
In making the film all these 4 years at St. Joe's. And I just remember us feeling, kind of like we really didn't want that attention, because we knew, I think, at that point that this was going to be a pretty complicated portrait of St. Joe's. And I mean, it was always, that was one of the odd things about the experience of, we pride ourselves on having very forthright relationships with our subjects, and Ping emerged as a very important subject in this film, but we still had our issues with him and had to kind of deal with that while we were making the film.
What I think of when I see the scene is trying to decide in the editing how exactly we were going to use it, because we didn't really know what to do with it at first. And I think it was when we hit on using it as a chance for William to reflect on his career that it suddenly came to life and had meaning.
Yes.
Otherwise it was just like, well, it has no life, it has no purpose.
Right. I think you're absolutely right, yeah.
When I had some real problems, I couldn't go to none of them about it. I was having some problems with Catherine's family and my family, and I said...
This interview, and you see this interview, pieces of this used throughout the film, but more and more by the end of the film. Again, this is something we did with all of our main subjects, is down towards the very end of the filming, we did these very long sit-down interviews where we really kind of went back over kind of the whole 4 years and asked them to reflect and talk about things and help us plug holes.
Well, how does it feel to be finishing?
This is the scene I can't forgive Ping for.
You can't forgive him for?
For what?
He had an okay career.
Oh.
Here's a kid who came back from 2 knee surgeries, came from being, educationally way behind when he got to that school, passed his ACTs, going to a major college, in a major basketball program. And for him, it's just okay.
Yeah.
And he meant it.
The thing that I love about this scene is that this is his Great Santini scene.
Mm-hmm.
This is William in his own subtle but very pointed way, basically saying, I'm my own man now, it's over.
I'm going into communication, so when you start asking for donations, I know the right way to turn you down.
I'm sure you'll never turn us down.
Well, I remember you guys really encouraging him to speak his truth to Ping before this meeting, that he was talking about, there's a number of things I want to say to Ping just lay it on the line with him about what I felt about these 4 years.
Yeah.
And I think what he realized midway through the scene is he couldn't do it. And it wasn't for lack of trying. It had nothing to do with him, and it had everything to do with Ping's receptiveness to hearing it,
right?
Basically. And that's why I don't fault Ping in his own way for this scene.
I disagree. And I mean, I think that basically it's about a man who at that point in his life had not achieved his dream. And William was one of the people that he thought might be able to help him take him to that state championship. He didn't. And therefore, William had an okay career, not a great career.
I don't disagree with any of that, but I don't think that's what he tells himself.
This is as emotional as Ping gets. And for him, this is a big outpouring of the heart. Now, admittedly, I think for most of us, it falls a bit short. But I think in his own way, he's trying to say, I loved you, I loved having you here, God bless you, and give the kid a blessing, which is what he sorely wants and needs, and he's doing it as best he can.
Well, he wants them to part on very good terms. He wants them to part with an understanding. And the thing that, even though William couldn't say it, in the way that he wanted to, he does say it. It's in everything that he does say. Is I'm not ready to just kind of wrap this all up and tie it with a bow. That's what Ping wanted. William wasn't going to give that to him.
Right.
It's one of the greatest feelings in the world. That's about it.
After 5 attempts, William's composite score of 17.5 is rounded up to 18, and he can finally accept a scholarship.
We did start out with the idea of actually, when we were going to do this film, thinking it was going to be more about the basketball dream. I mean, the court, the game, the love of the game, how important it was. And I think that really for us, in the course of making the film, both shooting and then editing the film, we came to realize while we were making it that the hoop dream really is the American dream, and that it's and how tenuous it can be for people in the inner city. That in essence, not to overstate it, but the American dream is about as realizable as the hoop dream. And there's a lot more to it than that. That's an oversimplification, but there were a lot of dreams in this film. I mean, Ping had his dreams, Arthur and his family had theirs, and basketball they saw as that avenue, however tenuous it was, and fraught with peril. And Emma's dream was to see him graduate. We really wanted to draw on every filmmaking, not even just documentary tradition, that we thought could work for this film, be it narrative, be it traditional interviews, be it verite, whatever works, because it's the whole goal of it is to try to arrive at something that is illuminating and true, in at least to the best of our abilities, and why be hemmed in by certain rigid sort of stylistic conventions.
Well, illuminating and true, but also a cinematic experience.
Yes.
We were conscious about wanting to create a good filmic experience
yes.
for an audience, too.
He could sell drugs and don't get caught, but he found out the hard way. And I told him while he was doing all that, I wasn't hanging with Shannon then. I was like, Shannon, you should stop, man. Stop doing that stuff.
For a lot of people who weren't from the inner city, they saw that just because you live in the inner city, you want the same thing for your kids. You want the same thing, everybody wants the same things, and there was a connection I think people made that they didn't expect to make. They somehow assumed that if you grew up in the inner city and you're not, quote unquote, educated or whatever, and you're fighting gangs, that people don't really want all the same things that people in the suburbs want for their out of life, good job, educated children, happiness. They just assume that those things not only are not achievable, but maybe not even, that they don't really know how to want them. And that, of course, is I think that was part of what binded people to the story.
About the panic and stuff, and I just calmed down.
I sit down and had a long talk with him and his sister. Someone put a pistol on her right down the street from the house. I said, do you all understand what is going on out here in these streets today? Even with me, when I was out there, out there strung out, I looked for somebody that seemed like they had something.
After this, I'm ready. I'm ready to leave.
I think one of the things that does work about it is that it peels back the veil of illusion, if you will, that weekend sports coverage usually maintains when they present sports on TV. And it gets you talked about this, Peter, I mean, it gets into the heart of real people, real lives, and it shows you the real implications of each and every game for them in ways that they never imagined possible.
To chase away any gloom. One of the strengths of the film is that the women are so strong in the film. And I think that sports is something like the weather or, all different things or something that happens in our world going on in the news that allows people to start conversations. Sports was our window in, and our window in to look at these families. It was our way of getting to them and also to help bring people an audience in too. And I think that the women were incredibly strong characters once you got past that sports window and got into these families about how strong they were and how they cared for their families. And I think that it was that whole idea that basically that started to show the relationship between the film and the basic American dream that everybody has, which is everybody wants to have their kids do better than they did. It's no different than the immigrant mentality that many of us grew up with. It's exactly the same.
No matter where you go, it's what you have in your heart that you're going to go somewhere.
And I think one of the enduring qualities of the film is that that American dream gets harder and harder and harder to attain, I think, in many ways. And this film still represents that it was difficult then, and it's difficult now.
It's gonna be a party tonight. It's gonna be a party tonight. You know it.
Whatever market there was for documentary, which was extremely minimal at that time. I mean, there'd been Roger and Me, and there'd been Paris Burning, and there'd been Brothers Keeper, and
American Dream, Harlan County,
right?
And they were not successes financially.
They weren't successes in those 5 films span about 15 years or 20 years. I mean, there weren't that many films that were released in any kind of significant way theatrically that were documentaries, and here we were coming along with a 3-hour documentary, shot on video about sports, which in the rarefied art film circles that would even consider supporting a documentary, sports was not very popular, and about inner city families, which there might be some interest in, but certainly not broad interest conceived of. So it's sort of like, we would have been, I feel like, in a way, we'd have been kind of foolhardy, tilting at windmills to think that this film could have the kind of success it indeed went on to have.
What I remember being a real turning point was in the summer of '93, when we finally got out rough-cut copies on VHS of the film through Peter's contacts to Barbara Koppel and Michael Apted, to name 2. And there were others, I think, but those 2 in particular come to mind. We sent them the film and we said, what should we do with this? And the word came back loud and clear from both of them, this needs to be in theaters. This is something that should not just be on television, but that it's good to keep it in the long form. We were even still wrestling with what form it should take at that point. Should it be 3 hours? Should it be a mini-series? What the hell should it be? And they were saying, keep it intact, make it a feature film, and get it into theaters. And that, I remember, being decisive, coupled with the fact that we sent a tape to Richard Pena at the New York Film Festival, and they also wanted to show it for '93. As it turned out, they didn't get to show it until '94, but that was instrumental, as I recall, in helping us decide to keep it in that form.
Sundance and Ebert was the big sea change, I think. We knew we had a really good film going into Sundance, but we had no idea that it would become what it became.
I was going to say the moment John Iltis and Dave Sikich, who handled our film, got the film to Roger Ebert. And that moment of watching that, because we didn't really have any idea what they were going to say. I mean, we knew it was going to be positive, but we didn't really know. And at the time, that show was really a phenomenon. I mean, it was much bigger then than it is now. I mean, it's a long time ago. And I just remember watching that, and it was like falling over. I was stunned because it was the first time they had ever reviewed a film that did not have a distributor. And so it was interesting because I got to Sundance a little late, but by the time I got to Sundance, I felt like the three of us were part of the Beatles. I mean, it really was this sort of amazing experience that, you know, once-in-a-lifetime experience that you have where suddenly we were like this sort of buzz thing happening at this festival. And I had been to Sundance before with other films that were considered relatively buzz films. And this had nothing to do with it. It was it was rarefied air.
When I was young, when I was little, that's all I used to think about, the NBA.
You know, for me, you know, the making of this film, it's almost impossible to get at all of what it taught me because it took me from a place of being, you know, a relatively green and inexperienced, just out of graduate school filmmaker to being a professional. And it taught me so much in every step along the way. Not only, you know, technical things, but relations with subjects, relations with co-producing partners, negotiating contracts. There were so many different things that it taught me that, you know, I've always felt like effectively it gave me a PhD in documentary, that I couldn't imagine a better school for learning everything that I wanted to learn about being a filmmaker than making this film.
I've always been, I think, you know, maybe I'm just dense, but it's amazing how often I have to learn this lesson. I learn it on every film, which is that I think people are always much more interesting and surprising and complicated than we want to give them credit for. And, you know, you make snap judgments all the time, even as filmmakers, and you make them as people. When you meet people, you say, oh, I know who that person is. I know what they're about. I know what they want. And you know what? You don't know. And I think when you make films over a period of years, like we've done, both in this film and in subsequent films, that's one of the things you learn is to really, you're not taking snapshots anymore of people's lives. You're really trying, at least, to present a fully rounded portrait, at least to the best of your ability. And I think that's what people need to see out there, because so much of what's in the media, so much of what we see is either not true. It's like, you know, reality television, a documentary of unreal events, or it's these snapshots and snap judgments. And, you know, I feel like it's, you know, my duty as a filmmaker now to present people in as complicated way as possible.
The film for me has been the ultimate privilege of my career. Ever since I've worked on this film, in a way, I guess there's a part of me that wishes I could be working on a film that was just as good and just as meaningful and had the same kind of relationship with those people that I had during that film, the same relationship with the filmmakers. It was just an amazing experience that, you know, it's like lightning striking. And it was just an incredible thing for me. And it's something that hopefully I'll get lucky and be able to recreate a little bit of it, but I doubt it.
check it out. Set it up, run a break like a point guard. 6'4", running the drum with beat the ball guard. Much flavor in any position. I'm like that leftover glue, I still dishing. That's what the handles kicking tricky like the crossover. Get with the skills, it's 1-on-1 till this runs over. Got to keep the pressure on and on and on. Before we run out like this till the break of dawn. So put it up and dish the rock while we hit the boards. We crash and dish and crash till our knees are sore. And that's just when the getting's good. We'll show you why we're the kings that were supreme on the hardwood. Cause on the day we live and breathe the rock and get it to the man fast when the trigger's cocked. Give me the rock, I'm on the zone. Who I got the range like the NBA. I love this game. Kicking the fast break. On the fast break. Yeah, check it out. Kicking the fast break. On the fast break. Check it out. So let's run a gun, excuse the pun, the reference to the drive-by. I elevate like it's sky high. And boy, I just can't be stopped. And to get with this, you got to pump more when those Reeboks. See nowadays the game's played above the rim. No fouls allowed, boy, you're playing with men. So bring it up and bring it on, cause the man bringing the break, yo, you know he sets the tone, yeah. On the break the game's at its pinnacle, it's showtime. Like Magic around the Lakers, you know I'm gonna get mine. And you can bet when I come to home, it's hard like steel with the rim shaking like Shaquille O'Neal, huh? Check it out. Out on the fast break. And here we go. So what you wanna do? Huh?
This is Arthur Agee
and William Gates
from the movie
Hoop Dreams. The New York Film Festival, first time. I believe we both actually saw the movie in its completion. You know.
That was crazy. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know that many people was gonna be there. They said sold out. I'm like, what's sold out? The movie sold out. What movie? Your movie, Hoop Dreams.
What was it, about 2,500 people there?
Yeah. I would say more than that, plus reporters and all the camera media and all that. But then once you was sitting up there looking at it, you was just like, you would look at the screen, then you'll gaze down, look at all these people, and then you'd be like, they watching us.
Mm-hmm. That's my favorite scene right there.
Is it?
Fire hydrant, kids outside playing. Yeah, what the neighborhood used to look like.
Yeah.
I love seeing that, man. I think for me, what was so amazing was after everything that we had been through, filming and just putting up with everything, to see that film in that way. And I think probably the greatest thing I know for me personally was the fact that afterwards, everybody there gave us a standing ovation. I mean, that was just...
That was something I couldn't even understand.
Yeah.
You understand? I mean, you new to this. I ain't no actor. I'm not a movie star. I don't live in no big house in the suburbs of Chicago. And these people giving us standing ovations. So you just like, I'm less like, oh, for real, this for us? Oh, man.
Our families was there. I think everybody was in complete amazement. First of all, we're in New York City. I think we was excited to be in New York more than anything, walking around. You know, we was across the street from Central Park.
Yeah.
In the morning, I don't even know what hotel we were at, but in the morning, Vanessa Williams walk in, she's eating breakfast. We having breakfast for Spike Lee in the morning. I mean, these are people you know, as kids, you sit around and you say, man, one day I want to be like to meet them. And here we are having breakfast, lunch, and dinner with these folks. I mean, it was a dream. It was.
I mean, has you been prepared for it? No. That, we was just like, just going through the flow of it.
Just sitting there saying to myself, like, man, this is what it's like.
Yeah.
You know, these folks down here live this life every day.
Yeah.
This is what it's like. Maybe we about to get a taste of this.
It had never been done before. That's the crazy thing about it. I mean, and for us two to be, you know, I wouldn't say picked. I mean, it was destined for us to be in this together. You know what I'm saying?
And what was even more amazing, again, all that was happening because we got a gift to throw the ball in a basket.
In the basket.
That's amazing.
It was like a dream. I mean, like a dream. Almost could pinch yourself.
I don't even think about it, you know, if he don't make it, you know. I just, because I'm so, you know, focused in on him making it. I just know he'll make it, you know.
Who's that skinny kid?
Look at them shorts.
I know, right?
Bermuda shorts. Remember them was in, dog?
That's right. It was in because you could wear whatever color shirt you wanted.
Right, and most of we wore a white T-shirt or a tank top. First time I met Steve, Fred Marks, and Peter Gilbert was at Delano Playground on the west side. And it was pretty crazy because they all just got out of the car. 3 white guys in an all-black neighborhood putting up their cameras and stuff. Yeah, that's when I first seen they was with Big Earl Smith.
And the Congress Expressway, a park over there where some pretty talented young men.
And he was saying he was a talent scout for 2 high schools, St. Joe's and Collins High School. That's all I knew about him after that. I mean, they was like just watching us play, watching the games and stuff. After one of the games, my team still won, and they was just like, Earl was like, yo, asked me my name and asked me what school I was going to. Said, you got a pretty nice game. And that's how I started. That's how I met those guys. This was all new to me. I mean, I just liked the basketball from watching it on the NBA and playing it, but I didn't know the education that I didn't know what went down in recruiting, how guys get chosen or what. Like, I just started playing this game, like, really. Why me? Just like thinking to myself, like, why these guys, pick me out of all people on the court? So it's like they must see something that I don't see, so I'm gonna go along with it. When Steve Jamesman came to my house to meet my parents, they was, they were real professional. I mean, they was coming in as filmmakers and proposing wanting to do this project. And if my mama accepted it, then that was cool with me. I mean, I wasn't born up like to be racist or anything. When the white guys came to me and said they wanted to meet my parents, I didn't think like, well, would I have problems with taking white dudes to my house and just unannounced meeting my mom? No, I mean, she handled it very professional and was listening to everything and felt like, this probably would be good for my son. So, and she herself didn't know to the extent what would be good for me. She just knew what they were saying at that time, Catholic school, out of the neighborhood, and playing basketball. And I think Steve and them, they didn't know what to expect. I mean, it was just, they didn't know where this was going, so they was just speculating themselves. So to see it evolve to this point, it was crazy from how they just came into our house.
Yes, it is.
I look like my son right there. Anthony.
I've never been to a school way out before, and I would be going to a school with different kids, different races.
It was scary. It was crazy. I mean, look at those homes and how the sidewalks are lined and everything. Grass, you saw it. I mean, even getting out there and seeing all the white guys, the white kids and everything. But something inside of me just knew I was like, I just got to hold up. I mean, once I got in the basketball arena, in the gym area, I was cool. All my confidence came back, the nervous butterflies all went down.
Here he is, Coach Gene Pingatore.
This part, I was just like listening to an old guy talk.
And if you work hard at basketball, then I would be able to help you as far as going to college. And I guarantee this.
This is my first time ever seeing Gene Pingatore. I just knew it was a Catholic school in the suburbs. Just knew Isiah Thomas went there. And that was it.
I'm making a commitment to you if you make a commitment to being part of this kind of a program.
Arthur and I met playing in the same grade school tournament. I went to Jenner and Arthur went to Manier in the Cabrini area, and there was this basketball tournament held by the 18th District Police Department. And interesting enough, I went to school with Arthur's brothers. So I knew his brothers better than I knew him. So how I ended up going to St. Joseph was I was playing in elementary basketball tournament, and my high school coach just started sending out all kind of information about me. And St. Joseph was just one of them.
But for us to be there at that same time, it's like, yo, you going here? He's like, yeah, dog, I'm going here too. I was like, oh, well, I'm coming. I made my decision up there.
Matter of fact, I got excited. I was like, oh, I ain't gonna be the Lone Ranger out here. It's like, oh, okay. And the reason I wasn't out there playing, of course, like me as usual, I had an injury. So that's why I didn't get a chance to play against Isiah that day. But actually, Arthur was more into Isiah than I was. My favorite player has always been Michael Jordan. It's always been.
Right now, I'm just in a daze just looking at him. Like, looking at his logo on his shorts and, like, this is my idol right here. Didn't even know I was going to play him, though. Just looking at him like that, like I wanna like hit him on the wrist, like right now, just swap at him. I'm like, I can't believe I'm just so geeked like right now. Anything he did, like a pump fake, I just went right for it. Turn around, smiling. That would have been anybody else. I would have fouled him on a layup. They probably would have still made it, but I would have fouled him. I didn't even touch Isiah Thomas.
I can see the playground in him. I can see talent, but I don't see the confidence.
I'm thinking like, you know, that's like, I'm still just like going through the motions. I'm like, not that good, but I'm all right. I'm like, okay, I hope everybody here don't find that out today.
When I was playing ball back in the neighborhood, what we would say is, if you made a nice pass, you was Isiah Thomas. If you did a really nice move, you were Michael Jordan. So we lived more in the fantasy of the game than we did in the actual reality. Because for me, growing up in Cabrini, I didn't know too many guys that actually I went to go play college ball, let alone make the NBA. So, and then not to mention the fact, you know, I had my own personal Michael Jordan at home. You know, it was my brother. And I really would say if Curtis had not gone to college, I probably wouldn't know too much about the college game either. I mean, it was his experience and things that he was doing that kind of said, wow, yeah, I can do that too. What I'm probably getting ready to say is based on just me being older now and being able to understand a little bit better why my brother Curtis invested himself into me, and why my mom and everybody and all of my family invested themselves into me because they wanted the best for me. But at the time when you're a kid, it seems like they're meddling. You know, all you thinking about is, man, everybody putting this kind of pressure on me, and you know, why don't they just leave me alone? Let me just be a normal high school kid. I paused for a moment because those two kids, they're both gone now. You know, it's interesting when you start watching. So all I heard at that time was what I wanted to hear. It sounded like all they were doing was just investing in me for themselves, and which that was the furthest thing from the truth. But I couldn't hear them getting up every day, taking me to St. Joe's, being at all of my games. And, I remember during the holiday break, Payne would have these like 6 a.m. practices. Curtis would get up and say, well, you got to get to practice. Come on, let's go. He's up before me. And would get there, and he would sleep in the stands, but he would go just to make sure I got there.
Most likely I would have made it to the pros, But, once I had my son, I knew then something was good was going to come out of it. I think the talent was going to be passed on.
Basketball was something that my dad loved, the sport that he played. So I guess he was just happy and glad that his son picked it up and loved it. And so he knew he always had that bond with me. When I was making the transition between football and basketball, we played a lot then. But after I started playing, liking it, we wouldn't play that much. I would go see him play all the time, and then I'd be playing on the side or something like that. But we had stopped playing together. I started looking forward to going to school that early in the morning to that school because I was going out of the neighborhood, just being in a whole nother educational straight system from where I was living at and the other kids that I grew up at. It almost was putting that chip on my shoulder, start being better, So I went in with open eyes, waiting for something to happen. Whether it was good or bad, it was an experience that I was going to go through and learn from it, so.
Like Isiah Thomas before them, both Arthur and William make a 3-hour round trip each day between the city and St. Joseph's.
It was strange for me going out to a far-out school. I saw a rug, flowers, clean hallways, things that I didn't see in an ordinary school.
My thing was I can adjust. That was one thing about me. I'm glad my mom and dad put in me that, it must be a gene because any area, any place I'm in, I can adapt to it. I won't just be first 3 hours, I'm ready to leave, I'm liking this. Homesickness, St. Joe's is in a suburb where the structure is done by a strict coach. And that's different from being just learning playground basketball in the neighborhood. You can, a lot more flash, you can do anything, not worrying about taking a shot 5 times in a row and missing it. But when it carries over, that whole mindset of structured basketball, once you get into that type of format, then if you're an adjust person, you can just click right into it. But some people can't, though. And the coaches be yelling at them and all that. Then I had a big head then. Wanting to go to the coaches and be like, yo, why I'm not playing varsity? Why I'm not on sophomore?
When Arthur first started at St. Joseph's, he was a good kid from what we saw, but he was very mature.
Arthur and I, we talked every day, but he was playing with the freshman team. I was playing on varsity, so we didn't practice together. See, I had a real day work. Arthur had that light day. He got out of school at 2:05. They was practicing by 2:30. Arthur was at home before 4:30. My day didn't even really begin until 4:30. So we practiced, because our practices didn't even start till 4:30. So as a 14-year-old freshman, I was getting home every day, 9:30 at night.
William didn't want to do nothing but play basketball. But they didn't even know he was smart neither. You know what I'm saying? He didn't really let them know he was smart. He just went to class, did his work. He didn't boast about his work that he was doing, but didn't nobody know neither. Everybody thought we was working on the same grade level. William had bypassed us that first year, and all his classes got moved up. And that's when William started really finding out that it was a business. It ain't fun no more. I can't wait till school over with so I can get on the practice floor. If I can just tune Mr. Pinkerton out and just play ball for that 2 hours, 2.5 or 3 hours, that's good.
But of course, we started in the playoffs and started getting all kinds of attention, and before I knew it, I felt like I could do this.
He's already received several letters from Division I schools, Marquette and Rice and Creighton, Illinois State, to name a few.
I remember I got my first recruitment letter. Coach Pinkerton didn't even want to give it to me. He said, I don't want you to get a big head. And I remember asking Coach, how many of your guys ever got a big head here? I'm like, Coach, I'm out here in your world. How am I going to get a big head? But I tell you this, though, getting those recruitment letters, I think it was about 8 of them that I had received that day from him. And I took them home and I read them like 10 times. And they probably all said the same things they sent out to a million kids. But for that moment, it spoke directly to me. Will, we heard about you and we want to just follow you throughout the rest of your high school career. And who knows, maybe one day you can be an Iowa Hawkeye. I was like, oh man, just showing my friends back home, showing my mom, calling Curtis, like, man, I'm getting college letters. Can you believe this?
When I first came out of here, I was just like, boy, I want to go home. Is this really the right school for me?
It was tough going to that school being the only black kid in your classroom. Folks talking about you, especially my freshman year. Lord, I just remember, nobody knew who I was. Got talked about on the first day, and of course, but when basketball season came around, once they found out it was me, they want the relationship to change. And I was like, man, you didn't like me then, so don't like me now. I had a lot of Curtis in me. And I had a lot of that. Hey, listen, you had an opportunity to do it right the first time. Why go here? Because you're only going to be around for the basketball season anyway, so I don't need that friendship either.
I could see that he had the potential, but because he was shy, it seemed as though no one was trying to reach him.
That was a good sister there, Sister Marilyn. She saved me. I kid you not. At that time, I really needed her in my life. She came at a very critical moment where she made me believe that I could succeed out there. I didn't think I was good enough to be at St. Joe's. I mean, I was intimidated, didn't do particularly well on their test. That sister, she made me believe that I can do it. And I remember the last time I saw her, because she only stayed there 2 of my years, and I remember sophomore year. I had not seen her almost a whole year because I wasn't no longer on her side of the school. And she was sitting down there in the front row. And I just remember her looking at me. And you know how the nuns do it. They give you that old nod kind of like. But you knew they meant like, I told you you can do it.
Arthur also entered St. Joe's on a 4th or 5th grade level.
I don't think nobody in their right mind is crazy about school.
I didn't really know that I wanted to play in the NBA until I went to St. Joe's. Because everything was like start happening real quick. All this special attention and going to an elite school in Westchester. So, not saying that's a lot to live up to. Others have done it, but it was just like, it's your turn now, so you just got to make the best of it. When I was at St. Joe's and the cameras was around, I was liking that, being a few black kids with a camera following you and everybody asking you questions and all that. That's when all the popularity started and all that early on.
You know what? I didn't even think about the camera crew because at that time in my life, when I got on the court, that was all that mattered because one, I just remember Curtis saying, you're there to go play basketball, so when you get out there, just play. So that was all that was all I thought about. I say this too, though. I remember that freshman year so vividly. My whole freshman year, every time after we play, I would always go to the newspaper stand to see if my picture made the newspaper. It's exciting times, I'm telling you, to be at a powerhouse high school and to contribute to that success of that high school. That's every kid's dream. When I was a freshman in high school, I was 5'5", dunking the basketball. So that kind of just really excited Coach Pinkerton. He's like, what is this kid doing? And I was just doing what I love to do.
Chargers to the sectional title.
From Chicago, it's the Sports Writers on TV.
I think I may have seen the next Isiah Thomas.
I remember when they had this had first come on about the sports writers, and I had never seen it, but this kid who used to sit behind me and said, man, I heard them mention your name on the sports writer about you going to be the next Isiah Thomas. And at that time, I didn't even know who the sports writers were. And then come to find out these were like big time sports writers. And, back then, we didn't have cable, so I didn't know anything about the sports writers on TV. And through that, Rick Talander, who writes for the Sun-Times and does some other things, is a good friend of mine. So he was one of the sports writers at that time. So that was nice. What was going on here was every time we played, I always had this instinct in me. I felt like I played against guys tougher back home than I did at St. Joe's. So when I needed to do something to help us win, I just reverted to that mode. Say, okay, we'll play street ball. So I revert to street ball mode and I score, 15 points in a row. And Ping will be like, great, now pass the ball. So, matter of fact, I come to find out in his system, during playoff time, well, that was the time to shine. Because he would come to all of us and he'd say, at this point, whatever I taught you, throw it out the window. Doesn't matter how you win, win. So my favorite time of the year was always playoffs because then I got an opportunity to just play.
He was the only freshman on that team. The only freshman on that team. That's crazy. All those guys was like sophomores and juniors and seniors. Can you imagine? Man, the juniors, they looking at him like, they had to be mad, or after they seen him play, I know they had to be like, yeah, I ain't good as him. You right.
As crazy as it may sound, going to St. Joseph, I was more excited about going to St. Joseph because Isiah Thomas went there than I was because what they've ever accomplished. Because it was past to me. It was history. It didn't mean anything at that point. All I knew was when I walked by that trophy case, where I wanted to be, that was the representation of that. And that's all I saw. Everything else was a means to get that. As a matter of fact, I used to even have my own little personal dream when I walked by there, and I would say, well, Isiah's on this side. I'll be on the other side. And I have my own window and my own picture and trophy case and the whole 9 yards. I laid my future out. It was there. And I said it to myself every day.
I was called on by Brother Edwin Dupre. He was trying to raise money to help kids that couldn't otherwise go to those kind of schools.
And there's a very good friend there, Miss Weir. That lady, bless her soul, had not talked to her in about 10 years. And come to find out, I was dialing this phone number, and this is recently, like December, dialing this phone number trying to find St. Joseph Elementary School that's near the neighborhood. I ended up calling Miss Weir's house. Dialed the wrong number. And I said, wow. Which was good, too. So we reconnected families again. It was good. Real good. Who would have thought, right?
Arthur's family is paying for half of his tuition, and the increase comes at an especially bad time.
I was still trying to work off some of our tuition after school for doing work study, cleaning the classroom. So I still wanted to get that payment down or whatever, so I worked my last day and me and William talked. But, it was nothing that William could do. And me and Pingator didn't talk. I only seen Pingator when I got in trouble. He didn't really, look at the freshman team and was like, oh, I'm ready to pull Arthur up. But, we had a good season our freshman year, and he really didn't pay any attention to me like that. I was just like a regular, black kid on the team that was working my way up with my skills, and hopefully I'll be on the varsity team when I'm a junior or senior. He only said things to me like when I got in trouble. If you want to stay here, want to stay around, you're going to have to stop doing these childish things and all this. You know you better than that. You know your mama wants you to come out here and do this and that. Yeah.
Whatever scout that they have come out to these different neighborhoods and scout out these little basketball players and get them to come to their school and offer them these scholarship. Then once they get out there, the story is totally different. I was under the impression that Arthur would have help as far as getting to school. Arthur would have help in getting his books. Arthur would have help. But see, none of that occurred.
Right. See, that's when I knew, the link was broke between me, Earl, and St. Joe's as a whole. Because I'm quite sure if the St. Joe's people was there, or the Pingator, or any of them was there, they would have been like, wait a minute, we can't promise him no ride. all the way from here to that. Even if I lived in Oak Park closer, we can't promise him no ride. Other kids bust themselves to school at St. Joe's. So why are you promising them that? And no, we can't pay for his books, you know? I'm quite sure St. Joe's would have said that. But they was just like, I guess we got room for one guy, and this one guy is going to take us downstate. Like, we're going to put everything in him. We don't need another guy that he need. And they didn't know that William needed me to take that pressure off of him.
I mean, if it was somebody that understood me at St. Joe's, it was Arthur. Because at that particular point, I really felt like the only person that kind of understood me out there was him. And I felt like not only did I lose a best friend at that time, I felt like I lost a part of me was gone. Now that, he was leaving, I just said, this is like, man, now who do I connect with out here,
I mean, Pingator did what he did. I mean, you can't say it wasn't bad. You can't say it wasn't good. I mean, that's a lot of kids that got done like, they still being done like that. It was just unfortunate for them, St. Joe's, because, I mean, everybody make mistakes, and they made one that a lot of people obviously watched and kind of turned around and bit them back in the butt. So when I left there, the coaches and everything was like, I mean, because my personality, my impression I had made on them, they had liked me beyond a basketball player because they the ones that would see me on a day-to-day basis, not Coach Pingator. But at the same time, one of the coaches had said, yeah, Arthur, I hope I don't read about you in the paper, robbing some lady or something like that. I mean, I was like, I knew not to disrespect people, and I wasn't never racist or have any racism towards white, but by him saying that motive, that was an insult to me, and I knew it was an insult, and I just smiled. I was like, shook it off as like it was a little joke, but really inside, like, yeah, you gonna read about me, motherfucker.
He's not making it like they thought he was going to make it on the basketball court, so he's not there. It's simple as that. And it doesn't take no brilliant person to figure that out.
It's mid-season when Arthur joins the sophomore team.
It felt like I had been away, like at a prep school, like at boot camp or something, just for like a year or something. Then I came back. But they already knew what school I went to, but they weren't asking me no questions like how was it and all this. They just felt like I went to school and some things out there that I didn't like as an individual that I just felt like I couldn't handle it, and I transferred back here. But they didn't know it was money though. And if we had the money, I wouldn't have came back to Marshall.
Arthur and I tried to stay in contact with each other, but it was just difficult.
Me and him, like, we was hanging out, but we was hanging out when the cameras weren't around. You know what I'm saying? Like, because just like the next year, like when I'm at Marshall and he want to know how I'm doing and all that, so I would catch the bus over to his house and spend the night at his house. And we would do that often. But that's when they weren't around. That's when we would feel like, that's when we do our thing, like me and Will and Arthur.
Well, going into our junior year, I remember getting a ride home back to Cabrini one day, and we were driving down Jackson. And as we were driving, we were passing the playground, and I look over, and there's Arthur out there playing. So I just stop, I get out the car, got my St. Joe's gear on, right, shirt, tie, the whole 9 yards, and throwing some gym shoes, and just start playing. And it was good to just, be with him for that moment. But about time, towards junior year and senior year, most of our communication was if he came to one of my games or if I went to one of his games.
After St. Joe's had let me go, I hadn't seen Steve and them for a while. They didn't call or anything. But once they found out I had left, I still wasn't in the school yet. So they talked to my mom, and my mom was like, yeah, we trying to, she was just real mad and everything. I think she like put him off too. But really was like, we trying to get him in school right now. And I don't know if he was asking her, well, we still want him, could we come by and film, and we want him in a project. And when he came to Marshall, my mom didn't say anything to me, so I was like, what you doing here, dog? Like, I ain't heard from y'all or nothing. He's like, oh, no, you didn't think we was going to stop using you for the project just because you're in that St. Joe's. I was like, yeah. He's like, oh, no. So that's when I understood, like, start understanding, like, what type of project, what type of, film these guys wanted to get. But still, they didn't know. They was just waiting to see how my life was going forward. Well, keep doing what you're doing. We're going to be right here.
The thing that was interesting about Hoop Dreams was that it started out initially as how kids go from street ball to organized basketball. So I'm assuming that they said, well, if anybody would know about street ball, it would have to be this kid. And how's this kid gonna go from Cabrini Green, this all African black community, to St. Joseph High School, where it's definitely, where it's predominantly white, upper class, and he has to fit in. So I'm pretty sure they looked at me and said, oh yeah, he's an ideal candidate. So I probably was chosen just based on my circumstances more than anything. After I met Steve and Peter and Fred at the high school, they came to my mom's house. And to me, there's, and I've always been this way in my life, but there are certain things that people can do to earn my trust. And there are certain people probably 95% of me just give trust to. But when Steve, Peter, and Fred decided to come to Cabrini, they really probably earned my trust at that point. Not to mention the fact, I was a 14-year-old high schooler. Somebody said they wanted to do a film about me. I was already excited about that point anyways, not knowing what it meant, what it required. Didn't care. I was 14. Somebody was interested in my life. Let's do it.
Curtis was named Player of the Decade at Colby Junior College.
Steve and them had not met Curtis in terms of his basketball career. They found that out down the road, and that's how Curtis actually got involved. He was the definition of the leader in our family. Not only did he lay the foundation for us to play ball, but Curtis also followed through on the things that he wanted to do. So he wasn't just a talker. He was a walker, too, I would say Curtis was probably the most influential person in our family. I mean, he can get my mother to do whatever he wanted to do. I can go in and say, Mom, I need a pair of gym shoes. No! Curtis would walk in, Mom, I need a pair of gym shoes. Okay, because Curtis had that impact on people.
I'm used to everybody in the neighborhood loving me and knowing how good I can play.
And even up to the day he passed, Curtis was still a big, gentle giant, so he put his heart out there, too, so that you could receive it. I can tell you this, we truly lost somebody very special, though.
Welcome to the Prep Game of the Week in the Class AA Sectional Final.
In my sophomore year, what changed for me the most was that at that point, the only guy that was there with me was Daryl Cunningham. He was a senior. He was walking out the door, so I was the only returning starter with Daryl that year. More of the responsibility of scoring kind of fell on me. So when I knew that, then I said, well, I'm really going to showcase my talents.
Can they get it done here now?
In the second half, Gordon Tech turns to their own sophomore star.
To me, there's nothing like playing inner city basketball. If you can take your inner city skills and cross them over into, organized basketball, you're going to be a great player. I mean, you find ways to score, your craftiness. I mean, I even remember there were times that Coach Pingator would come up to me and say, man, give me some of that street stuff you got. It was amazing. I mean, they wanted that aspect of the game. They wanted me to come out there and just, especially when we played city schools, they wanted me to go out there and compete on it. As a matter of fact, I used to ask Coach Ping all the time, make all of our non-conference games city schools. Because I knew then I'd get the opportunity to shoot the ball as much as I wanted to. So I loved it.
I got two different relationships with my mom and my dad. I mean, but the love is still the same. And that happened from when my youth was coming up. I was always crazy about my mom. But when I was like 6, 7, I always used to hang out with my dad everywhere. I mean, he used to roam the streets, like run the streets. And I used to be in the passenger seat with him till sometime like 10, 9 o'clock. Him and my mom used to argue about me being out with him like that and all that. I could take him anywhere I want to take him. My damn son, you know.
These days, Arthur rarely sees him.
I hadn't seen my dad like in about 3 weeks. Look how skinny he is. And that is a 10-foot rim. As I got older and older and saw the things that he did and things like that, I knew right from wrong and at that time, and knew I didn't want to disrespect my dad in certain things, so I would act a certain way. And that would let him know that and then the more things he started doing, it started pulling our relationship away where we couldn't talk like father and son like that.
This playground court has become a place to buy and sell drugs.
I couldn't believe he done that. But he said he was so far out of his mind that he didn't even know the cameras was there. I'm like, what? You don't see these 3 white dudes here with these cameras? So I was thinking after that, like, damn, like, I wonder if they gonna keep that. But they still, like, went to my dad before they even really put the film out. They had asked him for his permission to keep that in the film. So I was glad they did that, though. I mean, why not? They got everything else as is.
You are the one that I will miss so much when I go away to college.
I didn't have no money to go buy a card or nothing. So I wrote a letter at school, put a little sticker on there. And that's something you can give my mom because my mom is not a material. She's never been materialistic. So she finds love and happiness in the smallest things.
My dream, I think even like in the beginning, when I said, I had a dream to play in the NBA, a lot of it was based on because it was a way out. But I knew that I was going to go play college ball. The NBA, to me, that was just like, that was going to be the icing on the cake. I mean, I was like any other kid. I wanted the money. I loved to play, and I was like, wait a minute. You'll pay me to run up and down your court in some shorts and throw this ball in the hoop? Wait a minute, you're going to pay me to do that? Oh, I could do that forever.
I give my mother $50 out of my checks. All she done for me, I don't think there'll ever be enough that I can get to pay her back unless I make pros, and I'm pretty sure I can pay her back.
The NBA dream is all about you as a person, individual, and what you can get out of that. Most guys go in there making $400,000, and that's their NBA dream because they don't have to live like they don't want the $20 million. They $20 million is being in the NBA, proving a point to themselves that they got there, that I earned the right to be here amongst these professional players. So whatever pay they give me, you got about, I say 30% of the league is humble guys. But then on the other hand, you got those players that came into their own, like Kevin Garnett, Jermaine O'Neal, the Shaqs, the Kobe Bryants, the Allen Iverson. And Michael Jordan set the whole standard for how to raise the pay. I mean, as an individual, Michael didn't get paid through the Chicago Bulls. He got paid through endorsements. Well, that was about the time he came to the league, like 84, 85. But it took him about 3-4 years for him and Nike and Spike Lee to make those commercials and really, like, get Nike to a plateau where Michael Jordan will actually, like, we start paying attention to this one guy, all of how he was playing the game, even from his shorts to his tongue, the way he flared and all that. So now how every player now want to do, get a shoe contract, have a clothing line, and do all that, thanks to Michael.
I think not just for me, I think most inner city kids, and it's even starting to spread out now, but sports has become more than just a game. Sports is kind of like a way of life. I mean, many people have made all kind of analogies about, how basketball and life coexist. And sometimes I say that it does, but it's still a game, but you can make it your life. And when I was coming out of St. Joe's, and we were taught to eat, drink, sleep, basketball. So if that was all we were taught to do, and you were being coached and saying that you want better for your family, you want better for yourself, this is the way to do it. So I had that perception that basketball would be my way out. So I ran with it.
You see Isiah play? Yeah, I caught him.
Oh, Coach Ping's mom. Do you know, my entire 4 years at St. Joe's, I stopped at her window every day, and she asked me that same question every day. Did you see Isiah play? And she would say, no, I take that back. She'd say two things. Did you see Isiah play? And listen to my son. And then she'll slide me a couple of cookies for free. So thank you, Mama Pinga, to her.
Watch Isiah, watch him come.
During this time, when he was getting letters and stuff, this when he was like coming into his own, his confidence started. Look at him, he watching film with the coach. Nobody doing that, watching no film with the coach. I know I wouldn't. So just let you know, he in his mind what he thinking about right now, like, I'm finna make it happen. State championship this year.
You know, I was on that page. Eat, sleep, drink, the game. That was it. That's what Ping was selling me that. You know, every day. If Ping wasn't selling it to me, his mother was selling it to me. You know,
assistant coaches
selling it to me. St. Joseph's School was selling it to me.
You have 2 years to get us down there, and it's going to be all in your head.
Everybody was saying, you're going to be the next one. We haven't been downstate in I don't know how long. You getting us downstate.
Oh, I love this. I love this part. Not to interrupt you, dog.
The man playing defense dropped way off here. Now,
Who you rather have shoot the ball?
I shoot the ball there, or you stopping here shooting the ball? We'll shoot it.
We'll shoot it then. He told that one. He passed the ball, being a teammate, on a break in a practice. He stopped practice and put his foot in him and said, dude, what is you doing? You don't pass. Shoot the ball. I was like, oh my, I wish I could be in the practice, man.
Hey, you talking about shorts? Look at my shorts. I got some like some black, yellow, checkered.
Yeah. He mad right here. He ran y'all like dog.
Man, we wasn't even supposed to be practicing yet. You know, you have to.
For real?
Yeah, it wasn't the season yet. You remember paying all that conditioning stuff? When you run the gym, run up the stairs, run down the stairs, run back up the stairs. Ping used me too. Because what was happening was, I was a little hurt because I had just torn my cartilage. So they told me to come back and play. So Ping was really trying to give me a break. But what Ping started doing was he was putting me in a position where he wanted me to be him.
Right.
To the guys. So I'm like, but I ain't got to be out there on the court with you. I'm out there on the court with the guys. He chewing them out and he'll look over at me. William, don't you agree? So I'm like, I got to go to war with these guys.
I always used to point that out. I used to be like, yo.
What do you think, William? I mean, how many of these people work hard? Not too many.
Not too many, coach. I'm like, I know they was just like, oh, how can William be like go in the locker room with them after this and say,
the game, right?
Like, yo, man, wanted to kill him. But he put this on him like that.
Oh, not this. We were playing at Lorton University. At that time, they would call it the Tournament of Champions. So if you won any summer basketball tournament, you played there. Matter of fact, we were playing against Jawan Howard at his high school. And I just gotten a dunk, came down and got in a defensive position, and I couldn't get back up. I was stuck and didn't know what had happened. That's when I went to the doctor. They knew the cartilage was torn, and they were saying, well, maybe you could still play on it because they wanted me to try to play on it for a whole year. Then in the off season, they would cut into it and do whatever they needed to do. So at this point in the movie, what happened was we were stretching, and I remember because that was the last day I practiced, and they had pulled it, and it got stuck, and I couldn't get it out. As a matter of fact, they had to call some paramedics to pull it out. It was heavy. It was heavy. As a matter of fact, I don't even think Steve and them they caught it, because I think they came back in and said, what happened? Like, what's going on?
I kind of started coming into my own in my junior year a little bit. That's when I started really like taking the game seriously, trying to get the whole knowledge and wisdom and everything.
Senior year, Arthur makes varsity for the Marshall Commandos.
Trying to, better myself and find out who I am as a basketball player. What am I good at, And guys gravitated to my personality, but I wanted to change that on the basketball court. I didn't want to be, oh yeah, Arthur the guy we want to be around off the court, but on the court we can't see him. Hey, passing the ball over me. No, I wanted to make a name for myself. So I kind of started coming into my own in my junior year a little bit.
Back home, the family's troubles have worsened.
Now I'm on welfare that I wasn't on then.
If somebody asked me the question, if Spike Lee would have did this movie, would it be different? Yeah. I think any black director, if they would have did this movie, it would have been 10 times different in terms of the angles that they were going to look for. I think certain things in Arthur's life, they probably wouldn't have showed it. The things that African Americans experience, if it's not at a greater level, if it's something that we just deal with in general day to day, it's not news to us. It's like, okay, that's life. What's the other greater impact?
So therefore, do you know what happened? Our lights were cut off, our gas were cut off, and we were sitting in the dark.
I was mad at the scene when our lights got cut off when Steve and them still wanted to film it, was because what went on my mind was, well, you already got my dad doing, buying drugs, so I'm like, are you just like waiting like for something like, a bad part or some turmoil in the family happens so you can light up and get this? That's what I thought in my head. But once my mom said it was all right, I felt like, well, I don't care what she say. I'm still pissed off, and I'm going to walk around here pissed off and let them know on my face that I'm pissed off. So that's what I did. But they kind of understood it and apologized. You see, that's all they got, though, was just that little part.
A lot of folks have grown up with their lights out, so to them, it's like, well, that wasn't critical, But for Steve and well, that is critical. That's a critical component, especially to the audience that they were going to sell the movie to. Those things were critical. A 4-week procedure took me almost 2 years. I still say that guy messed my knee up, man.
Okay, your ligament looks fine. We can actually sew the cartilage back.
Now I found out, no, if it's cartilage there, you snip it out.
You just snip it out?
Snip it out. There's no way to preserve it. He sewed it back up, and what that did, that caused damage to the rest of the knee. Because people could ask me, man, all you had was cartilage damage. Why you can't come back and play? Well, I said, well, because they tried to sew it, and then once it went in there, then they started getting infected, and all kind of stuff.
And what they sew it with, dog?
Thread, needle and a thread. That's it. That's all it was.
Needle. And you still got your muscle and everything moving around this thread, and this you cutting and all that.
And what happened was that thread they put in there got under the bone, and so it got caught up in there. So what began to happen was I started losing all flexibility. So I couldn't even get a straight bend anymore.
Yeah?
And then what eventually happened was, because it got caught, it completely tore apart then. So
get out of here from the thread.
The thread. So which means that the cartilage then was torn in 2 places, and it was just floating around.
In the knee?
In the knee. Just floating around.
So how many operations did you have on it?
I had a total of 2.
The Bulls doctor did it right.
The Bulls doctor, right. He went in there, took it right out. As a matter of fact, this just lets you know the difference. I remember going, because we did it during November. I was in this big immobilizer, raising my knee up, raising it down. With the Bulls doctor, I walked that day after the surgery. He said, "Will, get up and walk." I got up and walked in the hospital.
Without the thing on there?
Without the thing on there. The same day of the surgery. Same day. Got up and walked.
So what did he say, like, how long you going to be able to play?
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Took me 4 weeks to get the knee back ready to go play. And that's what happened. After I came out, we had that surgery in April. Got it back ready by May so I can go to the Nike camp in June. That's what happened. I was playing in a month. But I kept, but people, because Curtis Hyde
cartilage damage. Curtis was even telling me,
Yeah.
he said this shouldn't take that long. And Curtis didn't even have arthroscopy. They cut his out
Get out of
and
here.
just sewed his back up. And Curtis, it only took him 4 weeks.
But what did y'all tell me about when y'all...
I didn't see footage until probably beginning of my senior year.
Yeah, but that was still, we were letting in on as they were putting it together kind of deal. But I don't know if Arthur had gotten something, but I would call him and say, you know, I need a copy of that. Them dunks I was doing, I need a copy. You know, I would get tapes like that. Like I even remember seeing, it's like a 10-hour version of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know that?
Yeah.
They brought that thing over. I was like, man, what y'all gonna do with that?
A rough draft.
Yeah, it's like, who gonna watch that? I think it came over like 3 tapes.
And they was
Each tape was like
using beta tapes.
Yeah, like the first tape was like 4 hours. Like, who gonna watch that? It's like, man, now we'll be back. Let us know when this is over.
No editing, no nothing.
Yeah, it's like, no, y'all can keep that. But I mean, if it was something that I knew that if it was something that I felt like wasn't true, then I would say, no, don't put that in there, because that wasn't how that went down. So, and they did listen to that.
It's been crazy. As far as his father and his mother's breakup, he'll come home and Bo still.
I'll never forget, Arthur and I, we had did a couple of speaking engagements together, and we were out in Minnesota. And I remember hearing this kid say, man, Arthur, you know, you said your dad is your biggest role model. He's like, how could your dad be your biggest role model? And what Arthur said was so profound to me. He said, my dad was my biggest role model because I knew what not to do with my life. And I had never heard anything like that before. I was like, man, that took me. I was like, whoa. Unfortunately, sometimes I always felt like with Arthur, though, you know, I just felt like it was unfair, you know, for a kid to have to go through a lot of stuff that he had to deal with. But yet, that was inner city life. You know, it wasn't just him. It was 5,000 other kids dealing with it. Arthur was the kind of guy that, in spite of what was going on, I think he needed basketball more than he ever realized. You know, he allowed the game to be his outlet. And he allowed the game to be his best friend. I even believe at times Arthur probably allowed the game to be his father. You know, what else was he going to turn to?
When I played basketball, I knew what I wanted to do. This is what I want, you know. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Hoop Dreams touched upon what has been going on for generations. Every inner city kid played this game and went through the same trials and tribulations. I mean, I just got even letters to this day. I get letters, people say, man, I remember that movie like it was yesterday. I lived that back in the 70s. What Steve, Peter, and Fred did was they put it out there for the public could see. In most movies, you know the outcome. Somebody gonna hit the big shot. Somebody, you know, all the misfortune that happens in the movies.
Right.
There's a rainbow at the end of it. Nobody knew.
The filmmakers didn't even know.
It kept, whoever watched it kept pulling them in more and more because they wanted to know what was gonna happen. They wanted to see if we was going to make it, if we wasn't going to make it. They kept getting pulled into it.
Yeah, because it's everyday people. I mean, everyday people movie stars like to be everyday people, but you're not. I mean, I'm talking about the 9 to 5 or the garbage guy that's, bringing home the paycheck where his kids going to school and, they can relate to that more. It's on a more realer downer level. I mean, it's no reality TV in this. You know what I'm saying?
And then the other elements, they saw both of our moms, sitting there, watching us deal with all that. I'm pretty sure for my mom, she had to be sitting there saying, man, look at my baby, all these surgeries just to play this game, I'm pretty sure Arthur's mom was sitting there saying, oh, man, St. Joe done did him wrong, and, he got to come back here, and now he got to find his confidence all over here again. You know, even Coach Bedford said it, you know. I mean, I really believe that really was the case. They were saying, hey, if he was good enough, he'd have still been at St. Joe's.
The daily regimen of rehabilitation is not the only change in William's life.
Yee, there she is.
Say hey. Say hey.
You know what? Actually, when Alicia came along, and the reason that Catherine's pregnancy is in the movie is because Steve and the guys didn't, you know, they didn't know that she was my girlfriend at the time, and since they didn't ask about it, it wasn't that I was like hiding Catherine or anything like that, because she was at all the games and she did everything, but they thought that she was my older brother David's girlfriend, and just didn't get it, and so I didn't go against him. And then one day I think I did say, you know, you all don't never get anything with my daughter. They was like, daughter? Yeah. you know that little bitty one that's here all the time? It's my daughter. So then that's when they caught on. Because even then, Alicia is really big at that point. You know, they don't even have like infant kind of like shots.
Man, he earned his title.
And here's the thing that was kind of interesting. I always asked them this question. I don't think I ever got a direct answer from them, but in high school, I remember the newspaper even writing about me being a teenage father. And I know they must have read it in the paper, and they still just never made, you know, any real connection with that. It just wasn't there. I don't know why. It's their fault. It's their fault. My kids have only seen the first 2 years of the movie, primarily because I want them to see Daddy's glory days before they see Daddy's declining years. But they keep asking for it, and I think I probably do it. And it's probably more me than anything. But I probably only allow them to watch the first 2 years because, especially more so for William, I don't want him to think that anytime something goes wrong in his life that's the way it's supposed to be, because things went wrong in his daddy's life. So I want to build him up enough that he has his own, you know, okay, that may have happened to my daddy, but that's not going to happen to me kind of thought about himself. So I guess I'm trying to break that curse of thinking in his life.
My name is not even on there anymore. Where do I fit in with this team?
William takes a makeup exam in math because he skipped the final.
And I can honestly say this too. With Catherine, education defined her. Education didn't define me. Basketball defined me.
Yeah.
You know, that was, hey, if I can go out and I can get 20 on you, that was greater than me going out and busting a B in the classroom. I mean, basketball defined me.
I understand we got the ACT results. Not as good as we wanted, huh?
My freshman year, I was in college preparatory program. You know, St. Joe's had college prep B, college prep A, then they had honors, then they had advanced honors. I was in college prep A. I still have the ribbons on my, you know, at the house someplace where I stayed on the honor roll. I went and took this test, and I was like, man, am I just a bad test taker? What is the problem here? I'm like, I'm in one of the top, you know, Catholic high schools in the city of Chicago, and I'm struggling with this ACT test. You know, I go to Marquette University, doing well there. I'm like, so I don't know, maybe I was just a bad test taker, but I never found high school, like, difficult. It was challenging, but it wasn't, like, difficult where I could not get great grades. And I did. I mean, I stayed on the A and B honor roll.
El caballo. El caballo. La vaca. La vaca. Arthur, ¿tienes tú el libro? ¿Tienes tú el libro?
What'd I say?
Arthur's a lot smarter than what Arthur, you know, that he kind of led on. First of all, Arthur got a brilliant mind, just like his daddy. You know, can talk you into anything and talk you out of anything. Some of the things that happened with Arthur was that Arthur wanted to play
ball so much because it gave him an outlet, it gave him a release that the other things reminded him of who he really was. And I think when he was playing the game, he didn't have to deal with that. He didn't have to deal with this. He didn't have to think about who Arthur Agee was outside of the game. Well, when you got to sit down and people want to talk to you, you got to reflect and you got to start thinking. I think Arthur I don't think he liked what he saw.
How's your knee?
My knee is horrible.
Easiest thing right now would be for you not to play and wait till next year. What do you want to do?
I should have waited. I really should have waited to play. I wasn't ready to go back. I wanted to go back, but I wasn't physically ready to go back, and I knew it. I knew the knee was not strong enough to play.
I've seen athletes who have come back from surgery where they worried about the injury. When this happens, they may never be the player they were.
I wanted to be a part of that team so much, so bad, because we were having our best year. I think at that point when I came back, we were like 29-2. And all I remember the team saying is, man, Will, back now we really gonna win it all. I mean, I was like, man, they still want me to be a part of this team. And you know, I don't know if I helped that team or hurt that team when I came back. But I was glad to be back.
It was like my injury was making him look bad. I always felt that Curtis should not be living his dream through me.
I was carrying a family name. I mean, that's the truth. I was carrying a family name, and I admit to, I knew I was holding a secret inside of me. I knew I wasn't ready to play, but I wanted to be out there. So when people kept saying, you know, are you physically ready to go? I kept saying yes, yes. And I knew I wasn't physically ready to go, but I couldn't help it. I needed to be out there. So when I got out there, I really made myself look bad. I know in the beginning of the movie I said that, you know, all I dreamed about was playing in the NBA. And that was a part of it. But I think to play there would have definitely meant a great deal. But more than anything, I was enjoying school. I was enjoying life. I felt no pressure to doing what I was doing. It just came natural. And I think that's what hurt me in my career, because I didn't have to work hard to play on the basketball court. And I think Pink knew that. I mean, when I showed up, I was ready to play. And matter of fact, I even remember Pink saying, "You don't even have to practice, do you?" That was true. I didn't really have to practice because I wanted to play. I mean, I knew what I could do. So when I hurt myself, I didn't know how to work hard to get back to the level that I needed to be. So I just thought, well, if I could run again, I should be able to play again. And then all other kind of things happened, because now when I came back, I started favoring that knee, got tendonitis in my left knee. So then I had to start lowering. I didn't want to jump anymore because it hurted. You know, so I still had to play. And it's almost like this: if you condition your body not to jump, then all of a sudden you just can't pull it out anymore. So, you know, it's like people don't understand anything you do if you condition yourself to do it. So I conditioned myself not to jump high anymore.
While the doctor examines William's knee, Gordon Tex surges ahead.
See, now there's my competitive fire again, sitting on the sideline. Knee is bummed, and I knew at that point that I heard something tear again. I heard it tear. I knew the cartilage had torn again. What I do? I get back up, go in the game, because I said, you know what? I'm not going to let my team lose. Barely could run, barely could walk, sore, hurting. Instead of just telling coach, I can't go. And of course, even this game, I remember this shot. I didn't even want the basketball, but they threw it to me. And I knew why they threw it to me. Because I was Will Gates. Got to give it to the guy who's going to
carry us downstate. So they threw me the ball. I looked up at the clock and I said, man, I got to go do something. They're dependent on me. What I do, I get up here, I break my first shot. It's like clank. You know, it's so funny. What was interesting about that was the couple of games before, I shot 100%. I shoot like 6 for 6, 4 for 4, 3 for 3. And all these games are all high pressure games. None of them are like any more pressured than the other. And I just lose it. And I remember watching that free throw as I shot it both times. I'm standing straight up because I couldn't bend. And of course, I think it's weighed on me. And people think I'm disappointed because I missed the free throws. No, I'm disappointed because I wasn't honest with myself or my teammates. You know, I let my team down that year.
You shouldn't have been out there. You shouldn't have been playing. I'm very disappointed. Y'all get that on tape 18 times. Disappointed in the system. He shouldn't have been out there playing. His knee came out of place a couple of times, looked like. You know, I mean, if winning that's important, you need to reevaluate the program.
That ain't no excuse. He got out there, so as far as I'm concerned, wasn't nothing wrong with him.
Oh, it was. You know what? It's funny because see, I didn't see a lot of the commentary. Well, not the commentary. I didn't see a lot of this footage until when the movie came out, and I didn't even know people had said the things that they were saying. And but what was so amazing was that, again, I think at that point, people forgot I was still a high school student. I was only 17. You know, that just kind of like went out the window. So I think, and I can even say this, I think at that point, a lot of stuff began to change internally with me, where I started changing some of my focus about the game. And I said, you know what, let me start taking care of myself. You know, I'm like, here I am, getting ready to have another surgery just so I can do this again. I'm like, do I want to do this the rest of my life now? As an athlete, you've always been taught that one thing you want to take care of is your knees. And I've heard all those stories. People say, man, when you have an knee injury, you never come back the same. And I'm trying to be positive about it. No, I'm going to be better than ever. But in my heart of hearts, I'm sitting there like, man, this could be it for me. Everything I believed in, everything I was working hard for, is being determined by a knife today. I think this is when, you know, my desire for the game began to change. It didn't seem worth it anymore to me. You know, I said, you know, let me do well enough to get to college, play my college career, be done with it.
At least coach might have to say, William, you ain't play hard this game, because when I step on that floor, I'm going to be all business, and that's it.
One year after he left, Arthur's dad, Bo, rejoins the family.
My dad, at this point in his life, he was, you know, getting himself right, but still going through his trials and everything. But he was just trying to get back right with his family, and from that, he was trying to show my mom that only way he was going to do that was going to church, and no matter if it was on 111th or downtown, you know. So I kind of admired him and looked up to him for doing that, which was what he needed.
Lord, we know you always bless the family.
Thinking about everything. I was thinking like, why I'm here, why I'm in this church, why we way out here. And then the cameras on me too. It was like everything new, you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know that previous, you know, before that day that they would want to film church, you know. So it's all that's new. It's opening like, well, they're gonna get how I am in church, and you know, and how am I in church? I mean, I haven't been like that. I mean, we just doing this because my father found a light through this lady, and this is her church. So I'm like, you know, everything was just going kind of crazy. But always, I mean, my mom and dad always was in the church, you know, was born and they was brought up in the church. So, I mean, I knew the good values of it.
While I was incarcerated, I just asked God, show me a different way, give me a new life, take the taste of drugs and evil way of thinking away from me. I asked the Lord to forgive me for what I did. the times that I mistreated my wife, beat her physically, you know.
I want to thank the Lord for protecting my family. The values of family comes from your mom and your dad, you know. So, I mean, if you don't stray away and you go the right way as they taught you with everything, you should do good as when you become a father and raise your family. So, you know, I learned a lot. I mean, so much. I mean, I just couldn't pick one thing. You could probably say, just be a man, just step up. It's like, don't get no excuses. Just do what you're supposed to do, and don't look for no pats on the back and all that. You know, just do what you do as long as you know you doing right by him, and you doing the best you can as a man. I mean, that's all you can do. In his eyes, that was cool. That's what he did. So, yeah, I mean, I want to be better than my dad, of course. I remember sometimes he used to try to go to church while he's still, For those of you who don't know, December 15th, my dad passed away, left this world to be with his father. He left a son here to keep his name going on. So pray for my dad, Arthur Agee Sr. And I know him and Curtis is up there playing ball right now on a gold court.
Arguing over who gonna take the shot.
I bet they playing ball on a gold court, drinking water.
Ooh, one of my favorite scenes right here. You know what's so funny about when I went down to my father's auto shop that day? And I must have been born with the curse and the blessing. The blessing is I actually think my father's a relatively handsome man, which...
That's where he get his hands from. Look at them hands.
Out of all of my father's kids, I probably look like him and may have more of his demeanor than any of them. But, and I was probably the one that, as we were growing up, didn't want to have a lot to do with him. But since then, you know, we worked on that relationship and we got that thing in order and put a lot of things behind us and moved forward with our relationship. The thing is so funny, I remember, this is really funny, I remember that car that I was sitting in. I met the lady who owned that car. He was trying to give me somebody else's car. I just thought that was just the funniest thing. I said, that was your car? He told me that was a car that he was giving to me. So that was just too funny. Too funny.
They said you're my only friend. All right. Jimmy 5.
Now I'm a father of 4. Whew. Too many kids. No, I love it. Alicia Shatis Gates will be 16. Look at her cursing me out. That's what she's doing right there. She's trying to tell me what to do. I can just like her mama. I have William Jr., who's 10. He's been a St. Joseph basketball camp. First of all, he's just as big as a 6th grader now. He's in 4th grade. I don't force the game on William. When William want to play, I go play with him. But at the same time, I'm telling him to get better. You got to play. Jalen is my hard worker. Jalen is 6. He'll take 20 shots in the same spot, and he'll just be consistent there. So, and hopefully Marcus will do the same. Marcus is 1, and Marcus is our latest and our last. Arthur and I, we used to talk about this a long time ago. But if I'd have known that you can go to the NBA out of high school, I'd have tried it.
Right.
I would have tried it.
Just
to see what happened. Yep. I would have tried it. I didn't know kids was doing that. You know.
It wasn't even nothing on Sports Center even talking about somebody that. You just knew that a high school kid wasn't ready for no NBA. Mm-hmm. You supposed to go. We thought to get to the NBA, you got to play basketball in high school, be real good. Play basketball in college, go to a real good college and be real good, and then you get drafted.
Yeah.
That's how the process is. We thought. What was that process from? Everybody that grew up early 70s, all the way up until like 93.
Mm-hmm. But now the deal is, if you go to college and you wait all 4 years,
yeah, you're a bust.
You're a buster. I mean, they saying, hey, if you was good enough to be in the league, you should have been here.
Yep.
It's not about the academics anymore. They said, hey, you come make $1 million, and when you get ready to go back to school for other fulfillment, you can do it then. But, if you're good enough to go out of high school right now, they want you to come. If you go to college for a year or two, that's all right. But stay 4 years, it's not about maturity.
Right.
It's about athletic skills.
About how much can you afford?
That's my pops on this scene right here. We going back to St. Joe's to take care of the tuition problem, because they won't release my credits to Marshall. Michael O'Brien, director of finance. You better pay the rest of that money. He got that money. We don't.
Looking at somewhere around. It's $181.30 per month.
Listen to my dad.
Is there any way possible that I don't know, I'm just asking,
Sure.
Could his credits be released?
That's the #1 rule of a con man. Always come humble and give. I don't know, I'm just asking. Is there any way you be thankful? And what? And then you ask me, what is that? You trip up the numbers a little bit. What is that, 181? What? No, 181310. Mr. O'Brien had to get it right. But Dad had to come through on that.
Wish he could have stayed here, though, And
Well, things happen,
Things happen, and
He was like, when you make the first payment. So my dad worked like hell, bust his ass, made that first payment. Like the next week, got my transcripts. Bow. He was like, yeah, they did just what I want them to do. He's like, now you got your credits. I was like, yeah, only 6 of them.
Hey, what was up with the hug?
Oh, yeah. Bo had to let him know, I got you, dog. I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Yeah.
When Arthur went to St. Joseph's, just how good it would have been for him. He wouldn't have had to leave. Here's one of the corners right here, these 4 corners here where I used to come up here and cop all the time.
You see inner city living, they always show you New York. I mean, true, we both cities, but I mean, we have our own cultures and just a different camaraderie comes with the city, that looms like atmosphere over the people of the city. So I think this captured, Chicago and our city parts, like in a very like gritty, blue collar, hard working way, And this film wasn't made in Los Angeles with all the, with the gang banging city lights that they had, It wasn't made in the Delta, in the Mississippi or the South, or,
Georgetown Coke, man, I might get that joint. Dang, pocket on the side.
The neighborhood, it doesn't offer anything. I mean, it was nothing constructive in the neighborhood. If you went out snatching chains, standing up on the corners, waiting for the traffic at 4 or 5 o'clock so you can bust a lady window and take her purse and run through the alley, if you weren't doing that, you was on the basketball court. I mean, I didn't really, use basketball as a way out until I started liking basketball and watching African-American players coming from college, going into the NBA, making a nice living. And it was a sport, and they get paid for it. And I didn't know all the rigors and all that, what you had to go through, but I was like, that's what I want to do.
First of all, just to be at the Nike camp was definitely in my top 10 highlights as a person. When I was coming out of high school, if you got invited to Nike camp, you were considered one of the best, at least one of the top 100 high school basketball athletes in the United States. The big thing was there was only one main camp. There was no Adidas camp. There was no,
Magic Johnson All-Star game.
Yeah,
it was the Nike camp and the McDonald's All-American game.
And you had to go to the Nike camp to get to the McDonald's All-American game. That's where they came from. Now, Adidas got their own camp. Reebok got their own camp.
Yep.
So the top tier players are filtered throughout it. And then some of them guys don't even go because depending on, your AAU team, they'd rather go play in Vegas. They'd rather go play the Boston Shootout. And so the game is open so much in terms of the financial aspect of the market. We didn't have all that stuff back then.
At the prestigious Nike camp, William hopes to prove the injuries are behind him, and he belongs among the nation's best.
I don't know about you, Arthur, but I ain't care nothing about the recruiting process. I just want to be recruited.
Man.
I heard people say, this stuff is a meat market and all those other things.
It's a business. I mean, this is the way it's structured. This is the way it has to go. I mean, we couldn't get them all in a barn and say, hey, you just come pick these guys. I mean, they have to invite them into some type of camp. Well, what type of camp? What's one of the shoe companies? A Nike camp. Okay, let's put them up in Princeton and take them through a college day of classes and courses and let them know what it's going to be like to be on a. Well, that's the whole business of recruiting. I mean, that's the whole business of it. And I mean, and players know. I mean, that's why I'm gonna go on this visit. I'm gonna go on that visit. I mean, ain't nobody said the first school that come you sign.
Right.
But this is a talent-driven business. If you don't have no talent, you're gonna have to be knocking on some doors. But if you got some talent, you can entertain about 3 or 4 universities. Now you can use the system towards your advantage. Okay, I got something they want. And the thing you getting out of it is a full ride, free education.
Free. Free. Can we say that again? Free.
Free. Free education.
Some of you are going to make it where you want to be, and others of you will not make it.
I was so excited to be invited to that camp because in spite of my knee injury and everything else, I had worked hard enough to still be considered among the best. For a moment, I had great expectations to say, you know what, maybe there's a little life still left in me. But the thing that was interesting at this component was that I didn't have very much time to get ready. I'd just come out of my second knee surgery, literally right after the season in April. Nike camp started in June, which means I only had May to get ready to go play. So here I was again confronted with the same question, do I go or do I stay? And I'm like, man, okay, I gotta go. Gotta go. I can't pass up this opportunity and not go. But I knew I wasn't ready. And I did a horrible thing down there. I faked a knee injury. When I stopped playing that last game, there was nothing wrong with me. The guy and I, we did collide knees, but I hurt the muscle above my knee. There's nothing wrong with my knee. So I decided not to play, but I told everybody that my knee was hurt.
You dirty dog. Get out of here.
Oh, hey, I didn't want to be there. Didn't want to be there.
You dirty dog. Get out of here.
That actually isn't dirty stuff. Because see, what people didn't understand, people didn't know all the components that went into me trying to even get to Nike camp. See, folks didn't know the pressure that I was under. People didn't know. Remember, I had just had that surgery in April. I had May to get ready. Coach Ping told me if I don't go to Nike camp, then nobody else would ever get the opportunity from St. Joe's to go to Nike camp. So here I am sitting here with all this responsibility on me. Only been playing, and matter of fact, I didn't even get a chance to play ball that month because I had to work. I was in the weight room, the training room, trying to get it together. So I'm down there trying to play against guys who've been playing all year long at the camp where McDonald's All-Americans
get chosen.
Yeah. So I'm down there playing. I'm saying, you know what? I can't even compete with these guys. So I need an excuse to get out.
Get out of here.
Now, do know this. If I wouldn't have never collided knees, I'd have continued playing. But I had an opportunity not to do it. So I did it.
Now just think if you would have kept playing, what you would have did. I mean, say if you would have played yourself into the fucking McDonald's game, dog.
Listen to this, though.
Did I just play myself in the McDonald's game?
Did you see the team I was on?
Yeah, dog, it wasn't that good.
No, my team was good.
The one you hurt your knee on?
Yeah. But I had Jalen Rose, Donyell Marshall. I had 4 NBA guys on my squad.
Get out of here.
Yes.
Y'all was playing against Chris Webber and them that time.
Playing against Chris Webber, Big Dog, Allen Henderson. Man. And they had 6'8" Jalen running the point. You think I was seeing that rock down there? Man, I was just running up and down the court. That's all that was happening. Because remember, I wasn't ready to play.
Right.
You know, so that
you just forced to go down there. You
right,
like
I was forced to go down there. So that competitive, like, man, I'm gonna get the rock. I don't need nobody to pass me the ball. I go get my own rebound.
Right.
I was only jumping about that high. What rebounds was I gonna get? You know.
Oh, I never knew that though.
I didn't look at it as a lie. I looked at it as an escape. It was an opportunity for me to stop embarrassing myself down there. But in the midst of all of that, the recruiting maintained high. I mean, Michigan State was still calling. Indiana was still calling. Marquette was still calling. So overall, I didn't feel like I lost a whole lot except for positioning myself to play in the McDonald's All-American game. That's what hurt me more than anything because that was one of my all-time personal goals. Yes, I was a McDonald's All-American, but they only take the top 25 to play in the game. The top 100 are all McDonald's All-Americans, but the top 25 plays in the game. I should have been. I went to camp as one of the top 25 in the country, being number 5, and I gave that up. And I kick myself a lot when I think about that, but I gave that up.
What institution are you planning on going to? Have you decided that?
I was thinking about going to Alabama.
Well, senior year, you know, I'm in the counselor's office, and I'm gonna make it or break it right now. I mean, one good thing about it is that our team is better. Only thing I was worried about that school year was just making sure that I was gonna be able to get to some school as far as academically. And the whole big thing with me was the ACT. Was I gonna take it or was I not? It wasn't that my mama was asking me to take it. She already knew and supposedly knew I supposed to took it, but I didn't take it. I went and sat in the park one day, scared of the test. Like, nah. I was leaving everything right now on the court. Well, my play is gonna get me somewhere. Somewhere. You know, with this film, with these people follow me too, it's gonna get me somewhere. That's how I was thinking. The thing was, I cut corners, but I felt like I still had the summer school thing. So, I mean, I didn't just not do what I was supposed to do. I went to summer school and graduated like I was supposed to do. And the Mentor area college that I signed with, the junior college, they actually wanted me to come down there and try to finish summer school down there, which it was impossible because they thought that I was that type of person that I wouldn't go to school all the time in the summer and, you know, all that. So I showed them, I mean, you know, I do what I had to, you know, my responsibilities. But my senior year was strictly on about basketball. Get me out of Chicago on about basketball. And it did.
It's kind of interesting now. We was talking about senior year and, you know, what you was looking for. I think senior year for both of us, it was proving ground all over again. I mean, I wasn't really that concerned about the academic, but I knew folks was wanting to see, you know, did the knee hold up? Could I still play? Could he still compete? Then at the same token, man, I knew St. Joe's kind of lost, you know, I lost favor in their eyes. They was like, hey.
Yeah.
And here's the thing that I began to recognize, too, is that, and maybe a lot of it had to do with my brother, too. I began to start thinking about those things he had always said, you know, if you're not playing well, you're not performing well, you know, people are going to start changing on you. And people were changing on me. You know, people began to start treating me a little bit different, and the expectations that people used to have on me were much lower.
William's first home recruiting visit. 3 top schools postponed visits, preferring to wait and see how William will do his senior year at St. Joe's.
If you don't make the test score, doesn't mean we don't want you, because we still do. That's what I'm telling you. If you tear your knee out again this year and you can't play ever again, you're going to have your education paid for at Marquette University.
What he had just said is the real reason why I went to Marquette. Besides, you know, I wanted to fulfill some of the things that Curtis wanted to do, but Kevin O'Neill promised me that if I could never ever play ball again, that my education would be paid for. No other school said that. Now, some other school probably said that I probably would have considered them a lot harder, but he was the only guy to say, I don't care if you come up here and you play 2 weeks. You can go here for free. You know what? And they held on to that commitment. He really did.
Where does he fit in?
Curtis said things that I knew he would say, and all I had to do was be quiet because I knew he was gonna say the things that I needed him to say. So and look at me, I'm just sitting there like, okay, Kevin O'Neal, you bored. I probably was thinking in my mind, where's the next game, man? I want to go play some basketball. This guy here talking about school and what Marquette offers me. Like, man, can we go play some basketball right now? I can honestly say, when I went to Marquette, I never had any intentions of making the NBA. I knew I wasn't going to be on the page where I needed to be on. And I probably shot myself in the foot before I should have. But when I went into that gym, there were still moments of the dream saying like, man, who knows, maybe my fortune will turn around. Which is interesting because I turned age 29. All of a sudden, I got a desire to play in the NBA again, and had gotten my body in shape, and I was working out, and things was going great. As a matter of fact, things was going so well. I started working out with Michael Jordan, and when he was making his comeback with the Wizards, and I'm like, man, this is just unreal. This is true. First of all, I'm playing with my hero growing up, right? But yet, competing against him now, which was even more amazing. Not just him, I'm competing against guys that I came out of high school with, like the Michael Finleys, Jawan Howard, guys I hadn't seen in a long time, playing against them. And as a matter of fact, I remember some of those guys saying, well, what took you so long? I mean, just to hear that, and I just knew, I said, well, maybe this is my turn. Maybe now. And as soon as I get ready to go for my tryout with the Wizards, I break my foot. I said, is this like my faith in life that I will not play this game? And it kind of just ended on that note. But I did discover this. I was good enough. I knew I could play.
Talk to any leading black people on the campus?
Yeah, I was like, hey, Will didn't even know what he was like. Actually, you said you lean forward, but too, dog, like the leading black people. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you know.
You're like, man, what the hell is the leading black people, man?
Right.
What are you talking about? Did I talk to any black people, leading black people on campus? Are you crazy?
All he had to say was, "Did you talk to?"
See, like that.
Who's the black
people,
student union?
For him, you just made yourself look like an ass as a grown man asking that student that at school.
Dennis Doyle was a very good man, by the way. I loved Dennis Doyle because he was straightforward, but Dennis Doyle wasn't. He didn't have any real sensitive street swabby kind of stuff. Dennis just kind of said what flowed out of Dennis' mouth, And I don't think he really meant any harm by asking me, are there who's the leader of the black people on campus? That was just Dennis Doyle deal. But I think Dennis took a lot of flack for that because the way he said it. But overall, he was a really good guy. But he did ask a dumb question, though. Like, I should have said Malcolm X. I should have said some black radical leader that is looking for him, too.
I'm fixing him a birthday dinner today. This is his 18th birthday, and I want to show him how much we appreciate him and love him and care for him.
One thing I've always been encouraged with about the Agee family is that they never had to, pretend to show their love for one another. They were always tight with one another. I mean, that had always just amazed me. And I even remember being over that night, even though Bo had passed away. They didn't have to get up. Like most people come over and they got to put on the show. They were just like that. I mean, that was so they didn't have to do anything extra special to feel good about, Bo's life or to feel good about their life. I mean, that's just how they were. I mean, it encouraged me. It's like, man, like I said, I'm going to go home and hug my wife and kids. That was great.
my family did things like this for me, set their birthday parties, stuff like that. And it didn't have to be real big or at some restaurant. It was in the privacy of our own home with friends. But to make it to the 18th birthday, it's like a war zone. I mean, you getting up every day just making sure that you stay out of harm's way, that you just live to see another day, that you go out, play basketball, come home, not be with the wrong people. And, that's how mostly you got caught up with being in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people. So I knew that early on. So whenever I was out in the street and things like that, I would either be playing basketball or somewhere where I knew I was safe.
Now, can you imagine a person living on that? Do you all wonder sometimes, how am I living? Or how do my children survive? Or how they living? It's enough to make people really want to go out there and just lash out and hurt somebody.
Yeah, how am I living? Making it on what, $265 a month in food stamps? Because we had Section 8, so my mama was paying like $1 in rent, one whole dollar. Section 8 was paying the rest, and that was a nice apartment. That was like about, it was like $600 then.
Man, you colored all your shoes, do you?
Wrote on them after they got old.
Coach Ping to me is an old school guy, very fundamentals, the whole 9 yards. We had plays like Alabama, Indiana. We had, 4 corners. We pulled it out. We were a mini college team,
He doesn't play with confidence like he did before he was injured.
To play at St. Joe's, you got to be mentally tough. You got to be able to take what Coach says, chew up the meat, spit out the bones, but you also have to be secure about who you are as a player. If you're one of those kind of guys that you need to jack up 20, 30 shots a game, St. Joseph is not the school for you. Coach P not on that. I mean, I don't think anybody at St. Joe's ever averaged over 22 points a game. That's just not the mode. Now, I was determined to try to break that, and I think I would have if I would have never gotten hurt. And that's one of my favorite parts right there. At this point, I was having that experience of going back home, trying to recapture my thoughts, trying to recapture, really making some critical decisions in my mind that I've been racing through. Because I was getting ready to head to Marquette. What I wanted to do was just go back home and find myself. Find myself. That's what I needed.
Why do you have to do something unnecessarily? If you would have kept it over here, William, look at me. If you would have kept it over here.
This is like the only scene they show every time they show the Hoop Dreams clip. They always show Coach Ping cursing me out. All the footage they got of this thing, all they show is Coach Ping cursing me out.
And remember, think about the ball game on the way to the game.
Think about the game. Say nothing. People may not agree with us concentrating on the game, but if you look at our record compared to other schools' records, we were ready. We were prepared. I mean, to me, that was the difference between what I was experiencing and what Arthur was experiencing. And I love Coach Befford, and Coach Befford is a disciplinarian. But I think being in a public league system, oftentimes Coach Befford had to deal with different personalities and different personal types, and I really believe that for him, he'd rather have the guys on the team than the guys not to be on the team, because he was more like a dad to those guys.
When we start out, Arthur will be completely in the ball game.
But you know what I think about the two different styles in the coaches was? Ping was at a place in his coaching career where he felt like he knew that we needed him more than he needed us.
Yeah.
And I think with Coach Befford was like, you know what? I'm glad these guys want to play. I'm going to work them hard. I'm going to teach them some discipline.
Yeah.
But I think Befford wanted you guys to be on the team
as opposed to Ping. For him, it was
like
it
a
wasn't
trophy, like y'all was his trophy. Like
Coach Ping's system, it's like, you know, hey, this is not a privilege, this is a responsibility.
Yeah.
Kind of deal. You're like, okay.
Fourth quarter, Arthur and the Commandos claw their way back. On a crucial possession, the ball goes to Arthur.
I did used to long for those days when, you know, we would go to the game and people in the stands dancing and jumping and having fun. But those are the choices we make, you know, that was made for us when we were coming up, and I didn't have an opportunity to have that kind of high school experience that Arthur got, and then Arthur didn't get an opportunity to have the high school experience I got. If Arthur probably would have stayed at St. Joe's with me, he may not have had the impact that he had going to Marshall. You know, he probably still would have kind of been living in a little bit of my shadow. You know, I had been there 4-year varsity starter. He just now coming on the scene. Because that was like with a lot of them guys there, you know. I had been there for 4 years with Coach Payne. So when they came from the sophomore team to varsity, I even remember them sitting in the room asking me a million questions like, man, just come and play. Just play. Help us win. You know, that's all I want. Just help us win.
Look how he come right to William like after that.
See, that's what I was talking about earlier too. See, at that point, Payne was preparing for next year.
Yeah.
Everything was worked through the other guys and stuff like that. Man, my senior season, man, it was so disappointing, even just to be a part of that. But a lot of that always been my life too. I always played with older guys. So
yep.
I didn't grow in a relationship with them.
Yep.
So about the time they made it there, we didn't have a bond.
Yep.
It was me, it was them. But they all connected.
Yeah.
Because they came from the freshman team, they came from the sophomore team, then they came to varsity. I'd already been there. You know, and the guys that I had connected with, it was gone.
It was gone.
It was gone. So
and he connected with older guys. And just think, had I still been there, that would have been my bridge to them guys, to mess with William. Because I'm looking at the squad like, he didn't hang out with nobody with these. He didn't hang out with these cats. Probably Amal, because Amal was quiet, you know.
And Amal was the only senior, but
Any
everybody
other cats?
else was junior. Gerald was a junior. Daddy's a junior. Jamal was a junior. Then he left that year. Chris Coleman was a junior.
Oh.
He left. So, you know, all the guys that actually could play, they left. They got up out of there.
And they left because of him, didn't they?
Yeah.
This coach is stingy and selfish. He just want William to run out there.
The big thing with people that they would say about me, they say, well, Will Gates kind of just lost that eye to tiger. You know, I don't know if he wanted as much. I think sometimes what people used to forget about me is that there were so many different elements in my life going on. You know, I was a teenage father. You know, I just had 2 major knee surgeries. You know, trying to go to school, trying to go to college, and so much was happening. And at the same token, the mere fact that we grew up in Cabrini Green, you know, I mean, a lot of people didn't know this, but as many people were excited for me to go to St. Joe's, was the same many that was jealous of me because I went to St. Joseph. So here I was caught between 2 worlds and myself.
I'm going to college and I have a daughter. So what's my excuse?
Situations are much different.
No, it's not.
I think as you grow up, you all kinds of concerns about life make you wonder, and you start thinking about where you started and how you got where you're at. And I didn't want my life to end up being the way kind of how Curtis' life ended up, where I even remember all the time we used to have this conversation. He used to tell me all the time, he said, you know, you could be a great basketball player today, but tomorrow the world can forget about you. If I ever said that I didn't want to live like my brother lived, those kind of things, it probably is more so due to that, because I saw how the world treated him. You know, Curtis Gates was this superstar. You know, everybody knew his name. He was loved. And but it was that old saying, you know, you're only as good as your last jump shot. So after it's said and done, you know, people kind of forgot about him. And I think that's why I even said that line, you know, if I don't make it, will you remember me? Truth is, people really don't remember you. You know, they, for whatever reason, they just don't. But while you got it going on, they'll ride the wave with you.
I don't believe in people when they be saying like, man, school hard, man. The work went hard to me.
Arthur's famous paper. I plagiarized it so good, he thought I wrote it. It's the life cycle of a butterfly. And just to tell the truth, I only did enough just to get by. I mean, my whole thing was just to find some real simple, some real short written. While if I had to rewrite it, I wouldn't have to use a lot of material. But you know, you got to use cards and all that, show where your research is and all that. So I did all that meticulously good.
The butterfly also blooms. The butterfly are very.
See, I'm plagiarizing right here, and I'm reading, and I'm you want me to read what I'm writing. I'm like, this ain't my writing. You know what I'm saying? You want me to read this? So once I start reading, people gonna be like, oh, he's smart, or that's not him. See, this was me, late for class, giving Shannon the papers, a pen. Eat cotton candy in the back of the class.
Arthur's latest report card shows he's failing both Spanish and science.
Failing Spanish and science. I love this part. He said he got a 10 on one test.
Okay, his test scores are pretty low.
Wow. Look, how many high school parents, moms, is coming up to the school checking on their grades? Not then. People looking at it like, yo, your mom here, yo? Yeah, your mom downstairs, though. And look, talking to coach. Head coach, too. He doing all that clowning, and people just give him an F.
I told him I ain't finna sit up here. We paying $181.
Stop lying, Mom. We stopped paying that. I feel me and my mom inspire one another, you know, to go on to do great things and to help other people. Cause that's what she is, a helper, you know.
I don't need nobody to push me. All I gotta do is have the goal and the motivation, and I'm ready.
Said one of the families, we just keep coming around and somebody, it's their turn. Like, something happens good to them in their life. So, it's Mom's turn right now. And she worked hard for it. I used to see when she come home and study, open up her books and everything.
You know, it's nothing like, you know, mother and son relationships.
Yeah. They different from the fathers. They different from the father relationships. I could even see it in my son right now. This was real nice right here, too, when she got the highest grade in the class.
Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you.
I remember there were days I would call my mom, going off. She would say a word. Get done. She said, you feel better? I said, yeah. I said, okay.
Get out of here.
Mm-hmm. I think mothers just know their sons. I mean, they know the real hurt. They know the real pain. Yeah. They know the inner core of their son. I think it's even like that with fathers and daughters. I think because I believe relationships were defined that way, you look for those kinds of things so they're more observant than a parent. So, you know, I didn't have to say anything for my mother to know something was wrong with me. I mean, you could only imagine how many phone calls she got. I don't want to be at St. Joe's. I mean, people thought I loved being there. No, I was calling my mother 2-3 times a week. I want to come home. I mean, I didn't like the fact that I had to live with my brother and sister out in, you know, away from my mom in high school. People think that was fun. That wasn't fun. I missed being at home. I missed sleeping in my own bed. I missed seeing my brothers and sisters throughout the week. That stuff was horrible. At the same token, you know, my mom kept encouraging me. You know, she kept saying, hey, it's all going to be worth it.
And the immortal words of my dad, like he said, how he used to draw people, said through love and kindness, that's what this film done. It has drew people from different diversities, aspects, or walks of life to understand and oversee stereotypes and those type of boundaries. Through love and kindness, this film has done that. You know, it broke certain stereotypes, many I can't even name. I'm talking about schools, universities, just the people in the film, you know, black and white. I mean, even the spectators, like the people that you really probably wouldn't remember out of here, like Stan, the scout. He had some good advice. He was breaking the stereotypical of junior colleges. You know, they already saying guys from the inner city is not going to be able to make grades, you know, so they going to have to look for a good junior college, which is not true, you know. This film broke through so many stereotypes, I mean, such as of how both systems saw me. Public school welcomed me back like, well, like, yeah, you back, couldn't do it, you know. Stereotypical of saying that someone of your color, race, or black can't go outside of here and prosper and succeed. And as well as them looking at me as like, well, since you're not with us, I hope you don't go mug anybody since I'm going back to the trenches or to the ghetto. Other stereotypical things of, you know, William Gates, you know, William coming from Cabrini Green, just from living there, you know, they expecting him supposed to have an attitude of this way. And he's really not an angry black child. He's just a normal kid. You saw a guy that had that natural gene in his blood for basketball. I mean, passed down from his brothers, good at 14, but I had to work and grow into that to what he had at 14. You know what I'm saying? I was still even at my senior year, and he didn't have the senior year like he had. The level of play. Look at the schools he was getting recruited from. I still wasn't at his level of basketball yet. I'm still like coming into my own now. Like when he was a sophomore, this is my senior year, you know. So.
You know, it's kind of interesting when I look at the movie. You know, you see me rising, and you see almost like Arthur's life is declining. Then it's like we flipped. You see me going down, and Arthur's stuff is rising up. I mean, it's interesting.
And then the confidence just building after that. After this game right here, couldn't nobody tell me nothing. Like, I'm talking about school, I had to almost like watch myself and make sure that I was doing everything right because I was so big-headed. But trying to keep a small head, you know?
This is a good win for you, but it doesn't mean anything. You got to do better than that, man. You have to do better than that.
That's typical coach, ain't it?
Yeah. I'm talking about we just won a conference championship. He just told us it don't mean anything.
Right. You know he excited, right?
Yeah.
He been getting down like a real star.
Nearly 4 years after discovering Arthur on the playground, Earl Smith shows up to see Arthur win his first playoff game.
Big Earl.
Yeah, when Earl showed up, wow. I was just like, damn, what's up, dog? I just wanted to ask some questions, like, what you been doing?
Mm-hmm.
But he came back, like, you could see, like, he kind of felt, like, bad a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I almost had to tell him, like, oh, man, don't worry about that. That's how I was just with things. Like, if somebody did me wrong, but he was a good guy, though. You know what I'm saying? I know he didn't mean to do anything. Mm-hmm. I was just like, Earl, it's all right. People was telling him, yeah, you coming in the inner city, taking these black kids out to that white school. You know, leave them in the inner city so where they can go to their own schools. I think he got a raw deal after, you know, I mean, I don't even think he got any money, but he got a reputation, you know what I'm saying? From, you know, just think about people at his job that he was working with, you know.
A lot of people accuse me of taking youngsters out of the inner city and taking them out to St. Joe High School, and they ask what did I get out of the deal, and a lot of racial slurs and so forth from my own people about me, about what I did.
Hoop Dreams is a very, very interesting movie. I mean, if you sit down and you unpack everything that's happening in this movie, I think that's why folks say that it's a great sports movie, because
this movie is dealing with so many life components, and like even like, you know, Big Earl coming back into the picture again. It's like, well, where's Big Earl been all this time, you know? And even since his disappointment in life, it's like, wow, he's added a component to this that nobody was thinking about. It's like, okay, reason he hasn't been around is because he been struggling himself.
Arthur, Agee, Southmore.
My gosh, what are you doing? What are you doing now?
Going to school.
Where?
Marsh.
I didn't want to go back, not on no low. I didn't want to come back like, well, we lost, you know, our turn, you know, just no spirit, you know what I'm saying? Just like, well, Saint, y'all threw me away, you know. I want to come back and show them like this what y'all let go. And then I'm still coming back to showing support for my boy, you know what I'm saying?
And the thing was too, Arthur didn't have bad relationships with the students. I mean,
yeah, the kids,
the kids
loved me,
him,
yeah.
You know, it wasn't, you know. That...
I wasn't getting into any fights or nothing like that. I would just would throw stink bombs in the school and stuff like that. I would do pranky stuff.
All the other stuff came from Coach Ping and
yeah, from his way of thinking of how inner city kids should be. Because remember, he said in the film, well, maybe he reverted back to where he's from. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if people really caught on to that when he said that, like early on in the film when I was at the camp. That's when he said that.
And thing that's so interesting, you know, they say he reverted back, but yet remember, I was the one who was supposed to come from the notorious community, right?
Community, right?
You know, here I am from Cabrini Green, quote unquote.
See, but they look right at him, Miss Gates. Oh, he's not no bad kid. That's how they knew that they had the one. You know what I'm saying? By looking at his mama and looking at him again, and then seeing Curtis, like, damn, well, wait a minute. Yeah, he the one.
But near the end of the game, St. Joe's begins to unravel.
Well, what was really ironic about this being my last game of my high school career, kind of summed it up in a sense. I didn't start the first game that year, and I didn't start the last game of my career. And I just remember at this point, and people actually thought that I was late for the game. We had to be at school at 6 o'clock. I got there at 6:05. Nothing I could do. Left at 4 o'clock. And Ping decided to teach me a life lesson at that point. And here I am probably, you know, thinking in my mind, you want me to go out here and help this team win, but yet all I'm getting back from you is it was interesting, but I felt like for the core of my high school career, I was always the cheerleader for the team, but I was the one that took all in, you know, if we didn't win, it was because I didn't play well enough, or I didn't want it enough, or, you know, the burden of all that stuff was on me. The unfortunate thing was I was the lone senior on that team, so they were all coming back the next year, so losing this game really wasn't critical to them. But to me, it was like, man, this is it. I'm not putting this uniform on anymore. This is it. That was my whole senior season. I was playing with guys that didn't want it like I wanted it that year. And every time, when I do see this scene here, I often think that, why didn't I just go dunk the basketball? Guy couldn't stop me. I stopped, pull up. I should have just went and dunked it. Why didn't I? Why didn't I?
Boy, I know you mad.
Well, I knew it was over, man. I knew it was over.
And the one thing, bad coaching. Bad coaching.
Well, we got him here about 5 minutes late.
So what? This ain't no time to be teaching nobody no lesson.
Ping was trying to teach me a lesson. And out of all these years, I still have not learned anything from that. You know what I mean? And I've tried to find, because I'm saying if I was one of those kids that always was late, if I was one of them guys that, you know what, was trying to make a statement, trying to take a stance, then I can understand. Yeah, you're going to show me my last senior game,
Right.
possibly. Yeah, you can get me. But I try to do right by you, follow your rules. Even when you tried to use me to turn teammates against each other, that kind of stuff. And that was my reward at the end. That's the lesson you wanted to teach me as I'm heading out the door.
You're gonna be all right. I love you, boy. Love you too, man. All right.
Look at your mama, dog. The worst day of your life, like it just happened. Your mama got a smile on her face.
Tina was dressed and already talking. And he came strolling in. Maybe he has to learn something from that. Even in a big game.
If it's going to be a life lesson, I should be able to reflect on it and say, hey, maybe Coach was right. Because there have been a lot of times I said, you know what, Coach, I do understand what you were saying now. But give me the benefit of the doubt that if there was anybody that wanted anything that year, it was your senior captain. And sometimes I don't know if I had ever even expressed that to Coach the way that I wanted to. You know, I never ever let him know how much that hurted me as an individual. Tell me the kid that coming from Cabrini Green to come to school. I mean, I was at that school from 8 o'clock in the morning to 9:30 at night, and you hold that against me? It just didn't level out to me at all.
You know, school. All right, I'm watching the score. How's your grades?
They're all right.
Good.
All right.
We missed you.
Man, when he said that, what was you thinking?
I'm gloating like I know what you really want to say, but just for the cameras here, just keep on talking. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Like, yeah, you know, if you would have had me on that court tonight, it wouldn't have been your last game. After I knew the type of run that we was on, and by the cameras being around and stuff like that, I kind of knew that the recruiters and reporters was gonna be. But they wasn't they wasn't big schools, so that wasn't them. I was like, who are they? I talked to my dad. Oh, that was Elmhurst. Whatever. Oh, that was Kennedy King. Please, give me some Iowa. Give me some Illinois. Give me some Wisconsin. I already knew I wasn't that good of a ball player. I didn't have a big name. I wasn't at a big school, so I had to use this camera as a fuel for my motivation to do certain things out on the court that I normally wouldn't do. And I told Steenham that. Yeah, it did kind of fuel my confidence on the court, because that actually was my recruiting tape. This is my what you getting right now is what I can send to the colleges. Let them know this is who I am. This is what I do. This is what I did that year. And I was using the cameras just as much as they was using me. Yeah, I sure was.
You know, people have to realize we were high school athletes with our own personal camera crew following us around. That was not embarrassing to us. That was like, hey, we got something that you don't have. I remember guys back in high school that we would play against say, man, won't y'all do a movie about us? You know. And so I loved having them guys around.
When you get calls like this, William, the director of students, we got a phone call from a Steve James. They want to come shoot you in class tomorrow?
That's right. That's right.
You're like, yeah, we just approved it. They said they're doing a documentary, a movie about you guys. And, okay. Then they come in with the camera already on. Be like, man.
Smiling at you, right?
Smiling.
And then tell you, just
buy
your
lunch. Be yourself. We buy your lunch.
That's right. That was the deal, though, right? You gonna film?
Every time.
You gonna buy some lunch.
That's right.
Hey, you won't get us today? All right. Want some lunch. And that, to me, there was never any real opportunity to say turn the camera off. I mean, it was what it was. If it was rolling, they got it. If they missed it, they missed it. I'm glad I was a part of this. The bad side of the movie is that people have the expectations that Hoop Dreams made us rich. Even now, as we live with the Hoop Dream fame, people's expectations are still there. Man, man, you William Gates, man. You aren't the Agee. Can you help me? I'm like, help you with what? What you trying to do? But I do appreciate the fact that even to this day, you know, I can still walk down the street. People say, man, that's Will Gates.
We don't understand what we're really doing to these young kids. The kid that's he's 12 years old, and you're baiting him to come to your school, you know, to play basketball. Falls back in the paint. I'm not going to start recruiting in that manner. No, I'll probably get out of the game before then.
Bedford from the old school. He stayed old school. That's what I loved about him. I mean, he didn't jump on the new wave of it, go out there and start recruiting kids. And I'm talking about actually, like he said, I'm baiting you to come to my school against Roy Condotti, and you want to go to Westinghouse. Bedford be like, take your ass on to Westinghouse then. Bedford feel like I can get another blue chip in here if he do what I say. Then we would win the city, or we would be a good team. King had 2 7-footers. All they players was they only had the one point guard that was only 6 feet, 5'11".
But I knew Arthur and them was gonna kill them. They was too slow.
Yeah.
They couldn't run.
We just stayed with Coach's game plan. They said they're gonna stay in the 2-3 zone all day to get them out the 2-3 zone. You mean to tell me y'all can't run past them down the court before they set up the zone? That's how Coach talking to us.
That's right.
Like, you can't get the ball out the court and run a break. And before these two guys, he was telling our big man, he's not faster than you. He's not faster than you. So we just started running.
Commandos get aggressive on defense and use their superior speed on offense.
Dog, people don't know, I was the only one on my team with black shoes on.
That game?
Yep. The only one. I got on some black Asics I had got from Keith that day. Yep. See, that lets you know when I was like, you know, having a little chip on my shoulder, a little big head, is where you want to be. You know, you standing out already with the camera, so you just gonna stand out more. Mm-hmm. And Coach said something to me about that too. He was like, he was like, look, you always got to be different than everybody else, don't you? That's what he said. I was just like, look, just tying my shoes up, just like, man. This is a crucial play right here too. I understood what Coach, being in tune with the coach, I understood what he wanted right here.
Look at that, gone.
Nice bounce pass, not jump in the lane, jump in the air, none of that.
That was a big shot too.
I didn't even look to shoot it myself, and I could have shot it. Say, Arthur, you had the ball out here, they gonna have one of their big mans to try to come out and guard you. You go around him, you get to the free throw line, if you got the jump shot, take it. But we want Moselle down on the bounce pass on the baseline, because that was Moselle's shot. Went down there and it worked just like that. I was like, damn, Coach, you a genius. Made me look good on that one. Basketball was something that my dad loved, the sport that he played. That's why he came to all my college games, always come down there. He'd come down there by himself. And my mom, she felt it as like it was a closure to helping him in their relationship and our family relationship as a whole. You know, as they never been to games together at watching me play, either one of them there or one of them not. You know, so the whole basketball and the winning and the cameras brought it all together. It was all the elements of it.
But this one in the tribute is what I really like. So Arthur Agee stood as still as a statue. Time after time was on his side. And the
championship that I missed when I was in high school. 21 years later, I got a chance to get a championship through him.
I think what the game of basketball did for all of our families was it gave us all an opportunity to be together. I mean, those were times that we wouldn't be together. But man, when the game was on, everybody's together. I remember watching games with Curtis. It wasn't that I wanted to watch the game. The fact that he was there. As a matter of fact, I remember when Curtis first went to college, and he'd come home, and I was just It's up on the basketball, of course, playing, and I saw this big old brown bummer turn the corner, and all I saw was him. He didn't see me, but by the time he made it to the house, I think I left my bike up there, left my basketball on the court, and I ran home because I was like, man, my brother's home for college, and I didn't even know he was coming back home. I was like, he's back home, and I remember, this is clear as day, when he got out the car, he didn't even unpack. He said, man, I heard you done got better. Come on, let me see what you got. I mean, this is a guy who just drove 6 hours from Kansas, get out his car, I heard you got better. Let me see. Take me on the court, of course, destroy me, right? But I didn't care. There it is, there, see? There I am.
And the Marshall Commandos have won the Public League Championship in convincing fashion. 58-38 winners.
I remember both of them games vividly. This one and Westinghouse. We kept saying, if we win this game, we know that Westinghouse was going to beat CVS. We just knew that. So we was like, if we beat them, if we beat King, we gonna be city champs because we could beat we already beat Westinghouse. And they had beat us, so we had split. So we was like, but we can beat them though. We know we can. Made it to the papers. That was a good shot. I don't know. I love that picture, dude. Because it was just like in slow motion, like Michael Jordan them then, like when they take them pictures in Sports Illustrated. I liked that.
Your ACT came in, William, and you received a 14 for a composite, which is not high.
I tell you this, man, I did used to say, you know what, I always wondered what it would have been like to go back home and play.
Yeah.
I often thought, man, maybe I wouldn't have had the knee injury.
Hey, what if you would have played for Wales?
Man, you don't know how many years. First of all, I actually thought it would have been easier. I'd have been walking into Curtis' footsteps. I've been walking into David
40 shots.
Yeah, immediately. You know, I'd have been able to do whatever I wanted to do.
Yes.
Wouldn't have to worry about a system. I would have been the system. I'd been like, wait a minute, you Curtis Gates' little brother?
Oh, get out the way.
Come on, dog, listen.
Get out the way.
Listen, you go on that end and you shoot. I work with these guys. I get them ready for the game time, you know? I thought about that a lot, man, but I still always even remember when I was coming out of grade school, and Kurt was like, man, you can go anywhere except for Wales. But you know what? Deep down inside, I wanted to play for Wales. I wanted to go there and live in his shoes, man.
When I got to Marshall, you got to understand, I wasn't even thinking about no state championship. I was just trying to be on the team and win a city championship. Because if you win a city championship, that's like a state championship in Chicago.
That's right.
And just by the two teams that we had beat that year, I mean, we was riding on a high. I'm talking about, it's like a person that got high, now they on finna go even higher. That's how we was riding down to Champaign. I'm talking about, it felt like we had all, like, sitting riding with a trophy. Like, we don't even know what's gonna go on down here because we had never been here before. So we like, I don't know what to expect, but it's huge. We playing at U of I. You know, we still had that cocky, that confidence, but it was kind of harnessed because it's a bigger arena now. You got, you know, it's not just, you know, you seeing black faces and you seeing white faces, you seeing media, you seeing older people. It's set up like a college, you know.
What was that kid name for Batavia? Because he's supposed to have been, I don't know what school he ended up going to, but he went to a big school too, though.
Went to Notre Dame. His name was Lamar Justice. You mean a big boy or the guard?
22 right there.
Yeah, Lamar Justice. And Corey Williams went to Arizona.
Corey Williams.
You gotta make your easy shots. I can shoot for you.
Coach got that going crazy. I mean, even the rims, I mean, they tell you downstate, they different from the city in Chicago. See how Chaz just missed that layup right there? He wouldn't have missed that if he was in the city. So when we got down there, it was just, we didn't know what to expect. But once we started playing and got into a rhythm, remember I told you earlier, I'm an adjusting king. I can adjust to anything. That's what we all did. And it just filtered through. We all just adjusted. And I was kind of like the leader of the catalyst. When I got steals like that, everybody else just wanted to get them a pick. And got my mom now. Batavia really thought they was finna blow us out, but we was just like, we ain't worried about it. It's finna come. This run finna come. I didn't know how real my dad was into it till I saw that part right there. I'm like, who is he talking to? He got his hand throwing it over here. I'm like, who is he talking to?
I always dream of like me and William taking them downstate together.
I love this part.
When I was at St. Joseph, maybe we could have went downstate and maybe we couldn't. But we did when I'm at Marshall.
We would have left St. Joe's together on a package deal at some school. Because some university would have wanted both of us. It would have been, I mean, can you imagine that, dog? That's a whole nother one.
I can imagine all things.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah. You know, man, it's interesting sometimes how life just kind of work its way out, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty sure you have as much as I have thought about, man, what it would have been like just to.
Yep. I mean, if somebody wanted to recreate this for us movie-wise, just to see, I mean, just put their own little twist on it, I would like for them to go back to the part to where I don't get kicked out. Where some rich dude in the neighborhood in Westchester heard about me leaving school and wanna help me. And then just make us stay.
I'm pretty sure they did, and they gave it to somebody else. Come on, man, that's stuff.
Wow.
That stuff. It was available.
Yeah.
It was available, man. You know, it's like you had always said, man. If they'd had some patience,
yep,
it would have worked out. You know what I used to always think about, man? What if? I used to think about this. What if I came out there and I didn't do what they thought I was supposed to do? You know,
right?
Fortunate for me was I had by the time my senior year and I wasn't performing the way they wanted me to perform. It was too late then.
It was too late
for them to. But in essence, that's really what happened.
Yeah.
By the time my senior year, it's just that they had to endure me for one more season.
For one more season.
Isiah Thomas, one of the great guards. Here you see the same moves he plays with in the NBA today. Well, we've got someone like that. Howard Nathan, number 34.
Howard Nathan, he was overrated to me.
Man, yeah, he was overrated.
Because of one reason, quickness. The reason, Arthur Agee. Look at this man. He just explodes, Dan. He can get down court as quick as anyone that I've ever seen.
In the semifinals, Arthur goes head-to-head with Howard Nathan, the All-American.
Well, we was talking trash that game, though.
But Howard could handle that ball, though.
Yeah, he had handles, boy. He was a playmaker with it, too.
Yeah. Couldn't shoot, though.
Nope. You see that?
Yeah. What was happening?
Bo is on the floor. My dad done snuck past security. He ain't sitting in his seat.
Made it all the way down.
Yeah,
right?
he done made it. Look where he gonna be sitting at.
The second half, Arthur tries to pick up where he left off.
How basketball has changed now? It changed for me once I start trying to make that push to the NBA, get to the CBA level and all that. When I start seeing how the semi-pro levels are, how the coaches talk to you, how they treat you and all that. And it just wasn't gonna be just, coming out here, oh, you Arthur Agee from Hoop Dreams, okay, you running the point, It was all, nah, you sit your ass over here and you coming off the bench, you third string, you coming behind Charles Smith and Jay Edwards. Two dudes that I'm playing behind that's on semi-pro. And the coach that I'm playing for, not knowing, I think all coaches like Ricky. This coach hate rookies, don't like them. And he didn't like me. I've kind of considered this whole film turned out to be my NBA. I mean, after everything I went through, I put it right up there because I never played in an NBA game, never got paid for one. But I can see how it is on TV, and I've been to a game, I've been around NBA guys at games, and I don't know if it can compete with my success with Hoop Dreams. I mean, all the things that I've accomplished and gained from Hoop Dreams, and I don't think the NBA could match that. This is real life Hoop Dreams, a kid from the ghetto. Turned it around.
To me, the legacy of the game started through my brother Curtis, and it filtered down to me, and now we all have children, and it's going to filter through them. And when they have children, it need to filter through their children. If we stop the tradition, what we built our lives around, to me, we're giving up. Somebody is going to make it. Somebody going to catch it. And to me, every generation get a little bit better. You know, I'm hoping for my kids, Curtis' kids, David's kids, all of our kids, that they take the game one step further than what Arthur and I did. And the only step further than that is the league, you know, or playing overseas or something like that. So, you know, I think we set a great foundation for them to work upon. You know, I got 3 boys. Somebody need to make it. Somebody needs to make it.
Like Coach said, you just gotta sacrifice, you know, sacrifice everything you have. Like if you love the game of basketball, you just go out there and get all your heart.
You know, he got a little ways to go, but he's gonna get there. Hopefully he got his head screwed on pretty good, you know, and now, you know, he's gonna be on his own to do whatever.
Every time at that part, at the press conference, I could just see myself maturing even, you know, better. You know what I'm saying? Maturing, like, right before my eyes.
Look at your mom, man.
And look how my mom looking at me like I'm something in the NBA or something. Like every word coming out my mouth hanging on it. And when nobody recruited me then, still, when nobody, I ain't get no letters from nobody. I had to play in some all-star games. And turn around and come down there. Flat River, Missouri.
Hey, we'll have to go get that music, right? You know, play it
Flat River. That was like out of all places, I had to come to Flat River. The name just sounds just hickish, just hickyish. They had to change it, dog, to like what Park Hills.
Oh, did they change the name?
Yes, it ain't even Flat River no more. It's Park Hills, Missouri. I like that in accounting, like business.
Okay.
Hey, you know what's funny doing this part, man? Every time they asked you what you want to do, you said something different.
I want to fall back to
Yeah, dog. Hey, and hey, I didn't even realize I was doing it. I'm thinking I'm just saying what they want me to say.
Right.
Because it's, well, what are some of your fails? I'm like, okay, well, you don't know what I told old girl, so I'm going to say something different right now. I want to go into real estate, want to open my own business, yeah. Yeah. I want to be an attorney.
You need to be very careful with this decision. You know, if you come in and act right, you're going out of here with 2 years of your college finished, a scholarship to a Division I university, exactly where you want to be, on track to graduate in 4 years.
I vibe with Coach right off the back, real kind of, you know, on the real. Like he ain't sell me no shorts. He didn't have to sell no recruiting thing on me. I mean, he came and watched me at an All-Star game. He liked me. He said I got a position for a point guard. My point guard's leaving at my school. And I was like, what's your school? He told me a school. I'd never heard of it. Well, we have one of the guys from Westerhouse that played named Corey something. Say he's at our school and he'll be leaving next year. So I was like, okay. So went and took the visit down there and really vibed with him, and then saw the house, and that house was crazy though.
You know, I just remember being in college, folks used to be mad because we was there for free.
Yeah.
You know, they'd be mad at you saying, you know, you don't deserve to be here.
Yeah.
You know, my parents busting their butt to get here and all this other stuff. And to me, I'm like, hey, you got here your way and I got here my way. But when we leave out them doors, we leaving all with the same piece of paper. So
That's right.
It doesn't matter.
This is like, they get mad. People, the regular students, they used to get mad because they have to pay for their own books and then stand in the line at the bookstore.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we get to our dorm rooms, our books and our bags and all that, with notebook, paper, pens, all that. We ain't got to go shopping for nothing. That was at junior college and at Arkansas State. When I got back, I waited like 3 days. Some more schools called. Some schools that I ain't even have to waste taking a visit on. Like, no, I don't want to go there, I don't want to go there. Tim Gray, come on up here, dog. I'm ready to sign.
Bo and Sheila have been separated. She asked him to return today over Arthur's objections.
Oh, well, him and my mom, they just had been fighting it like the past 2 days. And just like previous that night, like real bad.
And I'm skeptical is because of the promise that was made in the past.
She had been crying too. You can see her voice hoarse.
You will not have a financial need.
Now, when you make this decision, you got to live and die with it. It's because it's your decision to make. Now, I'm here to support you.
And I'm mad at him that he's there because they asked me, well, do you want him to be here for this or do you want him on camera? I was like, no, I don't want him on camera. You know what I'm saying? I don't want him around me. And he showed up anyway. I'm talking about because I'm mad at him. He put his hands on my mama. I'm like, you know, they were fighting and I'm mad. So you think I'm, you know, my dad being a dad, like, I don't care, nigga, I'm your daddy. Like, what? So he still showed up, and that's why I was mad. So I was like, by him being showed up, okay, whatever you talking about, it don't matter. All that, talking about, if you sign it, you're going to have to live and die with it. Dude, I'm still mad at you, man. I'm signing this, dude. You ain't go to the school and visit. So that's what after that look right there was like, yep, I'm ready.
Let's do it up.
Ready for what college had to offer. Ready for a new experience other than high school, something other than Chicago at that point in time. Because like you said, that was the way to get to the NBA. You had to go to college. You had to, you know, had to leave home, everything. And during this year, this when Boys in the Hood came out. So it was like, you know, Chicago could adapt to that movie. You know what I'm saying? And here I am going off, you know, me and William leaving for college, just as old boy did, and he got his ACT score. He was finna go to college, and he got killed. But I got Jack robbed for my girlfriend's car. So that was crazy. So after that happened, I got robbed for the car. I was really ready to go after that.
Just like that. Uh-oh. Like father, like son. What's up with that?
You better stick to church music. Leave that basketball alone.
My dad could play though. I mean, he could play like not good as Curtis, but up there with Curtis. Cause when Curtis used to come over to Manila, phew, the gate used to be lined up. Lined up. You ain't get you no good spot on the gate.
It's 34-28, Bo. All right.
No, I know how to count. No con game. I'm older now. Yeah. Ain't no con game going on no more. No more.
The game,
ain't no more.
32.
Ain't no more.
Now you can play for 32 if you want to.
Well, hey, game over with. I can con too.
Losers quit. I'm ready to play.
See the con games were like when like, you know, we used to be out riding around with him, even when I was younger, you know, him talking to other women and saying, you know, don't tell your mama, you know, all this stuff and that. And, you know, I would keep my mouth shut probably for about 2 hours and then I'd tell. Sometimes he'd be mad at me. Fuck you, open your mouth and all that, you know. But that's him.
You on punishment when you get home, you on punishment when you go, and you on punishment when you get home.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to St. Joseph's Annual Basketball Awards Dinner. We had a difficult year.
I was gonna tell you, who cut your hair? That wasn't your hairstyle at the end of the game.
High top fade, man.
What?
You remember Kid and Play?
That was a mid-level fade.
Kid and Play, man. That was the play version.
That was the play version. Dog, do you remember? Wait, did you have that suit or you went and got it?
No, actually, that was you know, you had that one suit, right? That was the one suit.
Yeah, the one suit in the grip.
That you wore to all your events.
Dog, mine, I was so poor, I didn't even have no suit. I had to go out and buy one. And my girl went and bought it. Ugly, too.
All-State on the Sun-Times, McDonald All-American nomination, MVP 1990-91 season, William Gates.
I don't even know where that MVP plaque at, man.
Get out of here.
I know where that thing at, man. You know, man, I look at Payne this way. You know, he was the kind of coach that was good-hearted, but I think sometimes, I think I was just a different kind of cat than what he anticipated. You know, I didn't have that mentality of just because I was from Cabrini, from the inner city lifestyle, that, you know, I thought about stuff. You know, I was trying to, you know, my mind was a lot further than what he thought it was.
That's all he told me. I was like, what kind of advice is that?
Well, how does it feel to be finishing?
Payne not once said, you know, well, man, it's been great having you as an athlete here. You know, it's been great seeing, you know, knowing you as a person here.
Right.
I didn't get that. Not in that interview. It was like,
even when he said, "Oh, you didn't have a great career, you had an okay career."
Yeah.
Damn.
And I'm sitting there like, what does that mean? I'm number 2 on St. Joe's scoring list.
Graduated.
You know, graduated. I'm number 1 in 3-point shots made and percentages. And he's saying, you know, you had an okay career. I'm saying that was the extent of
where he thought basketball at his school and
it was.
It was.
That happened at St. Joe's helped me a lot, and as a result, I got a degree. That's what I'm hoping for.
I'm going into communication, so when you start asking for donations, I know the right way to turn you down.
I'm sure you'll never turn us down.
But I do think Payne coached a lot different because of the movie. Payne to me isn't the same guy that he used to coach that when I was playing. You know, he doesn't. I mean, he still yells and stuff like that, but guys are a little bit more free. Guys are a little bit more looser. The truth is, guys actually enjoy playing for Coach as opposed to playing for St. Joseph. You know, we played for St. Joseph. We played for the name. Now guys enjoy playing for Coach Pingator, which is a difference. It's a major difference. When you enjoy playing for the school and you enjoy playing for your coach, that's a world of a difference.
Another one walks out the door, another one comes in the door.
It's interesting. We actually got a good relationship now. Coach Ping is showing the guys the movie Hoop Dreams now to his players. As a matter of fact, I took my nephew to one of the orientations, and what was so interesting was that as you go through the orientation piece, they show sports, and for the longest, they never had me or anything to do with that. And there's my picture, and you know, they love to see me coming out there now. And I take my kids out there. I speak at the camp every year. It may sound crazy, but I'm looking forward to my son going there. As a matter of fact, it's interesting. I thought about if Alicia was a boy, she'll be at St. Joe's right now. You know, to me, the education and the school itself, it was a great school. I mean, I look forward to seeing William. Plus, it'd be nice to see him in that 22 again, too, though. That'd be really nice. When Curtis passed away in 2001, that November, I was inducted into the St. Joseph Hall of Fame. So, I also been inducted to the Illinois Basketball Association Hall of Fame. So, maybe I did have a good high school career. So, some good things are coming out of it. He says I'm a full-time pastor of my own church. Ironically enough, I was taught all my life to get out of the Cabrini Green community. But now I'm back there, you know, teaching the Word of God. I love it. It's demanding, but doesn't end there for me either. You know, this still isn't, you know, everything I want to do with the rest of my life. You know, maybe through this 10, 15 years, I'll always be a man of God and teaching the Word. But 10, 15 years, I'll only be 45. You know, I want to be there to help my children process their dream. You know, I'm going to be there for the little William. I'm going to be there for Jalen and for Marcus. And I'm not necessarily concerned about Alicia. Alicia's a smart cookie. You know, she's going to be one of those kids can write her own ticket. Mm-hmm. But I know for my boys, because of what this movie has done, they'll forever be under the scrutiny of
the
What
Hoop
your dad
Dreams,
did, the hoop, yep.
the Hoop Dreams tag, and they're gonna need somebody there to help them process that
Into their own element.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna go through phase. I don't want to be like my dad. I want to be me. We all did. I mean, every day I was saying, I want to be Curtis Gates. I want to be William Gates. But then when you get older, then you say, man, I wish I did have what Curtis had. You know.
Yep.
You know. Drugs and don't get caught. You know. But he found out the hard way. And I told him while he was doing all that, I wasn't hanging with Shannon then. I was like, Shannon, you should stop, man. Stop doing that stuff.
The success of Hoop Dreams have affected my life positively to the point to where I'm happy right now where I'm at in my life. I mean, I can go on. Some things have happened in my life to where it's been tough to, test the water, test the time, but this film and everything's been through tell me that it's worth it, that I can go on, that it will get better, I mean, only negative thing about it, that it didn't get me in the NBA. But all the positives out of it, I wouldn't trade them in for the world. And it's a great piece for whenever I want to, reminisce about my dad, really listen to him or, really see his face and, all the friends, people I met, I mean, just the people that don't even know me that seen it, that want to meet us. I mean, when you see people that like know you, but when they go somewhere else and say the movie comes on and they sitting around some friends and they be like, oh, that go my boy Will or Arthur. And the people be like, stop lying, man. You don't know them. Dog, I do know them, dog. That's my boy. Dog, you don't know them, dog. They movie stars. What, this movie like 10 years old? What are you talking about? You know them. I've got that. Like, that's crazy. Like, dog, then they call you, hey, man, this fool down here don't believe me, man. I know you, man.
Right.
Like, who is this? Richard, man. Where you at? I'm in Miami, man. Yeah, movie came on last night, man. I'm down with my boy, man. Talk to him. Hello? Man, this the dude in the film. They're all like that. And it's done wonders. Yeah, it's done wonders. I'm glad I was a part of this. What I've taken from Hoop Dreams and what has blessed me with is to, channel the name Hoop Dreams, not let it die, not just show it, not just use it and remember it as a movie. I'm right now trying to do a Hoop Dreams clothing line that will be coming out in this fall. So I have the Arthur Agee Role Model Foundation. Trying to do a lot of things with the youth in the city, want to build a 24-hour youth athletic club. And doing a lot with my family and a lot with the youth. So as long as I'm here and still kicking and still going, I'm always going to be connected with the kids in some type of way. Whether it's going into the schools, whether it's motivational speaking, doing camps, doing celebrity basketball games, anything like that I'll be a part of. Well, my Hoop Dreams is hope, opportunity, obtain, perseverance, determination, resilience, encouragement, attitude, motivation, and success.
Ain't got no acronyms. But I love that, though.
That's so when you are somebody, no matter where you go, it's what you have in your heart that you're going to go somewhere.
Now, if I felt like it was all over, I'm talking about it was all over. Look at that yarn, like, it's all over. Like, I felt like the filming was over with and everything. For the filmmakers to be with it that long, like, for them 4 years, yeah, it would feel like they graduated. But for them to be, like I felt like I thought it was over with after the graduation. I felt like, they would be over with for them, but they just kept rolling too. I mean, like, it ain't stopping. You still got some, we filming the whole college career too. What?
Mm-hmm. I never even thought about that. When we graduated, all I was looking for was going to college. So
right.
I didn't even, I got to the point so much that I kind of forgotten about that stuff. And I think a lot of it, I probably was ready just to get past St. Joe's anyway. So I was just kind of ready to just, so it didn't matter if they was there or not. But Steve, Peter, Fred, all good guys. We love them.
I mean, those guys are there for like, I look at them like, uncles, like, older advice guys I can go to and, because they always, they good guys and they always gonna have your best interest.
It was a journey for them. It was an experience for them.
As filmmakers, I mean, this was a project for them, right? I mean, like a outside project. They had real jobs. This was stuff they was doing on the side and really felt like, let's put our whole heart into this and energy into it.
Mm-hmm.
But they got mortgages and families already.
Right.
That was a dream to them. Can you actually, them 3 guys sat and Gordon Quinn was like, we can do this. Let's just keep pushing. Every year, 5 years, well, we ain't get no money this year. Well, let's write to Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, see if they give us money. Let's put it in the Sundance Film Festival. They went over so many hurdles with this film. Just even putting it on this scale, it was, like you said, they dream too. And I know they treat it like it's their baby. They don't want to let us know, like nothing can top Hoop Dreams. But I have long shot films now. He was doing his thing, Prefontaine he went on to do, and Peter Gilbert got Peter Gilbert working with Sony on different projects and all that. So, yeah, I'm quite sure they got some recognition out of it in the field that they wanted to proceed in. I'm quite sure they got jobs that they wouldn't have got.
I tell you, man, that right there, man, that was one of the saddest days of my life. I was ready to go to school.
Yeah.
But man, I was leaving the nest, man.
Yeah.
And I think for my mother, I think she appreciated the movie more after it was done. Because, again, when you're going through that process, it was a nuisance. Every time she looked up, there they were, they wanted to come to everything. But eventually, the guys became like family, so they would come over and, then it become kind of normal. But I think both families gave the filmmakers a lot of their lives.
I just hope he stay in there. That's what worries me most. Once he get in the door, I want him to stay in there for 4 years.
I think especially when she saw the outcome of it, I even remember hearing my mom say, she said, if I didn't know Hoop Dreams was going to do all this, I would have had more parts in it. So I know my mother still really enjoyed the movie. I know she did. Especially now. I really think she even more now, she appreciated one because, and all of us, it gives us an opportunity to always revisit some of the past and and even for Curtis' kids, get an opportunity to hear his voice and see his face, those kinds of things.
I am comfortable with not making it to the NBA. No, I'm not making it to the NBA. It's not kind of made me an angry person or anything. 4 years ago, I probably was angry for not making it, but now I've adjusted to it and learned it and know that making it to the NBA was not my purpose. I have another purpose in life that I don't even know yet, and it's not this clothing line. It's these things are just something to keep me on track to get to that purpose. So whatever that may be, I'll know soon, I hope.
Actually, I just got comfortable with the fact that I didn't make it. At first I thought I was all right with it, but I really wasn't. And I never understood it, but every October, I was get frustrated. I get mad, didn't know why. Then, through prayer, and I recognized training camp was started. And I'd be looking at it, I'm looking like, these guys, I'm like, overweight, I can beat these guys. And it was tearing me up inside. And Catherine used to say, you all right?
Get that itch.
Yeah, and I wasn't all right. But, this year, I kind of really just put that thing to rest and said, you know what? It's like Arthur said, that if it was meant for us to be there, it would be there. I look at guys to this day and I say, some of these guys, they there. And I'm like, you know what? With our personalities, we wouldn't be half as bad as these guys. We'll be role models, citizens, going to the little leagues, helping people out. But it wasn't meant for us.
Yep.
It's like Arthur said, that's why I even say now, even what I'm doing, this isn't my only purpose. There's still greater purpose left. I still look at things this way. I'm 33 now. If God gives me 40 more years, what am I going to do with them? And I'm looking forward to doing something with my 40 more years, and I can't just
as the years keep going by, like, man, I ain't make the league. I should be in the league. And,
I should have done that.
Yeah, if only things would have been a little different. If I never hurt myself, would I be in the league now? Right. I think Arthur and I both know we was good enough to make it.
No, and that sit well with me. If someone come up and ask me, man, why you ain't make it to the NBA? I'll tell them, these people that came up to me and said, I was like, dog, it wasn't for me, man. You saw me on the film. The film was for me. That's how you saw me, but didn't make it, dog. And there ain't no one explanation of why. You wasn't good enough? No. You weren't tall enough? No. Just didn't make it, dog. I mean, I don't know who know the answer to why. Only he knows. Don't know scout know, no other coach know. And they can say all the professional things they want to say why we didn't make it, but they don't know. And for somebody to look at us in a light of inspiration and we not in the NBA, that's powerful. I mean, I could walk in a room in the NBA, an NBA guy walk in the room and he'll be like looking at me, damn, you getting the same love I'm getting, and better.
I'm gonna tell you, not only that, they be coming to you. Dog, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah.
I should be coming to you, but it's the reverse. They come to us, giving us love. So, we've even impacted. As a matter of fact, I believe we impacted guys right now in the league. Like, when I look at some cats, I say, like, you know what? That guy game kind of like my game.
Mm-hmm.
I look at certain guys, I like, you know what? I wonder if that cat win 22 because I inspired him. You know what I mean? I look for stuff like that, Look for stuff like that. Arthur and I, it's so interesting. We never competed against each other. Never. I mean, something back in grade school, but there was no rivalry. There was no animosity.
That's because we are divine brothers by God. Ain't no other explanation. Our friendship, I mean, I couldn't even say we got no friendship. Our brother relationship is just manifested even more deeper. When I did Slam Ball, I hadn't seen William in a year.
Mm-hmm.
But I talked to him on the phone, like,
it was yesterday.
like it's yesterday. Like it's.
I mean, and it's always been that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's always been like that.
I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I can't describe it. It's a forever bond.
And it's unlike any of my relationships that I have with my other, like, close friends, like Keith or Corey. It's totally different. Totally different.
Yeah, I mean, that when we're together, both of our elements change. And I don't know what merged from that. I don't know what it is. It completely changes. No matter what's going on outside of us and whatever we got going on separate, it doesn't exist anymore when we're together. When we're together, we're just Arthur and William. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And I don't know how that happens.
And we talk about everything but basketball. We talk about everything but basketball. Basketball, we may talk about a smidget. Who did this last, or whatever, what we heard. Other than that, we just own our life, just own about us, and that's good.
Or me trying to get a T-shirt out of Arthur, but yeah.
But the thing I like about it is that since he is a pastor, I always know that my family is being kept, and someone is always praying over me, always watching over me. Mm-hmm. So that's. I'm done.
Signing off. Will Gates.
Arthur Agee.
Cabrini, baby.
Check it out.